Outside the heavenly Tao, on the chaotic heavenly road, a figure hung in the darkness and looked down. This person wore a green Taoist robe and held a horsetail whisk. His long beard fluttered and he exuded an immortal aura. "Why have you come to my heavenly Tao?" Hanju's voice suddenly floated into his ears. Although this great Tao sage stood on the chaotic heavenly road, his aura was void and his figure was isolated. The heavenly Tao sages did not sense his existence. Such concealment probably did not entail good intentions. Hanju had already detected his information. Cave Master Clear Wind. Early stage Great Tao Primordial Chaos Realm. Connate Life Form. Disciple of the Tao Ancestor Immeasurable Emperor. Cave Master Clear Wind? What a strange name. Cave Master Clear Wind smiled and replied, "I'm only a Taoist wandering in the chaos. This time, I'm here to see how the old place is developing. You must be the divine, might heavenly sage of the heavenly Tao. Impressive. The heavenly Tao is developing very well in your hands. It can be considered an unprecedented golden age." Hanju asked, "You already saw it. What's next?" A great Tao sage was extremely dangerous to the heavenly Tao. Hanju had to be wary. He would kill him instantly if this fellow dared to develop hatred towards him. Of course, you're really wary. Perhaps this is the reason why the heavenly Tao can develop until now. Cave Master Clear Wind sighed. He had the bearing of an expert. Although he kept calling him a fellow Taoist, Hanju felt that this old fellow's tone like he was talking to a junior. In terms of age, Hanju was a junior. But not in terms of cultivation. Cultivation was used to determine seniority in the chaos. Cave Master Clear Wind suddenly asked, "What do you think of the Tao Ancestor?" Hanju replied, "The Tao Ancestor has endless merit towards the heavenly Tao. He is the ancestor of the heavenly Tao cultivators. I naturally respect him. Cave Master Clear Wind has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 1 star. Hanju narrowed his eyes. What did he mean? Aren't you the disciple of the Tao Ancestor? You want to betray your master? Hanju almost attacked him when he saw the hatred notification. Fortunately, it was a 1-star hatred. Otherwise, the ashes of Cave Master Clear Wind would have been scattered on the chaotic heavenly road. Looks like the Tao Ancestor's wish has been fulfilled. Cave Master Clear Wind sighed and left. Watching him leave, Hanju still endured it. 1-star hatred points showed that the other party was only unhappy. There was no need to curse or kill. Hanju didn't want to develop a bloodthirsty personality. Hanju frowned after Cave Master Clear Wind's aura completely disappeared. Did this fellow really only come back to take a look? Then why was he staring at the chaotic heavenly road instead of the heavenly Tao? It looked like he was checking something. Most importantly, this fellow did not even dare to leave behind his Tao title. Was he afraid of being cursed? Hanju had no choice but to use the derivation function. I want to know why Cave Master Clear Wind came to the heavenly Tao. 160 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Hanju entered the illusion. He opened his eyes and appeared in a dark world. The barren land was continuous in all directions. He could only see very short weeds and various flames floating in the air. He couldn't see any living beings. His gaze landed on a stone tablet. This stone tablet was 1,000 feet tall. Its surface was covered in cracks and was very inconspicuous in the vast world. Hanju noticed a few words on the stone tablet, but he couldn't see them clearly. Strange. There were still things that the great Tao sages could not see clearly. There must be a special restriction on the stone tablet. At this moment, figures appeared in front of the stone tablet. There were a total of 9 figures. They were all Taoists, and one of them was none other than Cave Master Clear Wind. The leader was a tall Taoist with a jade staff at his waist that reflected a faint light. The tall Taoist asked, "Why did you gather us?" A vast voice came from the stone tablet. "The heavenly Tao has changed. Fate is unfathomable. I need you to investigate why it has changed." The 9 Taoists looked at each other. One of the Taoists couldn't help but say, It's just an investigation. Is there a need to ask all of us to go? The other Taoists nodded. The heavenly Tao was far away. They still had to cultivate. Go. It's best to think of a way to infiltrate the heavenly Tao. This matter might involve the great Tao immeasurable calamity. That mysterious and unknown primordial fiend celestial might be born in the heavenly Tao in the future. If that's the case, you can keep an eye on it immediately. The vast voice weakened as it spoke. The tall Taoist frowned. Their expressions changed when the other Taoists heard about the great Tao immeasurable calamity. The illusion shattered. Hanju opened his eyes. Indeed, they had ill intentions. He asked in his mind, have these 9 great Tao sages already infiltrated the heavenly Tao? The great Tao sages had many methods and did not need him to infiltrate. 200 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Not for the time being. Hanju asked, who was the voice in the stone tablet just now? 500 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Beginning deity. Late stage great Tao supreme realm, the first great Tao deity in the chaos. He once fought with the Tao ancestor and was severely injured. He was sealed in the ancient desolate. Even though he was severely injured, he was still at the late stage great Tao supreme realm. The Tao ancestor was very powerful. Hanju suddenly wondered if the system could derive the Tao ancestor. I want to know where the Tao ancestor is? The other party's karma is too scattered and cannot be accurately deduced. What did this mean? Could it be that the Tao ancestor had transformed into all things, and all things were covered in chaos? Hanju frowned. He had always been afraid of the Tao ancestor. The Tao ancestor always seemed to be able to escape the system's pursuit. Most importantly, why did the Tao ancestor disappear? Who was he hiding from? He couldn't be hiding from Hanju, the primordial fiend celestial, right? Hanju would have died thousands of times if the Tao ancestor was still around and wanted to kill the primordial fiend celestial. Hanju always thought that the Tao ancestor had chosen him as a variable and would definitely see that he was extraordinary. It was very likely because of the system. The original Hanju was nothing special. Transmigrator? When Hanju observed the myriad worlds in the universe, he often saw transmigrators whose souls traveled to other worlds. The so-called transmigrator was just a soul that luckily escaped the order of reincarnation and was swept into an unknown world. Speaking of which, many mighty figures also like to transmigrate. Hanju couldn't figure it out and stopped thinking about it. Continue cultivating. He had plenty of ways to eliminate them even if the 9 great Tao sages infiltrated the heavenly Tao. If there was no other way, he could only let the dark forbidden Lord appear. Outside the 33rd heaven. In the Universal Hall. Heavenly Venerate Xiandu, Sect Master Tianju, Qiu Shilai, Fang Liang, and Zhang Guxing gathered here. Heavenly Venerate Xiandu scanned the 4 sages and said, today, I summon the 4 of you because I have a mission for you. Sect Master Tianju replied, go ahead. Heavenly Venerate Xiandu said, recently, there have been rumors in the chaos that the primordial fiend celestial who is going to usher the great Tao immeasurable calamity will be born in the heavenly Tao. This is probably a conspiracy. The Buddhist sect, the heavenly Tao sect, the divine palace, and the Jie school are all sects where the geniuses of the heavenly Tao gather. I have also informed Li Xianao. Everyone spread a statement. It's best to push this matter into the chaos. This saying is that the heavenly Tao will give birth to 10 geniuses who can resist the primordial fiend celestial. They are the primordial 10 sages chosen by the Tao ancestor. The 4 sages were stunned. Fang Liang's eyes widened. Really? His soul had transmigrated to the primordial era many times. Why had he never heard of the primordial 10 sages? After Fang Liang asked, Sect Master Tianju, Qiu Shilai, and Zhang Guxing also stared at Heavenly Venerate Xiandu excitedly. The great Tao immeasurable calamity was a shadow that enveloped the entire chaos. All the cultivators knew that it was coming, but they didn't know when it would arrive or what situation it would arrive in. If the heavenly Tao had the hope of breaking through the great Tao immeasurable calamity, wouldn't it become the center of the entire chaos after it ended? Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said expressionlessly, "Of course it's fake. But what's fake can also become true. I just don't want anyone to press the primordial fiend celestial on the heavenly Tao and cause it to be attacked. We can't rely on fellow Taoist Han for everything. Other than strength, there are many other ways to resolve the calamity." The four sages were silent. Fong Liang cursed silently. "I knew it. What primordial 10 sages? It only sounded nice." Heavenly Venerate Xian Du continued, "I'll tell you the legend of the primordial 10 sages now. Remember it well." The four sages had strange expressions. "You even made up a legend?" Heavenly Venerate Xian Du did not seem to see their expressions and continued speaking. Less than 5,000 years later, the legend of the primordial 10 sages spread in the heavenly Tao and then from the chaotic heavenly road to the chaos. Legend had it that the primordial 10 sages were the 10 mighty figures, including the Tao ancestor. They had subdued the reincarnated Luo Ho of the primordial fiend celestial and disappeared without a trace. Before the great Tao immeasurable calamity, they would reincarnate and cultivate the great Tao again. They would be the saviors, killing the primordial fiend celestial. This legend excited countless geniuses. The geniuses all thought highly of themselves. Tracing their talent would create a fantasy. Could they be the reincarnation of a mighty figure? The heavenly Tao had already formed the momentum to find the primordial 10 sages, but it still required a long time to spread to every corner of the chaos. More than 10,000 years later, Hanju was still cultivating. Detected that you are 800,000 years old. You have the following choices. 1. Exit seclusion immediately. Raise the reputation of the primordial fiend celestial and stir up the great Tao immeasurable calamity. You can obtain a chance to upgrade the Tao field. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and stay away from trouble. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a creation spirit stone, and a supreme treasure. 800,000 years old. How old? Hanju ignored the system's trap and silently chose the second option. Congratulations on obtaining the ultimate supreme treasure. Mystical Destiny Book. Mystical Destiny Book. Ultimate Supreme Treasure. A supreme treasure formed by seizing a supreme creation. It can tamper with the past and future of others and directly change everything. It is not restricted or spied on by any rules, but it cannot erase the existence of the great Tao and its rules. Every time you use this treasure, your lifespan will be deducted at an equivalent price. This treasure will be unusable for a period of time. As the number of times it is used increases, its cooldown time will increase exponentially. Special hint. This treasure cannot be upgraded and cannot recognize a master. What the heck? Hanju blinked. Ultimate Supreme Treasure. Did he obtain a golden legendary treasure? Hanju carefully checked the treasure's introduction, and his breathing quickened. He could directly change everything. Too arrogant. Hanju took out the Mystical Destiny book, and a white cover book appeared in his hand. It was smooth and cold. Opening the book, it was filled with blank pages. It was ordinary. This thing is not easy to use. I don't know how much lifespan I have to use. Don't suck me dry. Hanju frowned. The system can help you use this treasure. This treasure is one of the strongest supreme treasures contained in the system. You have to be extremely cautious when using it. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing this line of words. One of the strongest supreme treasures? One of? Changing everything directly was invincible in Hanju's opinion. What else could compete with it? Hanju carefully probed. How much lifespan will be deducted if I want to become the strongest person in the entire chaos? Warning. You cannot withstand the immense creation brought by this change. You will immediately die. That's not right. How can I die if I'm already the strongest? You will die before you become the strongest in the process of changing. Hanju frowned. So it was useless. It was even more useless than the Book of Misfortune. According to the system's explanation, Hanju might already be the strongest if he wanted to become the strongest. Hanju suddenly thought of how the beginning deity had sent the great Tao sages to the heavenly Tao to investigate the primordial fiend celestial. Can I use a fake identity so that all living beings will never think that I am a primordial fiend celestial? Hanju's heart beat faster. This was a good idea. He had to ensure his safety first before considering becoming stronger. After all, the primordial fiend celestial was the entire chaos public enemy. I want the living beings of the chaos to think that I'm absolutely harmless. Warning: you cannot withstand the immense creation brought by this change. You will immediately die. I want the chaotic deities to have a favorable impression of me. Warning: you cannot withstand the immense creation brought by this change. You will immediately die. Alright. I want all the living beings in the chaos to believe that I'm the reincarnation of a chaotic fiend celestial. The chaotic fiend celestial was already the lowest threshold. The potential Hanju displayed was too terrifying. It was too ridiculous to say that his potential was lower than that of a chaotic fiend celestial. It didn't make sense. Ordinary living beings might not realize this blind spot, but Hanju felt that with the chaotic deity's existence, they would definitely notice this and continue to investigate. In the end, it would speed up the exposure of his primordial fiend celestial identity. Half of your lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Half? Hanju's eyes widened and he almost threw the book to the ground. It was indeed not a good thing. However, Hanju still didn't give up. His lifespan would be refreshed as long as he broke through. He had to protect the primordial fiend celestial's secrets first. Hanju gritted his teeth and chose to continue. The mystical destiny book emitted a dazzling light. Hanju felt a terrifying suction force pulling something out of him. It was his lifespan. Hanju came back to his senses after an unknown period of time. Unprecedented exhaustion surged into his heart. A hint of fear appeared in his eyes as he looked at the mystical destiny book again. This thing was too terrifying. Putting aside the price, just the ability was very addictive. Hanju checked the book's cooldown time. 10 million years? Hanju was stunned. He didn't know if he should be happy or disappointed. He was happy that he would not be addicted but disappointed that such a supreme treasure had a long cooldown time. The cooldown time would increase exponentially after each use. Wouldn't he have to wait for 100 million years or even longer after using it a second time? Hanju put away the mystical destiny book, and his sage sense swept through the heavenly Tao. All living beings did not change. Everything was as before. Was this a change? Hanju suddenly thought of something. Do the chaotic deities have a similar supreme treasure? Ultimate supreme treasure cannot be deduced. He thought of a voice he had heard a long time ago. Transcend the illusion. It would indeed be a lie if everything could be changed. What was a real existence that could not be altered? Hanju adjusted his state of mind. He couldn't be affected by the mystical destiny book. This treasure looked terrifying, but it required too much cultivation. The price paid was not something that the Book of Misfortune could compare to. Using the mystical destiny book to kill enemies might not be as worth it as the Book of Misfortune. It was better to do it himself. If this treasure fell into the hands of other living beings and their cultivation levels stagnated, the user would probably die after using it 2 or 3 times. Or maybe, like Hanju before, they would directly want to become the strongest and die immediately. After all, the other cultivators did not have the system's notification. In the dark forbidden zone, an island floated quietly. 9 Taoists meditating were on this island. Among them was Cave Master Clear Wind, who had gone to the Heavenly Tao previously. Cave Master Clear Wind opened his eyes and said, "Everyone, we should leave. There's no point in staying in the Heavenly Tao." The other Taoists opened their eyes. One of the Taoists snorted. "I said long ago that we shouldn't have come. The Heavenly Tao is guarded by a chaotic fiend celestial. The primordial fiend celestial is the natural enemy of the chaotic fiend celestials. It will definitely be targeted by the chaotic fiend celestial of the Heavenly Tao once it is born. A commotion will definitely ensue when we fight at that time. There's no need for us to keep staring." The other Taoist spoke. "Yes, This chaotic fiend celestial defeated 2 great Tao divine spirits in a row and even killed 14 great Tao sages. He can be said to be the strongest chaotic fiend celestial. Then let's go. We can open our own Tao field. There's no need to return to the ancient desolate. That's right. The beginning deity was frightened by the Tao ancestor and was too cautious. Aren't we his pawns? The pawns he used to test the heavenly Tao. Will the beginning deity be offended? What are you afraid of? The Tao ancestor is only missing, not dead. The beginning deity probably doesn't dare to escape the ancient desolate. The Taoists talked to each other and had the same opinion. They all wanted to leave. Han Ju's achievements were too impressive. To be honest, they didn't dare to provoke him at all. This was also the reason why they didn't dare to infiltrate the heavenly Tao. The tall Taoist in the lead stared at Cave Master Clear Wind and asked, "Tell me what you think of that chaotic fiend celestial." Cave Master Clear Wind said, "This person is ruthless, but he doesn't like to kill. He has a strong hostility towards the chaos. I was chased away by him not long after I went there. In addition, he is filled with reverence for the Tao ancestor. This means that there is another possibility. The Tao ancestor is his backing. During this period of time, I've been recruiting heavenly Tao cultivators to understand the development of the heavenly Tao in the past million years. After discovering that the Tao ancestor had gone missing, the heavenly Tao began to collapse and was played by the dark forbidden lord until the divine might heavenly sage rose. This chaotic fiend celestial was probably sent by the Tao ancestor to protect the heavenly Tao. Once we infiltrate, we might not only offend the divine might heavenly sage but also the Tao ancestor." The tall Taoist's expression changed. After a long while, he said, "All right, then let us retreat. We of the Purple Firmament 9 Taoists are not the deity's lackeys. There's no need to die for them." The other sages were relieved. They immediately left. Han Ju had been cultivating with all his might ever since he used the mystical destiny book, fighting to regain his lost lifespan. The lifespan deduction would be nothing as long as he broke through. Time flew. Another 100,000 years passed. Detected that you are 900,000 years old and your life has taken another step forward. You have the following choices. 1. Exit seclusion immediately. Raise the reputation of the primordial fiend celestial and stir up the great Tao immeasurable calamity. You can obtain a chance to upgrade the Tao field. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and stay away from trouble. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a creation spirit stone, and a supreme treasure. The first option was to upgrade the Tao field just like when he reached 800,000 years of age. Han Ju had already used his lifespan to make all living beings think that he was a chaotic fiend celestial. How could he go out and spread the name of the primordial fiend celestial? He silently chose the second option. Could there be another impressive supreme treasure this time? Congratulations on obtaining the Chaotic Supreme Treasure World Visualization Heart Bracelet. World Visualization Heart Bracelet. Chaotic Supreme Treasure. When the Kiliacosm world appeared in the chaos, it was born as a supreme treasure. It is a providence supreme treasure formed by the gathering of the power of the world. It can resist great Tao attacks. Another defensive supreme treasure? Han Ju was not surprised or disappointed. He immediately took out the World Visualization Heart Bracelet and started refining it. There were a total of 18 beads on the World Visualization Heart Bracelet. Their colors were all different and they were tightly connected into a circle. 80 years later, the refinement was successful. The 18 beads dispersed and flew quickly. They surrounded Han Ju, sometimes connecting into a circle and sometimes scattering into other patterns, as if symbolizing the evolution of the world. Han Ju took out the Creation Spirit Stone and chose a ball of Fiend Celestial Chi to fuse with. Then, he came to the second Tao field and released the weak water Fiend Celestial created by the Creation Spirit Stone 100,000 years ago to let Murong Chi fetch it. Tao Comprehension Sword looked at him and asked curiously, "Why can you constantly create chaotic Fiend Celestials?" Han Ju glanced at her and didn't say anything. Liao said, "Don't ask what you shouldn't. Ask." Han Ju said, "That's right. Knowing too much is not good for you. Sometimes, even if you don't want to say it, those transcendent existences can capture the memories in your mind. You don't want to be forced to betray me in the future, right? Dao Comprehension Sword hurriedly shook her head. Hanju smiled and returned to the main Dao field. Dao Comprehension Sword clicked her tongue in wonder. Master has another supreme treasure on him. I wonder where he obtained it. Doesn't he stay inside all the time? The World Visualization Heart Bracelet was clearly extraordinary. Liao said calmly, "It's just that you think he doesn't want to go out. An existence like him doesn't have to do it personally. He can directly enter the chaos and have many methods to find Dharma treasures." Dao Comprehension Sword felt that it made sense. Hanju suddenly thought of something as he sat on the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus. It was useless to leave his previous Dharma treasures in the system space. It was better to give them to his disciples. Yes, he would give it to them in the future. Hanju closed his eyes and continued cultivating. He began to look forward to the reward. Year after year passed. 70,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Heavenly Venerate Xiandu's voice entered his ears. "Fellow Taoist Han, please come to the Universal Hall." Hanju opened his eyes. His sage sense swept through the 33rd heaven and he sensed no aura of a powerful enemy. He followed them to the Universal Hall. As usual, after Hanju arrived, Heavenly Venerate Xiandu sent a voice transmission to the other Heavenly Tao sages. South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, Sect Master Tianju, Emperor Shao, Heavenly Venerate Wufa, Qiu Shilai, Fang Liang, Huang Zuintian, Jin Shen, Pan Xian, Su Dudao, Su Qi, Li Taigu, Primordial Chaos Buddha, Zhang Guxing, and Long Hao arrived one after another. First, the Heavenly Tao has another sage position. What do you think? Heavenly Venerate Xiandu asked. Although there was no need for the primordial purple qi, it was still difficult for a perfected pseudo-sage to become a sage. He needed the help of the sages, so the decision was in their hands. The sages began to recommend. Hanju opened the emails. Your good friend Divine Lord Peacock was attacked by your enemy, the Curse Fiend Celestial. Your son Han Tuo has grasped a chaotic divine armament. His providence has increased greatly. Your grand disciple Chu Shuren has stepped into the chaotic river of destiny. His providence has increased greatly. Your descendant Han Yu was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Huang Zuintian transmigrated and was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. He was severely injured. Your good friend Evil Heavenly Emperor was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your enemy, the First Life Black Sovereign, has cultivated a karma mystical power. Hanju glanced at Huang Zuintian. This fellow didn't look to have been severely injured. Instead, Pan Xian looked distracted. Looking down, could it be that the reason why the First Life Black Sovereign learned the karma mystical power was to avoid the curse? The sages chatted for a long time before finally selecting Xianxia as the new sage. Clearly, there was more or less the suspicion of flattery. However, in terms of qualifications, Xianxia was indeed qualified. He was a pseudo-sage and he controlled the heavenly race. Ever since the heavenly race was abandoned by the sages and moved to the netherworld, they had been silently contributing. Later, with the Heavenly Calamity Emperor's support, the heavenly race and the calamity race intermarried, causing the heavenly race to become stronger and stronger. Speaking of which, Hanju hadn't paid attention to this disciple for a long time. Xianxia had been cultivating in seclusion without any complaints after making a mistake back then. Heavenly Venerate Xiandu said again, "Next, let's talk about the primordial 10 sages. This legend can't convince the chaos. We need to choose 10 geniuses who can represent the heavenly Tao to make a name for themselves. They can't be sages." Primordial 10 sages? Hanju deduced silently and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Heavenly Venerate Xiandu really knew how to play. Perhaps it was ridiculous in the great Tao sage's eyes, but that was not necessarily the case to all living beings. More people would believe it. Heavenly Venerate Xiandu was very capable in terms of management. The reincarnation space he had made previously was still developing. It was enough to show his methods. The sages began to list the names of individuals they felt could become one of the primordial 10 sages. Hanju said, "There's no need to choose from the hidden sect. Too much is as bad as not enough. Instead, it's not good. The heavenly Tao also needs to give other cultivators a chance. In the future, the heavenly Tao will only become greater and greater. The power of the sages will constantly be distributed. Everyone will rise as the heavenly Tao becomes stronger." Hearing this, the sages praised him. Hanju was not arrogant. He felt that this was boring and wanted to not get involved, but he didn't show it. Hanju didn't participate in the topic after that. After the primordial 10 sages matter was settled, Pan Xian said, "Life hurt me. When will the heavenly Tao destroy life?" His tone was indignant. The other sages were silent. Life was not something the heavenly Tao could resist. Who knew how many great Tao sages were hidden in it? Hanju asked, "How did life provoke you?" Pan Xian gritted his teeth and said, "They have their eyes on the chaotic heavenly road. In addition, I suspect that one of my supreme treasures has been stolen by them." He really couldn't find a reason. Speaking of which, life had only wandered the chaotic heavenly road to gather information. He had turned the heaven-opening axe into dust to vent because he had been taught a lesson. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate asked curiously, "What supreme treasure is it? The heaven-opening axe or the chaotic green lotus?" The other sages' expressions turned strange. Pan Xian's supreme treasure had been stolen. For some reason, Pan Xian felt inexplicably uneasy being stared at by them, as if he had fallen into a tiger's den. He gritted his teeth and said, "In any case, a treasure has been stolen." Hanju narrowed his eyes and deduced. However, Pan Xian had a huge amount of heavenly Tao providence on him. He couldn't deduce it. The current Pan Xian was already enslaved. No matter what, he was still Hanju's subordinate. He had to stand up for him. Hanju said, "I'll consider this matter, but life's power is unfathomable. Don't act rashly. Perhaps life won't last long even without the heavenly Tao taking action." Pan Xian could only give up. The other sages also relaxed. The heavenly Tao had finally welcomed a peaceful era, and it had only lasted for hundreds of thousands of years. They didn't want to break it. To sages, hundreds of thousands of years was really fast. They were usually busy cultivating. Like Hanju, everything changed when they opened their eyes. 2 hours later, the sages left. After Hanju returned to the Taoist temple, he first teleported to the second Tao field and released the long-born extreme darkness fiend celestial. As usual, Murongqi came to receive him. After that, he returned to the main Tao field to cultivate. The life faction was restless and would find trouble with the heavenly Tao sooner or later. Hanju wasn't the first life Black Sovereign's match for the time being, so he felt the pressure. He had to hurry up and cultivate. The earlier he achieved the great Tao, the better. In the dark space, there was a dense fog. In a pool sat 3 figures. Other than Li Daokong and Shi Dudao, another person could be seen. It was Ancestor Shitian. Ancestor Shitian was like a completely different person from before. He wore a black Taoist robe and had been frowning for a long time. A vertical pattern appeared and a wisp of evil aura surrounded him. He was more like a mental demon. At this moment, a loud voice sounded. "Your first mission is here. You must carry it out perfectly." Hearing this, Ancestor Shitian, Li Daokong, and Shi Dudao opened their eyes. The loud voice continued, "Ancestor Shitian, as the leader of 3 lives, go capture the heavenly sect master and the devil ancestor Luoho." Ancestor Shitian frowned. "The heavenly sect master is too powerful. We're probably not his match. The devil ancestor Luoho is the Tao ancestor's Dharma idol clone. After provoking the great Tao divine spirit, you want to provoke the Tao ancestor again." Li Daokong and Shi Dudao frowned. They had also heard of these 2 names. They were mighty figures in the ancient legends of the heavenly Tao. "The heavenly sect master has already been severely injured by me. His strength is less than 10%. You can also convince him. As for Luoho, the Tao ancestor's providence has spread throughout the chaos. He is not the only Dharma idol. He will not appear for Luo Ho. After these two become life, they will belong to you and move with you in the future. Ancestor Shitian was silent. A door of light appeared beside the pool. Li Daokong frowned and Shi Dudao raised his eyebrows. They all had their own motives and wanted to hide in the life faction. They didn't expect to have to carry out a mission so quickly. Li Daokong was working for Hanju. Although Shi Dudao guessed that Hanju was the Dark Forbidden Lord, in his opinion, the Dark Forbidden Lord was his true identity. Hanju was only a disguise. The two of them worked in completely different directions. One wanted to eliminate life, while the other wanted to understand life and find a chance to fuse into it. Ancestor Shitian stood up first and walked towards the door of light. Let's go. Perhaps this is our fate. Shi Dudao followed closely behind. Li Daokong hesitated for a moment and then chose to follow. They had cultivated here for hundreds of thousands of years, and their strength had long been overwhelming. They could use this battle to verify their cultivation results. In an empty and sinister hall, the divine robed Taoist sat in a red pillar of light. His robes fluttered slightly. The figure arrived in the hall. It was the Curse Fiend Celestial. The Curse Fiend Celestial bowed and said, "Exalted God, I need your help." The divine robed Taoist opened his eyes and stared at the Curse Fiend Celestial. He had never thought much of the Curse Fiend Celestial before. When he became Hanju's slave, he didn't think of it either, so he didn't mention it to him. Now that the Curse Fiend Celestial had appeared, he was considering if he should kill this fellow and ask Hanju for credit. "What is it?" the divine robed Taoist asked coldly. The Curse Fiend Celestial's heart tightened. The divine robed Taoist had changed. He had always laughed with him in the past. Why had he suddenly become so cold? Could it be because of the battle with Hanju that his Tao heart had suffered a setback? As the Curse Fiend Celestial thought, he said, "Divine Lord Peacock has been pestering me. If this continues, I'm afraid I'll die in his hands." At the mention of this, the Curse Fiend Celestial gritted his teeth. His eyes filled with anger. His hatred for Divine Lord Peacock had already surpassed his hatred for Hanju. "Why is Divine Lord Peacock chasing after you?" He was also surprised. It had been hundreds of thousands of years. What kind of blood feud was this? The Curse Fiend Celestial said gloomily, "I'm not sure either. It should be related to Hanju. Divine Lord Peacock has been chasing after me ever since he left the Heavenly Tao. We didn't know each other at all before this." The divine robed Taoist's eyes flickered. "You mean that Divine Lord Peacock is under Hanju's instructions?" The Curse Fiend Celestial nodded and gritted his teeth. "There's a high chance that Hanju seems to be proficient in subduing people. I've asked around. The Heavenly Tao's Qiu Shilai and Heavenly Venerate Wufa were once enemies with Hanju. Now they are Hanju's strongest supporters. It's the same for the Calamity Race's Heavenly Calamity Emperor. It's strange that Divine Lord Peacock can escape unscathed from the Heavenly Tao. There's only one possibility, and that is that he has submitted to Hanju." "That's right. That must be it." With the divine robed Taoist's reminder, the Curse Fiend Celestial connected to other information and quickly figured it out. Hatred appeared on his face. "Damn Hanju. He stole my great Tao and kept chasing after me. Although he hated Hanju, he had never targeted him. Why did Hanju keep chasing after him? This was too much. No. He was bullying the great Tao too much." The Curse Fiend Celestial looked up at the divine robed Taoist and said, "Exalted God, I'm not asking you to kill Hanju. Kill Divine Lord Peacock first." However, the divine robed Taoist did not answer him. Instead, he stared at him. The atmosphere became strange. The Curse Fiend Celestial seemed to have thought of something. The poisonous worm on his face stopped and his body trembled slightly. He said, "Forget it since you're troubled. I won't disturb your cultivation." He turned around and wanted to leave. Just as he moved, a powerful force suddenly froze him. He couldn't move. "Don't leave since you're already here." The divine robed Taoist's voice entered the Curse Fiend Celestial's ears. The Curse Fiend Celestial's eyes widened in despair. "I see. No wonder the divine-robed Taoist could return alive. This move. The cursed fiend celestial suddenly felt fear towards Hanju. Hanju was not as cautious as he looked. He wasn't only guarding an area. Now, it seemed that Hanju had been plotting ahead. Protecting the heavenly Tao was only the surface, making people think that he was just afraid of being disturbed. Oh no! He was screwed. Buzhou Divine Mountain. Hanyu sat under the old tree. A cool breeze blew past and fused with the world, turning into a beautiful painting. At this moment, Hanyu suddenly opened his eyes. He raised his eyebrows and muttered, "What is this feeling?" He stood up and walked down the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, a woman in green lay on the ground. Her abdomen was stained red with blood and her face was pale. She was on the verge of death. Hanyu appeared in front of her with a frown. Fighting was forbidden on Buzhou Divine Mountain. In other words, this woman had fled here with injuries. Hanyu hesitated for a moment before healing her injuries. With his cultivation level, treating an immortal realm cultivator was as easy as flipping his palm. Soon, the woman in green woke up. Hanyu had already disappeared. The woman in green was pleasantly surprised to find that her injuries had healed. She touched her abdomen and muttered, "So there really is a human ancestor in seclusion here." She stood up and turned to look at the peak that she could not see. Her eyes became firm as she resolutely went up the mountain. Several months later, the woman in green stopped halfway up the mountain. Looking up, rolling thunderclouds surrounded the mountain, forming an insurmountable cloud wall. The green-robed woman knelt down and said loudly, "I want to acknowledge the human ancestor as my master and cultivate the great Tao. I only want revenge. After my revenge is successful, I'm willing to come to Buzhou Divine Mountain to serve you forever." Her voice was very pleasant, but Hanyu was unmoved. The woman in green shouted for several days but did not receive a reply. She found a place to meditate and cultivate, waiting for the senior to answer. She waited for 3,000 years. Under the old tree, Hanyu opened his eyes with interest. He asked, 3,000 years have passed. Do you still want revenge?" The woman in green in meditation suddenly opened her eyes in surprise. She hurriedly stood up and knelt down. She cupped her fists and said, "Yes, senior. What hatred is it? It's been 3,000 years and you still can't let it go." The woman in green was only at the immortal realm. 3,000 years wasn't a short period of time for her. Hearing this, the woman in green replied, "The hatred of killing my master. My master adopted me and raised me like his own daughter. I won't be able to live in peace if I don't avenge him." Hanyu pinched his fingers to deduce and his expression turned strange. Not hearing anything, the woman in green hurriedly said, "Senior, are you still there? I don't need you to help me take revenge. You can just teach me a mystical power. I will serve you forever after I take revenge." Hanyu said faintly, "Your master is an immortal emperor, so your enemy is an immortal emperor. Do you know what an immortal emperor means?" The woman in green was silent for a while before gritting her teeth. "I know it's difficult, but I have to do it." Then, "Do you know who's behind that immortal emperor?" "I don't know." The green-robed woman's face was pale. Although she didn't know who the enemy's backing was, she knew that in the immortal world, all cultivators had their own relationships. The higher their cultivation level, the greater their background. Hanyu said casually, "That's a deity realm cultivator." The woman in green trembled and lowered her head. Deity realm. The woman in green did not dare to imagine. She had only heard of existences above the immortal emperor realm, but she had never seen them. She had once witnessed an immortal emperor attack. It could be said to be able to pluck the stars and move the moon. It was overwhelming and peerlessly powerful. Even an immortal emperor was like this, let alone a deity realm cultivator. "Do you know who's behind that deity realm cultivator?" The woman lowered her head even more. Hanyu continued, "When will revenge end? There's always someone stronger. Hatred is endless. Why go that far?" The woman in green gritted her teeth and said, "I'm not willing to give up. I want revenge even if I have to die for it. Han Yu stopped talking. The woman in green continued kneeling. She knelt for 500 years. As she knelt, she absorbed qi and cultivated. She was still recalling the senior's words. Should she take revenge? On this day, Han Yu's voice floated down again. Have you thought it through? The woman in green was stunned for a moment before she subconsciously said, I want revenge. Her expression became firm when she said the last word. With that said, the rolling thunderclouds above her suddenly dispersed. Strands of sunlight scattered down and shone on the woman in green, making her feel as if a lifetime had passed. She looked up and saw a figure standing at the edge of the cliff, looking down at her. She was stunned as her gaze focused on him. She thought that this senior had white hair, but she didn't expect him to be such a handsome man. Never having seen such a handsome man before, she was momentarily stunned. Han Yu smiled and said, Come on up, since you insist. I'll teach you a mystical power. However, I won't take you in as my disciple. It's just to add a hint of interest to the boring years. Time passed quickly. Another 1,000 years passed after Han Yu accepted the woman in green. Under his guidance, the woman's cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. Most of the time, Han Yu sat under the old tree and watched the woman in green cultivate her mystical power. Such days made him feel good. At least he was not as lonely as before. On this day, the green-robed woman had just finished cultivating her mystical power. She sat down in front of Han Yu and asked curiously, Senior, who are you? I heard that the master of Buzhou Divine Mountain was once a supreme expert of the human race. He contributed greatly to the human race's current situation. Han Yu did not open his eyes as he replied, It's all hearsay. I'm just a cultivator who doesn't fit in with the mortal world. The woman in green asked, Then what's your cultivation level? Deity realm? Or the legendary zenith heaven golden immortal? Han Yu said, You will naturally be able to see through my cultivation when you reach my realm. I can reach your realm? The woman in green asked in surprise. Han Yu smiled. That's true. You'll probably die in the hands of your enemies. That day won't come. The woman in green curled her lips. Senior always said such things, thinking that it was impossible for her to take revenge. She asked, When can I reach the Emperor realm? Han Yu said slowly, Probably in tens of thousands of years. Tens of thousands of years. The woman in green was moved. She gritted her teeth and stood up to the side to meditate. The top of Buzhou Divine Mountain regained its calm. Here, there were no traces of time. Everything seemed eternal. More than 20,000 years passed. 3 lines of words appeared in front of Han Yu. Detected that you are 1,000,000 years old and your life has taken another huge step forward. You have the following choices. 1. Exit seclusion immediately and preach the Tao to the chaos, raising the great Tao immeasurable calamity. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a creation spirit stone, a heavenly Tao spirit stone, and a great Tao sage level guard. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and maintain your true nature. Stay away from trouble. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a creation spirit stone, a heavenly Tao spirit stone, and open the 3rd Tao field. Han Ju's eyes lit up. It's time. As expected of the 1,000,000-year-old mark. The system was not playing tricks this time. Han Ju directly chose the second option. The 3rd Tao field was good. It could inherit everything in the main Tao field and even teleport. When the main Tao field was broken through, he could still escape to the 3rd Tao field. The 3rd Tao field couldn't be left in the heavenly Tao. He had to find a suitable hiding place in the chaos. It was best if no one knew. Han Ju first took out the creation spirit stone and fused it with one of the fiend celestial chi. Who should he use the heavenly Tao spirit stone on? The heaven-opening axe was already an ultimate Tao treasure. Would Han Ju be able to control it if it was any stronger? Using it on the Book of Misfortune felt useless. Han Ju didn't have a goal to curse it to death for the time being. As for the first life Black Sovereign, he still had to be the Dark Forbidden Lord's scapegoat. Forget it, I'll keep it for now. Hanju took out the great Tao fragment. He had finally accumulated 9 more. Hanju had already thought of a new great Tao mystical power. He should give the Dark Forbidden Lord some combat strength. He wanted to create a mystical power that could kill enemies in dreams. The 9 great Tao fragments immediately fused and Hanju entered a state of Tao comprehension. At the peak of Buzhou Divine Mountain, Hanyu looked at the woman in green who had walked back from the lightning tribulation and sighed with emotion. You've finally reached the Emperor realm. Not bad. It's earlier than I expected. The green-robed woman came in front of him and knelt down. She bowed and said, "Thank you, Senior. If not for your nurturing, I would never have achieved what I have today." Hanyu smiled. The woman in green gritted her teeth. "Senior, can I take revenge now?" Hanyu closed his eyes and said, "Your enemy just reached the deity realm not long ago." The woman in green was as if struck by lightning. Her eyes widened and her body trembled. Leaves fluttered past. At this moment, the scene was desolate and pitiful. "Is the other party a prodigy?" the woman in green asked bitterly. Prodigies were the most dazzling existences in this era. There were countless geniuses. This was also a golden age. However, because it was the golden age of geniuses, all living beings were very tolerant of them. This was because geniuses represented hope and the backbone of the heavenly Tao when it was in danger in the future. The various providence sects would take care of them. Hanyu said, "Yes, he has the potential to reach the Zenith Heaven realm." Despair appeared on the woman's face. Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. They were all ancestor-level existences on the path of cultivation. The woman in green was indignant. She stared at Hanyu with a hopeful expression and asked, "Senior, do I really have no hope of seeking revenge?" Hanyu said, "There's not so much luck in the world. You being saved by me is already the greatest providence in your life. You're originally someone who was fated to die. Sometimes, letting go is harder and also a greater achievement." The woman in green lowered her head. Hanyu said slowly, "I once had the anger of revenge in my heart. My family, my parents, my siblings, and even my sweetheart died in front of me. At that moment, I hated the entire world. I hated the immortals, the heavens, and my own uselessness." The woman in green looked up at him in a daze. Hanyu said, "Later, someone helped me take revenge." The woman in green's eyes lit up. Was Senior hinting at her? Hanyu changed the topic. "So what if revenge was taken? Look at me now. I'm alone and guarding this mountain. I have no one to rely on. If I don't take revenge, my enemies won't live for hundreds of thousands of years. What's the point of my revenge?" The woman in green said stubbornly, "At least you've avenged yourself and have nothing to worry about. I'm unwilling to let my enemies live freely for hundreds of thousands of years." Hanyu said helplessly, "To tell you the truth, that prodigy is backed by the Jie School. I don't have to tell you about the Jie School's foundation, do I? Jie School." The woman in green immediately collapsed to the ground. She smiled bitterly and suddenly felt that all these years of cultivation were meaningless. Hanyu did not comfort her. In fact, that prodigy was nothing in his eyes. He only needed to find someone to talk about this to decide the life and death of that prodigy. However, he had no reason to do so. He didn't owe this woman anything. Hanyu opened his eyes and said, "If you want revenge, then go down the mountain and seek the help of a stronger mighty figure. You might be able to succeed if you are lucky." The woman in green stood up and took a deep breath. She bowed to Hanyu and left the mountain without hesitation. Hanyu closed his eyes and continued cultivating. It was just an incident on the path of cultivation. He didn't care about it at all. Several months later, the woman in green returned to the top of the mountain. She stared at Hanyu and said, "I walked all the way to the foot of Buzhou Divine Mountain and thought about many things. I will definitely die if I go to take revenge. I can die in battle for Master with no regrets, but I promised you that I would serve you. You have taught me for tens of thousands of years. I will owe you too much if I die like this. I'm willing to serve you. I'll take revenge when my lifespan is up." I can be considered to have avenged my dead master even if I die. Han Yu did not reply. The woman in green walked to the side and sat in meditation at her original cultivation place. Buzhou Divine Mountain was still quiet. Only the wind stirred everything in the world. It took Han Ju 81 years to create the great Tao mystical power he liked. Even as a great Tao sage, it was very difficult to create a great Tao mystical power. A great Tao mystical power was not only a great Tao mystical power but the origin of the great Tao. What should I call it? Dream killer? No, it's pathetic, Han Ju muttered to himself. After hesitating for a while, he named this mystical power the Dark Forbidden Zone. This mystical power did not only cause damage to the enemy in the dream. After all, it was a dream. Such damage could not hurt the main body. Therefore, he thought of the great sage Void Soul's dark instinct and imitated its profundity to create the Dark Forbidden Zone. The Dark Forbidden Zone transformed the dream realm into a mysterious domain. It could pull both sides' bodies into this mysterious domain for them to fight. The Dark Forbidden Zone couldn't be spied on. In battle, as long as Han Ju could kill the other party, he was not afraid of being exposed. He was in a good mood and had another long-range killing method. In a good mood, he began to preach the Tao to the disciples of the 100-peak Immortal River. With the help of his clone, Xianxia had sent many geniuses into the 100-peak Immortal River over the years. The number of disciples had already exceeded 5 million. In the past, the number could be controlled because Xianxia forbade his disciples from giving birth. Later, Xianxia often went out and Han Ju didn't show himself. Many disciples couldn't help but give birth to disciples. However, with the hidden punishment lineage led by Zhou Mingyue, this phenomenon didn't dare to expand. However, after so many years, the number of disciples still doubled. After preaching for 100 years, Han Ju started to check his emails. Your grand disciple Chu Shuren obtained great Tao merit because he preached the Tao to billions of living beings. Your good friend Evil Heavenly Emperor was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your disciple Xianxia has attained the Tao and obtained the primordial chaos Tao fruit. Your good friend Zhoufan has traveled through time and changed his fate. Your good friend Mo Fuzhou has revived. Your son Han Tuo was attacked by a mysterious demon X500-93272. Your good friend Jing Tiangong has received guidance from your good friend ancestor Shitian. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Jing Tiangong has cursed too many times and has comprehended a trace of the curse Great Tao. Your descendant Han Yu has comprehended the true meaning of heaven and earth. His spirit is wandering in the great void. Han Ju blinked. Zhoufan had revived Mo Fuzhou? How did he do that? If he had been revived in the past, Mo Fuzhou should have been living in Han Ju's memories. He checked his interpersonal relationships and saw that Mo Fuzhou's portrait had indeed appeared again. Interesting. Han Ju saw Mo Fuzhou and couldn't help but reminisce. They were all youths back then. Mo Fuzhou was high-spirited, but Han Ju was timid. They took two completely different paths. Han Ju continued reading. Jing Tiangong, who he had not been paying attention for a long time, started to be active again. This fellow had left the Divine Palace a long time ago to head to the chaos. He didn't expect him to still be cursing people, as expected of a loyal believer of the Dark Forbidden Lord. Why was Ancestor Shitian guiding him? Han Ju found it interesting but only slightly. In any case, Jing Tiangong was his follower. His favorability had not decreased. Reading on, Han Ju saw another email. Your enemy, the Curse Fiend Celestial, was killed by your good friend, the Divine Robe Taoist. His body and soul were destroyed. The Curse Great Tao returned to the chaos. The Curse Fiend Celestial was gone? Han Ju checked his interpersonal relationships and discovered that the portrait was really gone. He had a strange expression. In the past, he had treated the Curse Fiend Celestial as a big boss. He didn't expect it to be gone just like that. Good, this will show how powerful I am. He didn't need to personally attack to kill a potential enemy. The Curse Fiend Celestial's death had a profound meaning, which meant that the restrictions of the Dark Forbidden Lord had decreased greatly. It had to be said that Taoist Divine Robe was a talent. Previously, he had left 2 backup plans when attacking the Heavenly Tao. He definitely valued his opponent greatly. This kind of person looked down on the enemy on the surface and deliberately created a stupid, arrogant image, but he secretly prepared all sorts of methods to disgust the enemy. Having such a subordinate was good, as he could handle responsibilities reliably. Han Ju's favorability towards the divine robe Taoist increased. After reading all the emails, Han Ju recalled something. He suddenly wanted to go out for a walk. He was absolutely invincible and was not afraid of danger in the Heavenly Tao. In any case, time was long. He would spend 100 years wandering the Heavenly Tao and experience the current mortal world. Han Ju sent out a soul thought and transformed into a clone. He quickly flew to the immortal world, and his main body continued cultivating. The image of the clone was the same as the main body. Although the supreme treasures were illusory, they were still impressive. Han Ju didn't want to conceal himself. He had been cautious for too long. Why would he still pretend and hide within his own territory? He wasn't traveling incognito. He just wanted to see the world. The first stop was Buzhou Divine Mountain. He saw Han Yu's situation in the emails. This kid was really similar to him. He had settled down in the long years and cultivated in peace. On the peak of Buzhou Divine Mountain, Han Yu sat under the old tree and looked at the woman in green who was cleaning the Taoist temple. He said helplessly, "There's no need to clean. I'm not staying inside. Keeping it is just me thinking about my master." The woman in green could have cast a spell, but she felt that it was too frivolous, so she personally did it. Hearing Han Yu mention his master, the green-robed woman walked out of the Taoist temple and asked curiously, "Your master must be very powerful, right? Where did he go?" Han Yu's eyes drifted as he said slowly, "I'm not sure, but he must be chasing his own Tao and will return one day." "Your master is stronger than you?" the green-robed woman asked curiously. Han Yu's bearing was the most stable and sage-like she had ever seen. Han Yu smiled. "Of course. I think my master is the strongest." "The strongest?" The green-robed woman blinked and did not believe him. After all, the Heavenly Tao was extremely vast and there were many geniuses. No one could say how many ancient mighty figures were hidden, let alone the legends of sages. "Oh, your master is the strongest? Then what am I?" A voice floated over. Han Yu and the woman in green turned around. It was Han Ju. Both of them were stunned. Han Ju wore the Time Tao robe and the grand primordium divine crown. He was mighty and domineering. 3,000 heavenly dragons wrapped around his waist and dragon shadows swayed behind him. It was dazzling. The ultimate diamond bracelet on his wrists burned with flames. The world visualization heart bracelet surrounded him and changed into various forms. In addition to his unparalleled appearance, even Han Yu was stunned. Han Yu hurriedly stood up in fear. He bowed and said with a trembling voice, "Of course you're the strongest. My master is nothing compared to you." The woman in green came back to her senses. She was shocked upon seeing Han Yu lose his composure and suspect her eyes. She carefully sized up Han Ju and suddenly felt that he and Han Yu were extremely similar, like brothers. Han Yu noticed her gaze and shouted in a low voice, "Impudent! Get down the mountain and cultivate. You are not allowed to go up the mountain without my orders." The woman in green was shocked. This was the first time Han Yu had revealed a ferocious expression. She was so frightened that she hurriedly bowed to Han Ju and flew down the mountain. Han Ju landed in front of Han Yu and smiled. "Why are you so angry? Who is she to you?" Han Yu suppressed his nervousness and replied, "She's considered half a disciple." At the top of Buzhou Divine Mountain, Han Ju and Han Yu sat under the old tree. Han Ju asked him to talk about his experiences over the years. Han Yu didn't dare to hide anything. Speaking of which, the two of them had actually only met a few times, most of them in his dreams. Han Yu knew this ancestor's identity and was very restrained. They were related by blood, but they were too far apart and the two of them had never been together. It was very difficult for Han Yu to be close to Han Ju. Han Ju listened to Han Yu patiently and with relish. It had to be said that although Han Yu often cultivated diligently, His previous experience in the chaos was even richer than Han Ju's entire life. Han Yu finally finished after a few days. There's really nothing else. I've finished explaining, Han Yu said aggrievedly. Han Ju smiled. Not bad, not bad. It's very interesting. I find it very interesting. Han Yu was helpless. Was this ancestor here to listen to a story? Won't everything in the world enter your eyes if you calculate with your fingers? Han Yu could only complain in his heart and did not dare to say it. In fact, he was still very happy. The fact that Han Ju looked for him meant that he still cared about him. He was flattered. The ancestor in front of him was an extraordinary existence that even sages might not see. Han Ju said, "If you maintain such a cultivation attitude, I will remind you in the future that becoming a sage is not an unattainable dream, much less your end." Han Yu was excited and hurriedly kowtowed. Han Ju smiled. "You really look like me. Unfortunately, your bloodline is too diluted and the potential isn't completely inherited. However, as long as you have a tenacious heart, you will surpass all living beings sooner or later. Back then, I was only a mortal." Han Yu nodded excitedly. He was also a little confused earlier and didn't know if he had chosen the right path. He was full of confidence now that he had received Han Ju's praise. Han Ju stood up and took out the Heavenly Origin bracelet. This was a Heavenly Tao numinous treasure and also a defensive Dharma treasure. This is the Heavenly Origin bracelet, a Heavenly Tao numinous treasure. Consider it a greeting gift. Han Yu took it, flattered. He subconsciously wanted to reject it, but thinking of how Han Ju was an elder, wouldn't he embarrass him if he rejected it? Although Han Ju was friendly to him, he had heard of this ancestor's terrifying legends. Among the sages, Han Ju was definitely the most ruthless. By the way, Han Tuo didn't save you back then. It's not that he has a heart of stone. It's just that he was suppressed in the netherworld at that time and endured pain that you can't imagine. He was actually like you, walking alone in the world. He left me before he was 20 and didn't know my true identity until he followed the evil heavenly emperor, Han Ju said meaningfully. Han Yu's expression became complicated. Han Ju didn't say anything else and left. "Ancestor, where are you going?" "To travel the immortal world and see the heavens." "I cultivate well. Do I still need your protection?" Han Ju's laughter gradually faded away. Han Yu sighed. This was what attaining the Tao meant. He could do as he pleased and roam the world. Han Yu's eyes became firm. He wanted to become like Han Ju. On the other side, Han Ju walked down the Buzhou Divine Mountain, wanting to experience its majesty. Speaking of which, he had given this mountain to Li Daokong. Along the way, he met the woman in green. She was meditating on the hill. Han Ju's aura was ethereal and the woman in green didn't notice it. Looking at her, Han Ju had a thought as he waved his right hand gently, and a beam of light quickly surged into the woman's mind. It was Han Ju's great Tao comprehension. Although it was only a trace, it was enough to increase the comprehension of mortals. Han Yu had been alone ever since Qin Ling left. He finally had half a disciple. Han Ju felt that he should take care of her. That was all. The woman in green slowly opened her eyes after an unknown period of time. For some reason, she suddenly felt that the world had changed. To be precise, her senses had transformed. She was even more sensitive to Kanate Qi, spirit Qi, and the essence of the sun and moon. "What's happening?" The woman in green frowned and muttered to herself. As for Han Ju, he had already left. At this moment, Han Yu's voice floated down. "Come up." The woman in green's eyes lit up. She immediately went up the mountain and quickly bowed. Han Yu naturally saw Han Ju wave at him. Ever since then, the woman in green had fallen into a state of enlightenment. It was obvious that this girl had obtained a huge opportunity. Han Yu had a complicated expression as he asked faintly, "How do you feel?" He actually did not particularly like the woman in green. He only asked someone to accompany him. However, if this girl became stronger, she would definitely take revenge. "Ancestor, did you misunderstand my relationship with her?" The woman in green said excitedly. "You can tell? I suddenly feel that everything is different." Han Yu nodded. Perhaps you obtained the comprehension of the world. Such an opportunity is hard to come by. It might not appear again in the future. The woman in green nodded as if she understood. She asked curiously, "Where's that senior? He's already left? Who is he, your elder brother?" Han Yu glared at her and scolded her. "Don't talk nonsense. He's my ancestor. Forget about this in the future and don't mention it to anyone." "Ancestor?" The woman in green clicked her tongue in wonder. Although there was a way to stay youthful in the world, Hanju didn't feel old to her. No wonder Senior was so panicked when facing him. "Senior, is he very strong? Even stronger than your master?" The woman in green asked curiously. Han Yu had a complicated expression as he said in an unfathomable tone, "You've seen the true peak. This is a level that you can't touch no matter how long you cultivate." The woman in green frowned and thought carefully about his words. After leaving Buzhou Divine Mountain, Hanju walked on foot without stopping. The mountains and rivers were majestic with various lakes and valleys. All sorts of magnificent scenery floated past his eyes. During this time, he also encountered many cultivators, but seeing that his aura was extraordinary, they did not dare to approach him. Hanju recalled the past as he traveled. Not long ago, this world was an existence he respected. He didn't even dare to step foot in. Year after year passed. On this day, Hanju came to a rugged mountain path that wound around the peaks. Halfway up the mountain, a group of wooden houses that looked like villages could be seen. Hanju heard the sound of children playing. A 7- or 8-year-old child rode a big white wolf out of the bushes beside him and jumped into the forest 1,000 feet away. Hanju narrowed his eyes. He saw a wisp of purple chi on the child. This purple aura was very faint, but it was very mysterious. It wasn't the primordial purple chi or the great Tao purple chi. It was more like providence. Hanju pinched his fingers to deduce and was enlightened. A future sage. Over the years, Hanju had seen countless people. The only person who attracted his attention was the child just now. Now, the providence of a sage could no longer trigger the system's connate providence detection. However, Hanju was a great Tao sage and could spy on the fate of mortals. The future sage was not worth mentioning in Hanju's eyes. With the current development of the heavenly Tao, the future heavenly Tao sages would definitely not be a small number. Hanju continued forward and quickly left the forest. In the forest, the child rolled off the wolf's back. He turned around and for some reason he felt lost, as if he had missed something. The young him didn't understand this emotion. He turned around and forgot about it. He was attracted by a wild rabbit in the forest. 10 years later, Hanju came near the Holy Mother sect. He stood on the cliff and faced the wind with a graceful bearing. Looking up, he saw countless jade buildings on the rolling mountains ahead. Female cultivators cultivated in all directions. Some meditated in the forest, and some fought in the sky. All of them were filled with immortal chi, like female immortals flying in the sky. "It's developing well," Hanju praised. Although Liao, Tao Comprehension Sword, and Tu Linger had already abdicated, the Holy Mother sect was still in the hands of their disciples. It was still a branch of the hidden sect. At this moment, a group of female disciples passed by on a cloud. One of the yellow-robed women glared at Hanju and shouted, "This is the territory of the Holy Mother sect. Men are not allowed to approach." The other female disciples stared at Hanju, attracted by his handsomeness. They were in seclusion in the sect all year round and had seen very few men. Even if they had gone out to train, they had never seen a handsome man like him. Immediately, many female disciples fell in love with Hanju at first sight. Hanju smiled and left. "Wait, can you leave your Tao title? We can report it if the seniors of the sect invite you," asked a white-robed woman. She was beautiful and had a heroic aura between her brows. Her looks were considered top-notch among the female disciples. Hanju waved his hand and said, "I was just passing by." He wasn't interested in these fairies. The joy of men and women could no longer affect Hanju's thoughts. In his eyes, Peerless beauties were no different from ordinary women. After Hanju left, the female disciples couldn't help but discuss. It's all Junior Lee's fault. Why did you chase him away? So handsome. What should I do? I think I like him. From his attire, he's probably not an ordinary cultivator. Don't cause trouble. Our Holy Mother sect is not an ordinary sect, either. He stopped us the moment we said that. This means that this person is not rude or unreasonable. Sigh. He just left too decisively. Yes, male cultivators would be glib-tongued when they passed by the Holy Mother sect in the past. Very few men see us so calmly. The woman in white listened to her fellow disciples and couldn't help but look at Hanju's back. Hanju made her inexplicably tempted. She had never felt this way. Even the genius disciples of those Providence sects could not compare. Who was he? A series of favorability notifications appeared in front of Hanju. He ignored them all. Over the years, most of the women he met had a good impression of him. Even some men fell in love with him at first sight. To Hanju, they were just strangers. He couldn't give others opportunities just because of their favorability towards him. He knew his limits. Others did not like him as a person but his face. The favorability of meeting once was always weak and easily erased by time. It was just lust. When Hanju walked through the world, outside the 33rd heaven in the Pangu Hall, Pan-Xian, Jinshin, Emperor Shao, Su Dudao, and Xianxia gathered here. The sages had their own circles, and Pan-Xian's circle had 2 more sages. Although the sages listened to Hanju, it didn't stop them from forming small circles. Just like the hidden sect, they also had different benefits and differences. Even the personal disciples had small circles. Pan-Xian cursed. Damn it. I'm prepared to fight them to the death. Su Dudao said worriedly. Didn't Senior Han say not to fight with life for the time being? Pan-Xian smiled. Even if there's no conflict, we can still fight to the death. Recently, we've been wantonly capturing mighty figures who escaped from the ancient desolate. We can disrupt the situation. Jin Shan said, actually, we can also rope in those mighty figures to join the heavenly Tao, just like how fellow Taoist Han roped in Great Sage Void Soul. Great Sage Void Soul was a great Tao sage. In addition to Hanju, 2 great Tao sages protected the heavenly Tao. He wasn't afraid even if the new great Tao sage had the intention to rebel. Xianxia said, doesn't that mean that we're going to the chaos? He had never been to the chaos, so he was a little nervous. Pan-Xian said, don't worry, I'll go alone first. You can each choose a batch of cultivators. They'll be useful when the time comes. Su Dudao asked, aren't cultivators below the sage's cannon fodder? Pan-Xian glanced at him and said, you only gain when you lose. Once you succeed, not only can you restrain fate, but you can also strengthen the heavenly Tao. Emperor Shao said, this is indeed a great contribution. Fellow Taoist Han only said that we can't rashly start a conflict and didn't say that he wanted to give up against life. Su Dudao frowned and did not refute in the end. Sages schemed and all living beings were pawns. As long as the heavenly Tao was good, the sacrifice in front of him was nothing. Pan-Xian continued to explain some details. The 4 sages listened carefully. On the other side, in the Universal Hall, Heavenly Venerate Xiandu, Sect Master Tianju, South Extreme Heavenly Venerate Qiu Shilai, Fang Liang, and Heavenly Venerate Wufa were also discussing something. An alliance between 100 worlds is not a small matter. Unlike the previous banquet, we're going all out this time. At that time, the Divine Robe Taoist will also be here. I wonder if he will target the Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Venerate Xiandu said in a low voice. Ever since the deity realm of the Ruins of End was destroyed and the great Tao Divine Spirit perished, the chaos had already become chaotic. More and more mighty figures came out to create a world. Those hidden worlds also surfaced. Not only did the Heavenly Tao welcome a golden age, but the chaos was also the same. Heavenly Venerate Wufa said, the Divine Robe Taoist shouldn't be targeting the Heavenly Tao. He might even support it. Sect Master Tianju, Fang Liang, and Qiu Shilai nodded. The south extreme Heavenly Venerate stared at the four of them, his eyelids twitching. Heavenly Venerate Xiandu seemed to have thought of something. His gaze changed slightly as he said, "In that case, the five of us will go. The other sages will guard the heavenly Tao." The south extreme Heavenly Venerate asked, "Aren't we going to discuss this with the other sages?" Heavenly Venerate Xiandu said, "There's no need. The heavenly Tao is becoming stronger. If we need to discuss everything, it will become a bad habit sooner or later. It's best if every sage can take charge." The south extreme Heavenly Venerate looked at him deeply and cursed silently. The old fox was finally going to tear off his hypocritical mask and start fighting for power. In the past hundreds of thousands of years, Heavenly Venerate Xiandu had no desires and gradually gained power. Now, if he wanted to fight for something, the other sages could not reject him. "This matter is settled. All of you can choose a batch of geniuses. The stronger their potential, the better. It's just nice to show the heavenly Tao's power to the other worlds." Heavenly Venerate Xiandu instructed with an unquestionable tone. Heavenly Venerate Xiandu was filled with confidence after obtaining Heavenly Venerate Wufa's confirmation. Immortal world, endless sea. Hanju stood on the beach. The waves slapped over like strings of white flowers. There was no end to them. The sky here was so blue and short. The slightly salty sea breeze blew over, causing Hanju's long hair to flutter slightly. He narrowed his eyes. He was really relaxed. After walking in the immortal world for decades, he had been to Cultivation sects, mortal cities, seen the majesty of the palace and temples, and also seen the peaceful joy of the commoners. He had also encountered many evil things. But really, the heavenly Tao was in a peaceful situation. How could there be an absolutely peaceful world? As for encountering evil, Hanju wouldn't interfere because he could see that when those evil people were committing sins, their fate was also walking towards destruction. If he killed those who committed sins, perhaps it would be satisfying, but Hanju could already see that their future was miserable. They might not even reincarnate as humans in the next life. This was the situation of mighty figures. This was why those mighty figures with good intentions did not help others, because they could see far ahead. If he saved one person today and this person avoided this calamity, there might be an even greater calamity waiting for him. Of course, this was a different situation. When the difference in the cultivation realm was not great, if there was kindness and justice, they should act and accumulate merit for themselves. They would constantly grow and save more people. Hanju was not unkind, but he was already above the rules of the world. Intervening would only break the order. Mortals wouldn't stand up for ants in the courtyard. "It's indeed not bad to come out occasionally," Hanju muttered to himself and smiled. He felt that he was the main reason why the heavenly Tao could be where it was today. Perhaps he didn't build the heavenly Tao, but even Heavenly Venerate Xiandu had to ask him about its development direction. If not for him, the heavenly Tao would have been destroyed countless times over. Hanju walked along the sea aimlessly. Rows of birds flew past the sky. Boom! The sea suddenly exploded as a black fish the size of a mountain leaped out, covering the sky. A figure stood above it. It was a blue-robed man holding a sword. "Ha ha ha! Evil beast, you're still far from being able to eat me." The blue-robed man smiled in high spirits. He turned around and slashed with his sword. Sword chi swept out and blood splattered. The black fish's head was chopped into two. It did not leave its body and actually roared like a tiger or lion. The black fish fell into the sea, stirring up thousands of feet of waves. The seawater evaporated when it was about to land on Hanju. Hanju glanced at it and sighed. "I've never experienced such a soul-stirring adventure. I'm really envious." The blue-robed man leaped and landed in front of him, putting the sword back into the sheath. He patted his robe and said with a smile, "Brother, you're good. I can't sense your aura." Hanju said, "Since you can't sense it, how dare you block the way?" The blue-robed man smiled. "Isn't traveling the world to make good friends? I'm Guhang. May I know your name?" Hanju smiled faintly. "I can't let you know my name. Otherwise, you will suffer great karma." Guhang was stunned. What a pretentious prick. He had always thought that he was good at pretending. He didn't expect to meet someone even more pretentious. Gu Heng smiled. Oh, is that so, brother? Let me try and see if I can withstand the great karma. Han Ju suddenly raised his hand and pressed his shoulder. So fast. Gu Heng's pupils dilated in shock. His gaze met Han Ju's eyes and a terrifying pressure enveloped his heart. He was so frightened that he knelt in front of him. Han Ju smiled and brushed past him. He was a great Tao sage after all. Why was he calculative with mortals? In a few steps, Han Ju disappeared at the end of the coastline. After a long while, Gu Heng came back to his senses and stood up trembling. He looked in the direction Han Ju left in fear and muttered to himself, "Who is he? I'm at the fucking 6 mystic divine origin." He liked to pretend to be weak. Previously, he had suppressed his aura to the cultivation of a grand unity true immortal and traveled the world, playing with the mortal world. It was too ridiculous to make a 6 mystic divine origin expert directly kneel on the ground. Gu Heng had been to the sage Tao field. He was puzzled. Who was that person just now? He recalled carefully and was horrified to find that he could no longer remember the other party's appearance. In a temple, Han Ju sat in front of the small table and drank tea. Opposite him knelt a white-robed monk. It was the white-robed Buddha who had submitted to him a long time ago, the reroll world's current master. The white-robed Buddha was very excited about Han Ju's arrival. He thought that Han Ju had already forgotten about him, but he was not dissatisfied. After all, with the karma between the reroll world and Han Ju, the sages took good care of him. Han Ju smiled and said, "The reroll world has developed well. There are 10 zenith heaven golden immortals." The white-robed Buddha suppressed his excitement and said respectfully, "It's all thanks to your nurturing. Not only was the current reroll world developed and prosperous, but it was also vast. Could be considered the genuine second mortal world. The Jade Pure Sacred Sect was still around and was already the oldest holy land with a deep foundation. The previous holy land, the heavenly immortal manor, had perished in the war between the righteous and demonic cultivators hundreds of thousands of years ago. Originally, the Jade Pure Sacred Sect was also about to perish. Fortunately, the white-robed Buddha protected it. The white-robed Buddha knew very well the Jade Pure Sacred Sect's importance. Perhaps Han Ju no longer cared about it, but seeing it would definitely trigger memories. It was enough as long as he had memories. This was the difference between the reroll world and the other mortal worlds. Once the Jade Pure Sacred Sect was gone, Han Ju would completely sever ties with the reroll world. The white-robed Buddha seemed to have thought of something and said, "By the way, your sect master Xianxia reincarnated back then. He's now a prodigy of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect." Han Ju looked at him deeply, causing him to lower his head. "Crap. I was too deliberate." The white-robed Buddha secretly regretted it. He was too anxious. Han Ju should have accidentally discovered this before it was effective. How could he say it himself? "Thank you for your kind intentions. Let nature take its course. I won't forget your efforts." Han Ju picked up his teacup and drank it in one gulp. Xianxia was already an old friend of the previous calamity. How long had it been since the reincarnation? Furthermore, some ghosts had died in the Tao destruction mystical power. The reason why Xianxia could avoid it was probably that someone protected him and prevented him from reincarnating in the calamity. The white-robed Buddha was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly said that he did not deserve it. Han Ju stayed in the temple for a few months before leaving. During this time, he even taught the white-robed Buddha a mystical power. In a valley, a man in cloth clothes was practicing his sword in a bamboo forest. He was only practicing his sword techniques. His dermic powers were not leaked or even stirred up any waves. "How about I teach you a sword technique?" A voice floated over. The man turned around and saw an extremely handsome man appear not far away, smiling at him. The man asked warily, "Who are you? Why haven't I seen you in the Jade Pure Sacred Sect?" Han Ju stared at his completely unfamiliar face and smiled. "I can make you the strongest in the Jade Pure Sacred Sect." Tell me, do you want to learn it? The man frowned and said in a low voice, No. Hearing the man's answer, Han Ju was a little stunned. Back then, Li Qingzi often used all sorts of benefits to lure him out, but he also rejected him. After 1,000,000 years, Li Qingzi had completely changed. He was no longer that old friend. Perhaps the soul was still that soul, but the person had changed unknowingly. Han Ju suddenly felt that reincarnation was meaningless. In the end, the ones who benefited from reincarnation were only the mighty figures who had descended into the mortal world to train. To mortals, what was the difference between drinking Mengpo's soup and being destroyed in body and soul? Not all mortals could encounter a mighty figure to awaken their memories. Perhaps the existence of reincarnation was just that mighty figures did not dare to destroy ghosts and were afraid of bearing negative karma. After all, new souls were born in the world at every moment. They didn't come from the netherworld but from the heavenly Tao. Hanju smiled and asked, Are you really not learning it? The man said warily, What are you trying to do? This is the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. You will quickly be discovered if you dare to attack me. Hanju was amused. The more you refuse, the more I want to teach you. No one will hear you even if you shout your lungs out. I've already isolated this bamboo forest. The man turned around and ran like the wind. Hanju raised his hand and moved him back, pressing him to the ground. The man's face smashed into the grass. He felt as if he was pressed down by a mountain and could not move. Kid, you're still not cautious enough. You should have fled the moment you saw me because you didn't sense my appearance. It meant that I wanted to secretly approach you with ill intentions. You have to be more cautious in your next life. Hanju smiled disdainfully. The man felt despair. That's right. Why am I so stupid? Endless regret surged in the man's heart. He suffered a heavy blow and fainted. The sunlight shone on his face and the man felt an itch. He slowly opened his eyes. He suddenly widened his eyes and jumped up. He looked around warily, but Hanju was already gone. He was stunned to find that he could not remember the man's face. Could it be a dream? The man discovered that there was a new memory in his mind. It was a sword technique, Heavenly Sword Tao. It's not a dream. It's real. The man touched his body and discovered that his clothes were clean and he was not injured. What did the other party want? He couldn't help but recall the Heavenly Sword Tao and was gradually moved. What a domineering sword technique. No. It was the Sword Tao. Did I encounter a calamity or a benefactor? The man muttered to himself. He carefully tried to recall Hanju's true appearance but to no avail. However, that blurry figure gave him a sense of familiarity that he hadn't felt for a long time. It was as if he was very familiar with this figure a long time ago. This vague sense of familiarity suddenly caused a sense of sorrow to surge into his heart. The man fell into a daze. Inside the Taoist temple, Hanju opened his eyes and frowned. After 100 years, the soul fragment had already ended its journey. Its soul dissipated and all its memories surged into his mind. He also sighed. He met some old friends during this trip. Although things had changed, the memories were still there. Hanju adjusted his state of mind and smiled. After relaxing, it's time to cultivate and find a place for the third Tao field. Hanju's heart skipped a beat. Soon Liu Bei came to visit. Liu Bei was Hanju's reincarnation avatar. He had once possessed the body of the victorious fighting Buddha and was now a pseudo-sage. Back then, Liu Bei had gone to find a place to hide the hidden sect island. Liu Bei knelt in front of Hanju respectfully. He looked calm, but his heart was surging. He was both surprised and panicked. He was pleasantly surprised that Hanju still remembered him and panicked that Hanju would probably give him a mission. He had inherited Hanju's personality and was timid and cautious. However, his cultivation had stagnated for a long time. He needed an opportunity to break through. This mission was an opportunity. Hanju said, I need you to go to the chaos and find a suitable location for the Tao field. You can't mention this to anyone. Are you willing? This period of time is very long. It will probably be difficult to find it in hundreds of thousands of years. I will teach you a mystical power. If you are in danger, you can summon me at any time. Chaos. Hundreds of thousands of years. Liu Bei trembled in fear. He wanted to refuse, but he could not. What? You're not willing? Then forget it. Hanju was a little disappointed when he saw no reaction from him. Liu Bei immediately looked up and said, I'm willing. Hanju smiled in satisfaction. What do you need to prepare? Liu Bei shook his head. There's no need to prepare. Hanju immediately waved his sleeve and sent him out of the heavenly Tao. Although the chaos was huge, it was still very difficult to encounter a primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal. Without stepping into a great opportunity, it was very difficult for a pseudo-sage to be targeted by a primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal. The karma on Liu Bei was the victorious fighting Buddha. They couldn't deduce that he was Hanju's clone. At most, they could deduce that he was related to the hidden sect. Now, the hidden sect had at least 5 million disciples training in the chaos. This identity was not worth mentioning. Hanju's enemies were not stupid enough to think that they could use a hidden sect disciple to threaten him. Xianxia. However, Liu Bei would definitely encounter some difficulties. Hanju had to be prepared. He began to use the derivation function. Can I control the heaven-opening axe if I upgrade it again? The mystical destiny book wouldn't recognize him as its master, making him wary of the ultimate supreme treasure. 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? A quadrillion years. This was already the value of a Tao creator. Continue. Yes, but Pangu will sense it when the upgrade succeeds. Hanju showed a frown. Pangu's cultivation level could not be seen for the time being. In Hanju's heart, he was an existence that could not be provoked. Forget it, I won't upgrade it for the time being. It's enough as it is anyway. Hanju immediately entered the simulation trial and fought 100 foolish sword sages with the ultimate Tao treasure, heaven-opening axe. Slaughter. Awesome. Again. 200 could still be slaughtered easily. 300 was too many. He could barely win. 400 of them were impossible to beat, but he could still last for a while. 500. Damn it. He couldn't withstand 10 breaths of time. Hanju left the simulation trial. He was still very confident. Such strength could already dominate everyone below the great Tao Supreme Realm. They were all mysterious and rare existences that would not appear easily. It was impossible for Liu Bei to provoke an existence at the great Tao Supreme level. Hanju closed his eyes and started cultivating. Time passed quickly. 50,000 years passed in a flash. Hanju came to the second Tao field and released the wood breath fiend celestial he had nurtured previously to let Murongqi receive him. The second Tao field already had 21 chaotic fiend celestials. It was a very powerful force, but it was still far from becoming an army. Hanju chatted with Liao and Tao Comprehension Sword before returning to the main Tao field. He was about to check his emails when he suddenly frowned. This feeling is... Hanju felt inexplicably uneasy, as if something was summoning him from afar. He began to deduce. A voice sounded in Hanju's mind. I am the grand primordium fiend celestial. The great Tao immeasurable calamity is coming. The primordial fiend celestial will rise by stepping on the chaotic fiend celestials. I invite all the chaotic fiend celestials to the grand primordium domain. I will unite all the chaotic fiend celestials to resist the great Tao immeasurable calamity together. The grand primordium fiend celestial summoned the chaotic fiend celestials. Hanju narrowed his eyes. This was not a good sign. Although he had already hidden that he was a primordial fiend celestial, there could only be one primordial fiend celestial in the chaos. They would have to face each other sooner or later. Even if it was not him, his son would become the chaotic fiend celestial's public enemy. I want to know the grand primordium fiend celestial's cultivation level. Hanju used the derivation function. 500 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Grand primordium fiend celestial. Late-stage Great Tao Supreme Realm, Chaotic Fiend Celestial, one of the 3,000 Fiend Celestials of the Primordial Era. The introduction was very simple. The Grand Primordium Fiend Celestial's figure appeared in Han Ju's mind. His figure was terrifying and indescribable. His aura was fearless and filled with the terrifying aura of an invincible expert. Han Ju frowned. Very strong. The reason why the Grand Primordium Fiend Celestial sent a voice transmission to him was probably that it believed that he was also a chaotic Fiend Celestial. Would he be rejected by the chaotic Fiend Celestials and even become enemies if he didn't go? Or he could use his clone to give the Grand Primordium Fiend Celestial face and understand the situation. But where was the Grand Primordium domain? Han Ju frowned. At this moment, a memory surged into his mind. It was a vast map that pointed to the location of the Grand Primordium domain. Han Ju was surprised. What method was this? He could actually recall memories from afar. Most importantly, he had never seen the Grand Primordium Fiend Celestial before. Han Ju waved a soul fragment and let it move, quickly entering the depths of the chaos. After that, he checked the emails. Your grand disciple Chu Shuren has absorbed the will of all living beings and learned a mystical power. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Evil Heavenly Emperor was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. Your son Han Tuo was suppressed by a mysterious mighty figure and fell into the endless abyss. Your disciple Zhou Fan was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend, the divine robe Taoist, discussed the Tao with a mysterious mighty figure. His cultivation has increased. Your good friend Pan Xian was attacked by your good friend Ancestor Shitian and was severely injured. Your good friend Huang Zuintian created 3,000 heaven and earth fiend celestials. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your disciple Tao Sovereign was attacked by a mysterious demon X7093218. Your disciple Zhao Shenyuan, the evil heavenly emperor, Zhou Fan, and Han Tuo were often beaten. Han Ju was already used to it. They would use the invocation technique if they really encountered irreconcilable trouble. As for Pan Xian, why was he fighting for his life again? Wasn't it just a Dharma treasure? Was it worth fighting to the death? Ancestor Shitian's cultivation level had been increasing ever since he had turned dark. He had already reached the late-stage Great Tao Primordial Chaos Realm. Since Ancestor Shitian could severely injure Pan Xian with his strength, he could also easily kill him. It seemed that the Ancestor was still benevolent. Han Ju continued reading. Huang Zuintian had created 3,000 heaven and earth fiend celestials. What is it? Are you imitating me? Han Ju suddenly remembered that the primordial origin in Huang Zuintian's body wanted to transform into a primordial fiend celestial. Han Ju had already begun to create 3,000 fiend celestials, so primordial origin naturally could as well. However, he was not a primordial fiend celestial, so the fiend celestials he created were completely incomparable to the chaotic fiend celestials. Han Ju began to look forward to Huang Zuintian's future. He actually didn't rely on Han Ju. He relied almost entirely on himself to rise. Such people had great providence. In novels, they were all protagonists. Further down, Tao Sovereign, Zhao Shenyuan, and Jiang Yi were still being beaten. However, the three of them had already used their strength to attain the Tao and become primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortals. They had improved and did not suffer in vain. As he read, Han Ju seemed to be watching a drama. From his actions, he could imagine all sorts of soul-stirring and tragic stories. In short, nothing made Han Ju uneasy for the time being. Then, he closed his eyes and continued cultivating. It had been 400,000 years since the last breakthrough. The next one was getting closer and closer. In the starry sky, wisps of seven-colored light circled the stars. On one of the gray stars, Tao Sovereign, Zhao Shenyuan, and Jiang Yi meditated behind each other, forming a triangle. Jiang Yi suddenly asked, "Brothers, how long do we have to wait?" Tao Sovereign did not open his eyes as he said, "Let's wait a little longer. The time isn't ripe." Zhao Shenyuan grunted. Jiang Yi grumbled, "Is that fellow lying to us?" He said that there's a supreme treasure hidden here. Could he be using us as bait? Zhao Shenyuan couldn't help but say, I'll really have to leave if we're deceived again. It might not be bad to stay in the 100-peak Immortal River and follow Master. Recently, Liao, Murongqi, and the others have been secretly hidden by Master. There must be a huge opportunity. And that Zhou Fan, that kid actually surpassed the three of us. I can't tolerate this. Zhou Fan was now famous. With the heavenly court behind him, even the three of them who were wandering around had heard of the great Dao Tower. Dao Sovereign said solemnly, Zhao Shenyuan, I won't allow you to say such discouraging words. I've made you suffer all these years. But what benefits have I given you? Didn't I let you enjoy them first? Besides, the three of us have already become primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortals. Our cultivation speed is already considered fast. As for Zhou Fan, he's an exception. Look at the personal disciples of the 100-peak Immortal River. Most of them are still pseudo-sages. Since ancient times, sages as young as us are rare. They can be said to be the strongest prodigies of an era, people with great providence. Hearing Dao Sovereign's words, Zhao Shenyuan felt a headache. Jiang Yi couldn't help but interrupt. You're going too far. Dao Sovereign was silent for a moment before saying, Let's wait a little longer. We'll leave if he doesn't appear in 10 years. We can go to the heavenly court and the great Dao Tower to take a look. Zhao Shenyuan and Jiang Yi heaved a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Dao Sovereign would be stubborn. After hundreds of thousands of years of life and death, the three of them were already as close as brothers. They looked like they were complaining, but they would always advance and retreat together. Ha ha ha! 3 young friends. How can I lie to you? A loud laugh sounded. The three of them turned around and saw an old man in a raincoat flying over on a huge water buffalo. This water buffalo looked no different from the ones used in farming in the mortal world. Dao Sovereign stood up and asked, Where is the supreme treasure? The water buffalo landed on the ground. The elder in the raincoat smiled and said, It's already in front of you. Look up and you'll see it. Shocked, the three of them hurriedly looked around. However, there was no sign of the supreme treasure. Zhao Shenyuan narrowed his eyes. Could it be those 7-colored lights? The elder in the raincoat stroked his beard and nodded. That's right. These lights are not simple. They are formed by a supreme treasure from the beginning of the chaos. I have a way to condense them into their true form, but this will attract the counterattack of the artifact spirit. After it's done, the supreme treasure will be yours. I only want the pill hidden in the supreme treasure. Dao Sovereign asked, What pill is it? Will the treasure be ruined after you take it? The old man in the raincoat smiled. Of course not. This pill is not related to the supreme treasure. It's just that its master hid the pill inside it. I'll tell you the truth. This pill is called the primordial pill. It can create a primordial fiend celestial. If I give you this pill, it will definitely attract a fatal disaster. Dao Sovereign and the other two were moved. They had naturally heard of the legend of the primordial fiend celestial. It was said that it would cause a great Dao immeasurable calamity. Aren't you afraid of death? Dao Sovereign frowned. Zhao Shenyuan and Jiang Yi looked at each other and were secretly vigilant. The elder in the raincoat smiled and said, I'm naturally not afraid. Actually, the great Dao immeasurable calamity is only an excuse for the chaotic fiend celestials. The appearance of the primordial fiend celestial is the correct path. Just like how Pangu killed 3,000 chaotic fiend celestials back then, it was to become a primordial fiend celestial. Everything will sublimate and all living beings will evolve when the chaos transforms into the primordial chaos. Only the chaotic fiend celestials related to the chaos must die. Dao Sovereign and the other two were deep in thought. They had naturally heard of the legends of Pangu, but they were only legends in the end. They couldn't be sure if the primordial fiend celestial was good or bad. No matter what, this would be a huge karma. One would fall into eternal damnation if he was not careful. Dao Sovereign asked, Can a mere pill do what Pangu couldn't even after killing 3,000 chaotic fiend celestials? The elder in the raincoat smiled. Indeed, I'm not 100% sure, but it has nothing to do with you, right? The water buffalo raised its head as if expressing its impatience. Dao Sovereign glanced at Zhao Shenyuan and Jiang Yi. He hesitated. Can we give up? We didn't know that there was such a huge karma. We're only primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortals. You shouldn't insist on us. The elder in the raincoat smiled. Of course. However, this supreme treasure is not ordinary. After you miss it, you will never encounter it again. Don't think that the chaos is vast. Such supreme treasures are limited. Most of them are still in the hands of those mighty figures. After this is done, I will sever karma and ensure that you are safe. Zhao Shenyuan asked warily, Are you going to silence us? The elder in the raincoat smiled. If I really think that, why would I tell you this secret? Could it be that you have the guts to become a primordial fiend celestial and become enemies with the entire chaos? The primordial pill can only turn you into a primordial fiend celestial, but your cultivation level will still be the same. Once you become a primordial fiend celestial, all the chaotic fiend celestials will sense it and come to kill you in short order. This is not the first time we've worked together. There's nothing I can do if you don't believe me. Dao Sovereign gritted his teeth. All right, I'll listen to you. When are we moving? The elder in the raincoat got off the water buffalo and said, Don't panic. I'll cast the array formation first to prevent other mighty figures from spying on us. The water buffalo lay down and rolled on the ground. Jiang Yi looked at it with a strange expression. It looks like a dog. Bright temples floated above the clouds in a world filled with crimson light. A majestic peak stood out. It also stood above the clouds, but it emitted a golden light. At the top of the mountain was a Buddhist palace with the words Thunderclap Monastery carved on the plaque. Figures appeared in front of the monastery. The leader was Zhoufan, Han Yu's granddisciple. Qin Ling followed behind him and looked around curiously. Thunderclap Monastery opened and the group stepped into the hall. What greeted them were Buddhas sitting on lotus thrones and floating in the air. At the front was a huge Buddha that was tens of thousands of feet tall and peerlessly majestic. Chu Shuren could be seen upon a careful look. Chu Shuren had already put on his kasaya. He had a benevolent expression and holy temperament. Zhoufan smiled. Not bad. You're even more Buddhist than the Buddhist sect. Chu Shuren also smiled. I'm originally the Supreme Buddha. It's only right for me to create another Buddhist sect. Zhoufan sized up the surrounding Buddhas and said, It looks good, but your Buddhist sect still lacks a cornerstone. It's not strong enough. The Buddhas were furious. Chu Shuren said, The Buddha world has only developed for a short period of time. It can't compare to your great Tao Tower. Zhoufan smiled. I'll give you a batch of cultivators in the future. You can choose from the great Tao Tower's prison if you are worried. Chu Shuren smiled and nodded. Only the relationship of fellow disciples allowed them to joke without restraint. Zhoufan said, Back to the topic. Why did you call me here? You didn't ask me to see your results, right? Chu Shuren said helplessly, How can that be? To be honest, recently, the Buddhist world has been targeted by a mysterious force. The other party has at least 3 primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortals and even a freedom mighty figure. They're forcing the Buddhist world to submit to them. In the future, we will pay tribute to them and erect their statues to spread their reputation. Otherwise, they will flatten the Buddhist world. Helpless, I can only look for you, Uncle Master. Uncle Master? The angry Buddhas were stunned. The dissatisfaction in their hearts vanished. No wonder the other party spoke so arrogantly and did not show mercy. They were family. Tell me in detail. I'll definitely help you in this matter. I'll flatten them no matter how strong they are. Zhoufan said heroically and unquestionably. Qin Ling looked excited. Another battle was about to begin. Chu Shuren did not hide anything and began to tell them one by one. In the darkness, a bright crack suddenly appeared. A figure tore it apart and stepped. It was Hanju, or rather his clone. He focused his gaze forward. In the depths of the darkness was a ball of light that looked like the sun. It emitted a vast aura. It was the grand primordium domain. Hanju took a deep breath and flew forward. At this moment, a figure flew over from the side. It was a woman. This woman wore a purple dress and had a dignified posture. Her hair was tied up under a crown. She was considered beautiful. Fellow Taoist. The purple-dressed woman's voice floated over. Hanju stopped. He couldn't see through the purple-dressed woman's cultivation. She probably had a supreme treasure on her. The purple-dressed woman sized him up and smiled. I didn't expect there to be such a good-looking person like you among the fiend celestials. Hanju said, the appearance is only an illusion. With our cultivation levels, we can look whatever we want. The purple-dressed woman covered her mouth and laughed. Although that's the case, their aesthetic taste is different. Most fiend celestials have different aesthetic tastes than us. I'm the chaotic fiend celestial, Red Fate. Hanju replied. I'm the chaotic fiend celestial, Hanju. This introduction was really awkward. Red Fate smiled. Fellow Taoist Han is also a clone. It seems that you are as wary of the Grand Primordium Fiend Celestial as me. Why don't we go to the Grand Primordium domain together? I've heard of fellow Taoist Han's reputation. You're a new chaotic Fiend Celestial. You're probably not familiar with the other chaotic Fiend Celestials. I can introduce you to them. Hanju hesitated for a moment but still nodded. Since the other party could tell that he was a clone, she shouldn't harm him because that would only offend him and not kill him. The two of them flew towards the Grand Primordium domain. During this time, Hanju saw several figures quickly flying into the Grand Primordium domain, not disturbing each other. It seemed that most chaotic fiend celestials were very cautious. Red Fate smiled and said, speaking of which, I have to thank fellow Taoist Han. I hate that despair Tao spirit so much. Hanju asked, were you also bullied when you attained the great Tao? That's right. He forced me to kneel and swear allegiance. I also wanted to take revenge in the past. However, after attaining the great Tao, I felt that it was better to let bygones be bygones. Speaking of which, it's strange. As our cultivation levels increase, we become more and more afraid. We also constantly lose our courage. Therefore, I admire fellow Taoist Han very much. Red Fate's words were filled with flattery, making Hanju even more vigilant. Red Fate finally stopped flattering him after entering the Grand Primordium domain. Hanju secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He had thought that the chaotic fiend celestials were all arrogant and bloodthirsty. He didn't expect there to be an existence like Red Fate. Red Fate was not like a chaotic fiend celestial but more like a human. The Grand Primordium domain was wrapped in a layer of fire. The interior was extremely vast, not the least inferior to the immortal world. The blue sky, white clouds, green mountains, and rivers formed a world of their own. However, Hanju didn't sense the aura of living beings. The two of them flew all the way and soon arrived at a huge palace that towered into the clouds. The door alone was 1,000,000 feet tall. There were 2 huge cauldrons in front of the door, each with a stick of incense. Sand smoke filled the air and transformed into clouds that enveloped the entire world. A giant stood in front of the door. He wore bronze-heavy armor and his true appearance could not be seen. He said, Fiend Celestials, please enter the hall. Master is already waiting inside. Hanju and Red Fate entered the hall. Hanju felt a powerful aura and secretly felt pity. How good would it be if his clone could also use the simulation trial to detect the vicinity? The hall was blank. The space was filled with white light as if it was an independent space. There were meditation cushions in front of him, each 10,000 feet away. They were all facing the same direction. The Grand Primordium Fiend Celestial. The Grand Primordium Fiend Celestial wore a black robe. Its head was like black flames and its true appearance could not be seen. It was mysterious and terrifying. More than 20 chaotic fiend celestials were already sitting down. Hanju and Red Fate looked at each other and sat down on neighboring mats. This is fellow Taoist Hanju from the Heavenly Tao. The younger generation is truly impressive. He killed the Despair Tao spirit and defeated the Divine Robe Taoist. 14 great Tao sages died to him. He has fought for us chaotic fiend celestials. The Grand Primordium Fiend Celestial suddenly looked at Hanju and said. With that said, Hanju felt many sage senses sweep over him. Hanju replied politely, I had no choice. Compared to you, I'm still far inferior. He did not deny it. Keeping a low profile would only make him look hypocritical. The Grand Primordium Fiend Celestial sighed. Back then, the 3,000 Fiend Celestials stood in the chaos. What a grand occasion. The chaotic races trembled in fear and despair at our birth. Unfortunately, Pangu was heartless and slaughtered his own kind to attain the Tao. I still feel hatred when I think of it now. Fellow Taoist Han, you have to control the heavenly Tao well. Don't let Pangu have the opportunity to revive. The other Fiend Celestials sighed. Most of them had ancient voices and were probably chaotic Fiend Celestials who had survived the Pangu calamity. Seeing that they were chatting, Hanju didn't reply and listened quietly. He wasn't a true chaotic Fiend Celestial and would not befriend these people. He was here to hear what these Fiend Celestials wanted to do to him. Red Fate sent a voice transmission to Hanju. The chaotic Fiend Celestials are divided into ancient and new. The ones speaking now are all ancient beings. You and I can just listen to the newcomers. If our cultivation levels are inferior to theirs, it will be very difficult for us to make decisions. Hanju replied, I understand. The chaotic Fiend Celestials of the ancient group talked about the past like big shots reminiscing about the past. How pretentious. From the looks of it, he still had to wait for a while. Hanju was also curious about how many chaotic Fiend Celestials were hidden in the current chaos. Several days later, the foolish sword sage also arrived. He was not surprised to see Hanju. Instead, he found a mat close to him and sat down. He started to chat with Hanju with a voice transmission. This fellow was very excited. He said that after his battle with Hanju ended, he returned to comprehend the sword Tao and his strength increased again. He wouldn't be in such a sorry state if he faced Hanju again. However, he knew his limits and didn't challenge him again. The foolish sword sage finally fell silent after chatting for half a day. He also belonged to the ancient group, but he did not participate in the Grand Primordium Fiend Celestials conversation. Perhaps it was Hanju's imagination, but the Fiend Celestials seemed to reject the foolish sword sage. Fellow Taoist, do you know sage fated secrets? A voice suddenly floated into his ears. Hanju glanced over. A gray-robed old Taoist was staring at him. Hanju replied, I've heard of him, but I don't know him. He had already died when I attained the Tao. The gray-robed old Taoist sent a voice transmission. That's true. My useless disciple was defeated by the Dark Forbidden Lord and abandoned by the heavenly Tao sages. Disciple? Hanju was secretly surprised. Taoist destiny. Hanju remembered. In the past, he had deduced that Taoist destiny and Nuwa were plotting something. However, after Sage Fated Secrets died, Taoist destiny had never appeared again. Hanju replied, My condolences. The current heavenly Tao is no longer the original heavenly Tao. Your disciple is not the only sage who died. That's true. I don't blame you. I just want to befriend you. I'm very curious about you. It's naturally a good thing to have another friend. That's right. The two of them began to exchange pleasantries. Taoist destiny has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 2 stars. Hanju didn't mind. It was all an act. However, Taoist destiny was sincere. Hanju had such a valiant battle record that people would think that he was not to be trifled with. However, Hanju appeared kind. This magnanimity made Taoist destiny feel very comfortable. In the following years, Fiend Celestials arrived one after another. More than 300 years passed. The Grand Primordium Hall finally closed. Hanju counted. There were a total of 67 chaotic Fiend Celestials, more than he had imagined. However, most of them were only at the Freedom Realm. The Grand Primordium Fiend Celestial stopped chatting and soon, the Grand Primordium Hall quietened down. After a long while, the Grand Primordium Fiend Celestial opened his eyes and said, Everyone, we have gathered for the Primordial Fiend Celestial this time. Although there is a prophecy that the primordial fiend celestial has yet to be born, this matter has already endangered us chaotic fiend celestials. It's not impossible if a great Tao divine spirit, eternal divine spirit, chaotic life form, and the others use the primordial fiend celestial to eliminate us. The atmosphere in the hall fell silent. Hanju was secretly curious. Who spread the prophecy? He had to calculate when he returned. The ancient fiend celestial spoke again and began to discuss where the primordial fiend celestial might be born and who could harm them. Hanju would answer when it involved the heavenly Tao. Everything was fine as long as it didn't involve sovereignty. This conversation was very long and would probably last for a long time. Inside the Taoist temple, Hanju opened his eyes and frowned. He entered seclusion for another 10,000 years, but his clone had yet to return. Without his clone returning, Hanju felt uneasy and found it difficult to calm down and cultivate in peace. After all, a group of mighty figures was plotting to kill him behind his back. It would be very difficult for them to calm down if it were anyone else. Hanju opened the emails to relax. Your good friend Jing Tiangong has become life. His providence has transformed. Your good friend Ancestor Shitian was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your good friend Li Daokong has comprehended the Sword Tao and has received guidance from a mysterious mighty figure. Your good friend Heavenly Venerate Xian Du obtained a supreme treasure by chance. His providence has increased greatly. Your disciple Tao Sovereign was swept into the chaos of spacetime. Your disciple Zhao Shenyuan was involved in the chaos of spacetime. Your good friend Zhang Yi was involved in the chaos of spacetime. Your good friend Yi Tian has awakened the power of a chaotic fiend celestial. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your son Han Tuo sacrificed his body and surpassed his limits. His cultivation has increased greatly. Jing Tiangong became life. Han Ju's expression became strange. This time, he could really package life as a force of the dark forbidden lord. Han Ju noticed that Yi Tian had awakened the power of a chaotic fiend celestial. Yi Tian was the son of the heavenly Tao and was the reincarnation of a chaotic fiend celestial. In the previous battle of the heavenly court, he had a favorable impression of Han Ju that was directly 6-star. Seeing that he and Han Tuo were like brothers, Han Ju pulled him into his circle of friends. However, he usually didn't pay too much attention to him. This time, Yi Tian and Han Tuo seemed to be in danger again. Han Tuo even sacrificed his body. Bastard! His body was a gift from his parents. How could he sacrifice it just like that? Why didn't Han Tuo use the invocation technique if he really encountered trouble? He should be able to resolve it. Han Ju thought silently. He discovered that his friends and relatives rarely took the initiative to use the invocation technique, even if he made it clear. They would rather crawl back and forth between life and death than alarm him. Am I too cold and giving them the illusion that I don't want to be disturbed? Han Ju reflected. Forget it. He couldn't be bothered to think about it. No one cares if I die in seclusion after so long. Han Ju continued reading the emails. After reading the emails, Han Ju used the dark nightmare to visit Jing Tiangong in his dreams. He used the image of the dark forbidden lord. In the dream, Jing Tiangong suddenly opened his eyes. Killing intent burst out from his eyes. He was like a completely different person from before. Forbidden Lord. Jing Tiangong knelt down in surprise, his body trembling. How many years had it been? The dark forbidden lord finally contacted him. Han Ju asked in a hoarse voice, Jing Tiangong, have your feelings for me changed? Jing Tiangong hurriedly denied. Of course not. I will always be under you, forbidden lord. I can do anything you want me to. He began to express his loyalty crazily and was terrified. He thought that he had offended the dark forbidden lord by joining life. Han Ju said, Then tell me about your situation. Jing Tiangong nodded and began to talk about his experiences over the years. It had been a long time since the dark forbidden lord had appeared. The immortal world had even forgotten about his existence. This made Jing Tiangong extremely unhappy. Therefore, he left the divine palace and brought his trusted aides to the chaos to re-establish the darkness sect. Later, he was found by Shi Dudao and invited into the sect. Jing Tiangong asked carefully, "Is Shi Dudao your—" So, Shi Dudao was developing on his own. Hanju said, "That's right, but you have to hide this. You can also help me teach Shi Dudao a lesson. There are some things that you have to be cautious about." Jing Tiangong was pleasantly surprised. He also had doubts about Shi Dudao, but if it was true, that would be great. He had finally found a like-minded person. Furthermore, the other party was Shi Dudao. Shi Dudao was once the #1 person below the heavenly Tao sages. He was publicly acknowledged to be powerful. His future was limitless now that he had attained the Tao. "I understand. I will definitely advance with fellow Taoist Shi in the future." Jing Tiangong patted his chest and promised excitedly. Hanju instructed him again and then ended the dream. He opened his eyes and smiled. This was also good. Since Jing Tiangong could acknowledge Shi Dudao, the foundation of the Dark Forbidden Lord was finally formed. Hanju closed his eyes and started cultivating. In the Grand Primordium Hall, the chaotic Fiend Celestial finally made a decision after more than 10,000 years of discussion. Hanju was almost sleepy. Although it was called a discussion, it was actually to resolve their grudges. The chaotic Fiend Celestials had their own grudges. If they wanted to face a common enemy, they had to make it clear. Now they had finally reached a consensus. From today onwards, we will all send disciples to search for the primordial Fiend Celestial. Any prodigy who might be the primordial Fiend Celestial must be controlled immediately. The Grand Primordium Fiend Celestial said in a low voice. The Fiend Celestials agreed. In addition, chaotic Fiend Celestials are not allowed to fight each other. If discovered, whoever starts it will be expelled from the Fiend Celestial race. We will hunt them down together, in case the calamity comes and stabs us in the back. Such a thing has happened in the Pangu era. The Fiend Celestials had no objections. The Grand Primordium Fiend Celestial waved his sleeve and the door to the Grand Primordium Hall opened. The Fiend Celestials stood up and left. Hanju also left. Although he didn't hear any important information, he remembered the names and looks of these Fiend Celestials. It would be convenient to curse them in the future. When his identity could no longer be hidden, rather than waiting for death, it was better to kill all the enemies first. Being invincible was not only about strength but also about methods. Just as he walked out of the Grand Primordium Hall, Red Fate caught up and smiled. "Fellow Taoist Han, can we find a place to chat alone?" Hanju glanced at her and said, "Next time. The Heavenly Tao has something on. I have to leave first." "All right. I'll personally visit you in the Heavenly Tao when I have the chance. Goodbye." Hanju's clone quickly fled. Red Fate watched him leave, her smile disappearing. The foolish sword sage walked up and snorted. "I advise you not to court death. Fellow Taoist Han looks kind, but his killing intent is not small." Red Fate glanced at him and said, "If I don't harm him, why would he want to kill me? Hee hee." The foolish sword sage shook his head and laughed. He then turned into a sword beam and left. At the same time, while his clone was still traveling, Hanju already knew everything that it had experienced. He could switch his consciousness to his clone at any time. The clone could also deal with everything independently. Unify the chaotic Fiend Celestials? Hee. How can you unite them if I curse you to death? Hanju thought to himself. But he was only thinking about it. Currently, he could use the Fiend Celestial race to intimidate the thieves. With the primordial Fiend Celestial's personality, this matter would quickly spread throughout the chaos. At that time, the chaotic mighty figures would know that Hanju had already established a connection with the Fiend Celestial race. The establishment of the Fiend Celestial race was not only to deal with the primordial Fiend Celestial but also to unite against a common enemy. The enemy of every chaotic Fiend Celestial would be the public enemy of the entire Fiend Celestial race. This power was definitely terrifying. Even life was not enough. Every chaotic Fiend Celestial controlled a huge force. Hanju didn't think too much and continued cultivating. The 10,000-year session had not ended yet. He couldn't stop cultivating. 10,000 years was not enough. I should cultivate for a while more. Let's go for 100,000 years. In the illusory mysterious space, Han Tuo's soul floated inside. He was wrapped by faintly discernible chains. There was nothing else in the surrounding space, only a distorted space of various colors. Here there was no hope, as if it was a land of exile. Brother, hold on for a while longer. I'll come and save you soon. Etienne's voice sounded from an unknown place. Han Tuo could not speak. He was accumulating strength. If I'm like father with so many Dharma idols. Han Tuo's eyes were extremely cold. He didn't believe that he couldn't escape this endless abyss. He kept recalling the scene of Hanju fighting. A black shadow vaguely wanted to rush out of his body. It was a fiend celestial Dharma idol. Han Tuo had such power ever since he was born. It was said to be a Dharma idol, but not completely. He had relied on this fiend celestial Dharma idol to survive many times when he encountered danger. A figure surrounded by raging flames was frantically attacking space in the darkness. It was Etienne. Damn it! Etienne tried his best, but he still couldn't break through this dark space and find Han Tuo, who was deep in the endless abyss. He had never encountered such a hard space. His dermic powers were directly dispersed when they struck the darkness, causing his body and blood to tremble. It was extremely uncomfortable. It had been a long time since Etienne felt so helpless. Han Tuo had been protecting him ever since he obtained the primordial chaos Tao fruit. He had finally awakened as a chaotic fiend celestial and inherited the power of the Khanate Great Tao. But he still couldn't save Han Tuo. This aggrieved feeling almost made Etienne go mad. Why? Why am I so weak? I, who have no parents, can't even save my only brother. What's the difference between me and an ant? Etienne roared angrily. He could only hold these words in his heart. A laugh sounded at this moment. Give up, young chaotic fiend celestial. It's impossible for you to break through the endless abyss. The difference in cultivation level between us is too great. This voice was filled with disdain and mockery. Etienne stopped and turned around. Come out. Suppress me or kill me if you have the guts. Laughter followed. Why should I kill you? I don't want to kill him either. I want the two of you to submit to me. You can obtain potential that surpasses the chaotic fiend celestials. Etienne smiled. What potential is stronger than that of the chaotic fiend celestials? The primordial fiend celestial? Are you trying to trick us into becoming the public enemy of the chaos? A white figure suddenly appeared in front of him and pointed at his forehead as soon as he finished speaking. In an instant, the flames on his body dispersed and revealed his true body. Etienne's eyes widened in disbelief. The white figure was a humanoid and had a human figure. Its surface was pale like jade and wrinkle-free. It wore a stone mask without eyes. Behind the mask was long hair formed by black worms that twisted wantonly. Etienne could not move. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Who are you?" The white figure laughed strangely. "You can call me the Devil Ancestor." Devil Ancestor? Etienne frowned and asked, "The Devil Ancestor of the Heavenly Tao? That's only one of my Dharma idols. The 3,000 worlds of the chaos all have my Dharma idols. I helped countless worlds form rules. I'm the oldest chaotic fiend celestial. The chaos was still in its original state when I was born. There was no world or living beings. It was gray, and I felt that that was the most beautiful appearance." The Devil Ancestor smiled teasingly. Etienne shivered. What did this fellow mean? Did he want to destroy everything and make the chaos return to its original state? The Devil Ancestor said, "Actually, I think very highly of the two of you. That's why I spent time dealing with you. Submit to me. I will establish a new order and stand above everything. I will be the only God, and you will be second only to me." Etienne was silent. The Devil Ancestor spoke patiently. "What can you obtain by fighting for the evil Heavenly Emperor?" Back then, when the evil Heavenly Emperor was still in the Heavenly Tao, he also asked my Dharma idol for help. He begged me to let the devil race sweep through the mortal world and slaughter all living beings every time they lost their faith in the immortals, giving the immortals a chance to be the saviors. What are you pursuing when you fight for such a person? Etienne was moved. He didn't expect the evil heavenly emperor to have done this before. I want the chaos to restart, just like how the heavenly Tao restarted. Only by cleansing can we be reborn. The current heavenly Tao is close to perfection, but it's still a little short of true peace. It's mainly because your brother's father isn't determined enough and still relies on those sages to establish order. The devil ancestor's tone became regretful when he mentioned Hanju. Etienne gritted his teeth. Won't we help you kill the people around us if we follow you? The restarting of the chaos meant slaughtering all living beings in the chaos. The devil ancestor smiled. Since you're on our side, I'll definitely take care of you. I'll protect the people you care about. You have no room to refuse. Either submit to me or die. Etienne was furious, but he was helpless. He asked, "Why did you choose us?" The devil ancestor smiled. Because you are special. Your brother seems to be a chaotic fiend celestial, but he doesn't have his own great Tao. He's clearly not a chaotic fiend celestial. As for you, the heavenly Tao chose you to become the son of the heavenly Tao. It's very strange. Perhaps Pangu's will is secretly manipulating everything. I need you to be my pawn. One day, I will face Pangu and the Tao ancestor. Only by killing them can I restart the chaos. Etienne was silent. The devil ancestor smiled. There's not much time left. My patience is about to run out. Etienne took a deep breath and said, "All right, as long as you're willing to let my brother go." The devil ancestor's mask began to twist as a strange smile appeared on the stone surface. You won't regret it. Inside the Taoist temple, Hanju opened his eyes. He had been in seclusion for 80,000 years. Indeed, after reaching 1,000,000 years old, the choice reward would not be triggered every 100,000 years. It would probably only be triggered once every 1,000,000 years. Fortunately, Hanju was already strong enough and didn't have much desire for the system reward. He wanted to continue cultivating. However, he had been feeling uneasy recently. He pinched his fingers to deduce, but he couldn't figure out where this feeling came from. Strange. He was a great Tao sage. Everything was in his control unless it involved an existence stronger than him. Hanju checked the emails. Perhaps he could find an answer from his friends. Your good friend Tao Sovereign has obtained a supreme treasure. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Evil Heavenly Emperor was attacked by your son Han Tuo and was severely injured. Your good friend Etienne was attacked by an immortal god X78920. Your disciple Zhoufan was attacked by your son Han Tuo and was severely injured. Your good friend Qinling was attacked by your good friend Etienne and was severely injured. Your good friend Taoist Destiny discussed the Tao with a mysterious mighty figure. Your disciple Xianxia accidentally entered the chaotic mystic realm. His providence has increased. What was going on with Han Tuo and Etienne? Hanju checked their portraits and discovered that their cultivation levels had already reached the late-stage primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm. So fast. However, he couldn't severely injure the evil heavenly emperor and Zhoufan even if he was at the late-stage primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm. Hanju narrowed his eyes. A word appeared in their providence information. Inheritor of the devil ancestor. Devil ancestor? Hanju immediately used the derivation function. I want to know who the devil ancestor who gave Han Tuo and Etienne the inheritance is? 400 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Devil ancestor Lu Yuan. Mid-stage great Tao supreme realm. Tao ancestor's devil heart. Myriad devil ancestor. One of the ancient chaotic fiend celestials. Hanju frowned. Great Tao supreme realm. Where did he come from? I want to know my chances of winning against the devil ancestor Lu Yuan. 400 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. You have a 60% chance of killing the devil ancestor Lu Yuan. Hanju frowned. It's too dangerous. He couldn't attack. He could only use the Book of Misfortune. Let's understand the situation first. Hanju frowned and thought, what if Lu Yuan was Han Tuo's master? Wouldn't he curse his own ally to death? Hanju sent a dream to Han Tuo next. The dream was a beautiful place with mountains and rivers. Hanju discovered that Han Tuo had changed. Apart from his body being stronger, his face was a little weathered. His white hair was tied behind his head by a blood tendon, and only 2 thin strands of hair were left on his forehead. It seemed that Han Tuo had also suffered a lot over the years. Hanju wanted to ask him why he wanted to severely injure the evil heavenly emperor, but his heart softened when he saw him like this. He must have had a reason. Han Tuo suddenly opened his eyes. After seeing Hanju, he was stunned and hurriedly stood up to bow. However, he was no longer as excited as before and looked very calm. He had indeed grown up. Hanju asked, "How have you been?" Han Tuo hesitated for a moment but still told him the truth. From being trapped in the endless abyss to being subdued by the devil ancestor Lu Yuan and recently following him to explore the chaos. They were trying to help the devil ancestor recover his main body. Hanju narrowed his eyes and asked, "This devil ancestor has yet to recover his main body?" Han Tuo nodded. His body was destroyed by Pangu, and his soul was suppressed in the ancient desolate by the Tao ancestor for countless years. He needs time to recover. He hesitated, his eyes worried. Hanju asked, "What are you trying to say?" Han Tuo took a deep breath and said, "I injured the evil heavenly emperor not because I attacked him. It's just that he and Zhoufan want to save me and Etian. I've let his majesty down, but I want to try something with the devil ancestor. I hope that father can forgive me." He knew Hanju's relationship with the evil heavenly emperor, so he was worried. Hanju asked, "Why do you want to follow the devil ancestor?" Han Tuo looked up at him with a firm gaze and said, "I want to find the meaning of my existence. I've been following His Majesty and fighting and killing countless people. Although the heavenly court has been strengthening, I can't find my own meaning. I might be able to find it if I follow the devil ancestor." Hanju was speechless. Looking for meaning? Did he have nothing better to do? Survival was the greatest meaning. However, Hanju couldn't criticize him directly when he saw Han Tuo's gaze. Everyone had their own ambitions. Hanju's previous path was not understood by others. The people around him thought that he was timid and afraid of trouble. He used his strength to prove that he was right. At least Hanju was very firm at the beginning. Han Tuo had experienced all sorts of things in life. He had experienced all the emotions and desires. He had also experienced the extreme sense of achievement and the sense of failure that almost caused him to collapse. At his realm, it was already very difficult for him to encounter enemies. It was indeed easy to be confused. Hanju asked, "Then, can you tell me why the devil ancestor wants you?" Han Tuo did not hide anything. Hanju didn't panic knowing that the devil ancestor actually wanted to restart the chaos. Instead, he was a little teasing. Life, the fiend celestial race, the devil ancestor, the great Tao divine spirit, and so on. More and more major factions began to integrate and appear. To Hanju, it was a good thing. The more chaotic it was, the harder it was for his identity to be exposed. The fact that Han Tuo could tell him the devil ancestor's intentions meant that the devil ancestor did not use any method to brainwash him. Otherwise, he would definitely keep it a secret. "Have you really thought about it? This path will be very difficult and you will encounter many troubles," Hanju asked. Han Tuo said with a firm expression, "At first, I refused. Later, the devil ancestor let me see many things, so I decided to follow him. If the devil ancestor really has cultivation that can overturn everything, I will ask him to protect the hidden sect. If the devil ancestor fails, I will sever my relationship with you and not cause trouble." This was indeed an investment. No matter what, Hanju didn't lose out. Han Tuo had lost too many people in his life. Hanju was the only one left, and he was too powerful. He had no ability to repay Hanju at all. Instead of that, it was better to follow the devil ancestor and fight for a chance of survival for him. Hanju was silent. He could sense Han Tuo's true feelings. This kid is underestimating me. Han Tuo lowered his head slightly and said softly, although you've been protecting me, you actually don't have any expectations of me. Hanju said, why would I save you if I have no expectations? Han Tuo said, it's only because I'm your son. The expectations, I said, have nothing to do with kinship. Just like you protected so many people and always cultivated diligently. Isn't that just not trusting anyone but yourself? In your heart, you never expect others to save you. You only believe that you can protect yourself. Hanju fell silent again. It had to be said that this kid had seen through him. Hanju indeed didn't expect much from anyone. He nurtured the Fiend Celestial Army only hoping for it to help him reduce trouble in the future. He never expected the hidden sect and the Fiend Celestial Army to save him when he was in danger. It was because he would never let himself fall into a desperate situation. This was also the reason why he was still in seclusion despite being so powerful. Let me try, father. Han Tuo stared at him and said word by word. The two of them indeed looked like father and son, but Han Tuo looked to be the older one. Hanju said, all right, I respect your choice. However, I won't show mercy to the devil ancestor if he dares to threaten me. I hope that you won't plead for mercy for him. Han Tuo said helplessly, why would I plead for him? I'm only doing it for myself. I don't have a good impression of him. Hanju removed the dream. Summon me at any time if you encounter a death situation. On a barren land, the bright starry sky looked up. Han Tuo sat on the hill and opened his eyes. He was both touched and bitter. You still think that I can't? A cold wind blew past, and his white hair fluttered. Itian suddenly walked over. Like Han Tuo, his image had changed. He was dressed in sinister black armor and his black hair reached his heels. His face was wild, and even if he didn't speak, it made people feel that he was arrogant. What are you thinking? The devil ancestor is probably about to finish. That fellow is really disgusting. He ate the corpse of an ancient chaotic fiend celestial raw, said Itian as he sat beside him. Han Tuo asked, Itian, have you thought about why you cultivate? What is the purpose of your life? Itian was stunned. Then he smiled. Of course, I want to become the strongest existence, just like the great sage equaling heaven you mentioned. Han Tuo said faintly. The great sage equaling heaven became the victorious fighting Buddha in the end. Itian smiled confidently. That's because he failed. If he succeeded, even Tathagata would have to kneel in front of him. Han Tuo looked at his smile and was lost in thought. Itian seemed to be always so optimistic and heartless. Itian sensed his emotions and patted his shoulder. He smiled and said, don't think about this all day. You still have a father to rely on. Do you know that you won't die no matter what? So you want to find trouble for yourself? Han Tuo scolded him jokingly. What do you know? I'm thinking. Do you understand? Itian grinned. You won't even have the energy to think when I surpass you and step on you. You can only think about how to surpass me. Any existence with intelligence would always encounter a moment of confusion. Hanju knew this very well. He was often confused. For example, now, he only had a 60% chance of winning against the devil ancestor. Most importantly, the other party was still recovering his strength. This was not good. Hanju had no choice but to take out the Book of Misfortune and the Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone and start to fuse them. Then, he sent a dream to the evil Heavenly Emperor. The dream was still the forest outside the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. The evil Heavenly Emperor opened his eyes and looked ashamed when he saw him. He was the first to speak. Sorry, I didn't protect your son well. Hanju smiled. I should be the one apologizing to you. This kid is not in his right mind. He hurt you. Don't blame him. The evil Heavenly Emperor shook his head. How can I blame him? He has already contributed enough to the Heavenly Court. I won't stop him if he really wants to leave. Besides, the one who injured me was actually not him. It was mainly the power of the devil ancestor who injured me through his body. He was also very panicked and blamed himself. I can tell. The evil heavenly emperor sighed as he mentioned this. Actually, he had already experienced such a situation. Humans strive for greater heights. He had sent many geniuses to sage sex, so he was not affected. Hanju asked, "Why didn't you summon me back then?" The evil heavenly emperor replied, "This devil ancestor is not simple. He's ancient. He once followed Pangu for an era and later became the Tao ancestor's mental demon. Although he was severed by the Tao ancestor, he has already established an inseparable connection with him. He won't die if the Tao ancestor doesn't die. I don't want you to provoke such an existence." Hanju frowned. So exaggerated? The Tao ancestor was one of the final bosses. He was not easy to deal with. The evil heavenly emperor said, "Han Tuo can indeed become stronger by following the devil ancestor. I'll let him go since he's determined." Although his tone was a little regretful, it was also filled with anticipation. "Oh? You seem to have a high opinion of the devil ancestor?" Hanju asked. The evil heavenly emperor said, "That's right. The devil ancestor would have been the Tao creator if he had won the battle between the Tao and devil after the creation of the world. The current heavenly Tao might not be worse than it is now. This devil ancestor has always had a great wish in his heart. It's not just to become stronger. He also has a desire for peace. Before Pangu created the world, not all the 3,000 fiend celestials in the chaos liked to fight. This devil ancestor was one of the existences who hated fighting, but he had no choice." Hanju remained silent. It sounded like another sad story. The evil heavenly emperor smiled. "There's no need to care about the devil ancestor for the time being. Someone will deal with him. As for Tuor, I feel that he has great providence. Not only him but also Etion. They fell in danger many times, but the two of them always relied on each other to survive. In my understanding, those who can constantly escape death and become stronger are all people with great providence. Furthermore, I have a feeling that Tuor and Etion will shock the entire chaos in the future. They might not be inferior to you." Hanju chuckled. Really? He suddenly understood why Han Tuo was aggrieved. On one side was the evil heavenly emperor who was cheering him on, and on the other was a father like him. Ha ha ha. Won't you, his father, also benefit from it if Tuor becomes stronger? By the way, don't you have another son? You can leave him to me if you don't want to bring him along. The evil heavenly emperor looked expectant. He was looking forward to Han Ju's mysterious youngest son. He could actually resonate with Han Tuo's bloodline. At least, his talent was above Han Tuo's. Han Ju said angrily, "Why do you keep staring at my son? That kid's potential is not good. He can't compare to Han Tuo at all. Furthermore, his mother brings him around all day and can't bear to separate from him." "Is that so?" "Unfortunately, I think his potential is definitely good. It's just that he hasn't been discovered. I'll send him to you to help you expand your territory if I have the chance in the future." "You sound like I'm taking advantage of you." No. The heavenly emperor is impartial. How can I dare to think that? Brat. Have you forgotten how respectful you used to be in front of me? Are you not giving me face now? How can this be?" The two of them began to bicker, the smiles on their faces not disappearing. Hanju opened his eyes. He gave up the thought of settling scores with the devil ancestor after chatting with the evil heavenly emperor. He would let him go for a while. Hanju was about to close his eyes and cultivate when he suddenly felt a strange fluctuation. He suddenly glanced over. His gaze passed through the buildings and landed on the Fusang tree. He saw the space around the Fusang tree twisting violently. Hanju immediately came to the Fusang tree. He was about to take action when the Fusang tree suddenly disappeared. The tens of thousands of feet tall Fusang tree suddenly disappeared, causing a huge visual impact. The Tao field guards on the Triada, Shao Air, and the Black Hell Chicken landed one after another, all looking stunned. At the same time, the uneasiness in Hanju's heart disappeared. He was enlightened. It turned out that his uneasiness was not because of Han Tuo. but because of the Fusang tree. He used the simulation trial to check his surroundings and did not discover any mysterious enemy. He didn't dare to pursue rashly. How terrifying would it be to pass through the Dao field array formation if a mysterious mighty figure really attacked? Han Ju disappeared after saying, "Continue cultivating. Pretend that nothing happened." He returned to the Taoist temple and began to deduce. Soon he caught sight of the Fusang tree. After all, the Fusang tree was far weaker than him. Han Ju didn't even need to use the derivation function and could deduce it himself. However, Han Ju didn't expect the Fusang tree to be so far from the heavenly Tao. It was even further than the grand primordium domain. The Fusang tree appeared in a dark space filled with rolling chaotic qi. There were no living beings around. Its branches began to tremble. The leaves kept leaving and turned into dust, forming little stars that lit up the surroundings. Han Ju didn't deduce any other existence. Could it be that the Fusang tree wanted to leave? But how could it be so capable? Who helped the Fusang tree escape the 100-peak Immortal River? 1 quadrillion years will be deducted. Do you want to continue, Tao Creator? Continue. Han Ju's heart sank. Space origin. The Fusang tree wants to transform strongly and has touched the space origin. Under its will, the Fusang tree came to the primordial zone of chaos and is preparing to transform into all things. It wants to use the great Tao merit to transform. Han Ju's expression turned complicated when he saw this message. The Fusang tree had indeed mentioned that it wanted to transform a long time ago, but it was a primordial divine tree and was restricted by special rules. Even Han Ju, the great Tao sage, could not help it forcefully transform. He had suggested that the Fusang tree give up its body, but it did not immediately agree. Han Ju wanted to ask the Fusang tree, but he didn't know what to ask. The current Tao field no longer needed the Fusang tree to provide spirit qi. Since he couldn't help it, why not let it pursue its own path? Han Ju retracted his gaze and sighed. He was not sad. Han Tua, Fusang tree, Tao sovereign, Zhou Fan, and the others began to take charge and had their own paths to pursue. They were no longer weaklings who needed his protection. In that case, I have expectations for you. I look forward to whether you can surprise me in the future. However, it's impossible for you to surpass me. Han Ju muttered to himself with a firm gaze. The Fusang tree's disappearance caused a commotion in the 100-peak Immortal River. But Han Ju didn't say anything. Soon, the disciples stopped talking about this. They thought that the Fusang tree's disappearance was his doing. Han Ju entered his cultivation state. Years passed. Time passed quickly. 50,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Han Ju opened his eyes and slowly stood up. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du sent a voice transmission to him several hundred years ago, telling him to go to the Universal Hall after his seclusion ended. Han Ju jumped into the Universal Hall. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du opened his eyes and sent a voice transmission to the other sages. Sitting beside him, Han Ju chuckled and said, "Your cultivation level has increased quite a bit recently." Heavenly Venerate Xian Du smiled. "It's all thanks to the providence of the heavenly Tao. Not only me, but the other sages have also improved." Before the heavenly Tao restarted, the cultivation levels of the sages might not increase even after tens of billions of years. Soon the other sages arrived. There was another new sage in the heavenly Tao. He was the famous divine might Buddha, hailing from the Buddhist sect. The Buddhist sect already had 3 sages. Qiu Shilai began to exert his strength. The other sages had nothing to say about this. The divine might Buddha was indeed powerful. Be it cultivation, providence, or reputation, he was unique in the current immortal world. It was really unreasonable that even he couldn't attain the Tao. Han Ju had heard of the divine might Buddha before, but this was the first time he saw him in person. The divine might Buddha was actually thought to be the disciple of the divine might heavenly sage ever since the name of the divine might heavenly sage spread. The divine might Buddha did not deny it. He had already learned of the Buddhist sect stance from Qiu Shilai. After all the sages sat down, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said, Let's talk about the previous alliance between the 100 worlds. We have already reached a preliminary agreement. In the future, we will advance and retreat together. The Heavenly Tao is one of the main alliance masters. Hanju was not interested in socializing, so he checked the emails. Your grand disciple Chu Shuren spread the Buddhist teachings and the great Tao of Buddha strengthened. Your good friend Divine Lord Peacock was attacked by your good friend Dijiang and was severely injured. Your good friend Dijuan discussed the Tao with a mysterious mighty figure. His cultivation has increased. Your good friend Qin Ling has fused with the providence of the Heavenly Tao and learned a Heavenly Tao mystical power. Your good friend Heavenly Calamity Emperor was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your good friend Taoist Destiny observed the chaotic river of destiny and comprehended the Tao of destiny. Your good friend Ancestor Shitian has comprehended the great Tao of karma, and his cultivation has increased. Your son Han Tuo received guidance from a mysterious mighty figure and learned a great Tao mystical power. Your good friend Etian received guidance from a mysterious mighty figure and learned a great Tao mystical power. His circle of friends became more and more interesting. Amazing. This also showed that the situation in the chaos was changing. Hanju suddenly frowned. Would the great Tao immeasurable calamity be brought forward? It was not to the extent that as long as the primordial fiend celestial did not appear, the great Tao immeasurable calamity would not begin. At most, there would be a few ordinary calamities in advance. Hanju saw that Han Tua and Etian had both learned a great Tao mystical power. It seemed that the devil ancestor Lu Yuan was still something and taught the two juniors seriously. He continued reading the emails. Heavenly Venerate Shendu had also finished talking about the alliance with other worlds. This matter was considered a great contribution and had a beneficial effect on the development of the Heavenly Tao in the chaos. This matter was completely led by Heavenly Venerate Shendu, so it proved his wisdom and ability. The new sages were filled with reverence for him, as expected of a mighty figure who was on par with the divine might Heavenly Sage. Heavenly Venerate Shendu continued, recently, two powerful factions have appeared in the chaos. One is the devil ancestor who escaped from the ancient desolate. He's wantonly recruiting troops and buying horses. His targets are mainly young geniuses. We need to be wary of this matter. The second is the Eternal Divine Clan. The Eternal Divine Clan is made up of eternal deities. The so-called eternal deities are a type of transcendent deity. Although they don't grasp the rules like the great Tao deities, they are still extremely powerful. As the name implies, eternal deities are eternal existences. Every eternal deity is an existence that can't be killed. The sages glanced at Emperor Shao when the devil ancestor was mentioned. Emperor Shao was expressionless, as if the matter had nothing to do with him. Hanju was interested in the eternal deities. He remembered that Dijuan was an eternal deity. Could it be that Dijuan could not be killed? How do I kill an eternal deity? Hanju asked in his mind. 200 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Kill his true body and the eternal Tao fruit. Eternal Tao fruit. The so-called Tao fruit was more like the rules of chaos, just like the primordial chaos Tao fruit of the sage realm. The Tao fruit was a product of condensed dermic powers and was engraved with a mystical power. If one wanted to attain the Tao, they had to let the Tao fruit comprehend the great Tao and transform into the primordial chaos. The eternal Tao fruit represented the eternal rule. How were rules different from the great Tao? Hanju didn't continue to use the derivation function. He could seek answers to these questions in his cultivation. There was no need to waste his lifespan. The sages began to discuss how to prevent the approach of the two powerful factions. The Eternal Divine Clan could be ignored for the time being as they were far from the Heavenly Tao. But the devil ancestor was different. There were countless devils and fiendish cultivators in the Heavenly Tao. Emperor Shao said, I will unite the demonic path and not give the devil ancestor a chance. Xiao Shilai said in a strange tone, I wonder if fellow Taoist Shao is still related to the devil ancestor? Emperor Shao snorted. I would have left long ago during the Heavenly Tao calamity if so. Why would I guard the heavenly Tao so bitterly? The other sages felt that it made sense. Almost all the older generation of sages had severed ties with their backgrounds. Although they later became friends again, they no longer followed the orders of those great Tao sages. They belonged to the heavenly Tao now. Continue to follow the cultivation spirit of fighting for the heavenly Tao. This is the best way. Some geniuses will definitely be poached. What we can guarantee is that most of the geniuses care about the heavenly Tao. Heavenly Venerate Wufa said. The other sages spoke. Hanju didn't interrupt. He was not interested in these things. He couldn't be bothered to interfere and believed that the sages could handle it well. Heavenly Venerate Xiandu had especially called him. There was probably something important later. Just as the sages were discussing, an extremely loud voice came from outside the hall. I am a descendant of Pangu, Xia Jizuan. Today, I am here to challenge a sage. The sages had strange expressions. Hanju was amused. There was such a good show? Heavenly Venerate Xiandu asked, whose disciple is Xia Jizuan? Zhang Guxing said awkwardly. He's a prodigy of the divine palace. His potential is extremely high and he's also considered top-notch in the divine palace. He has become arrogant and he doesn't care about anyone ever since he fought countless battles and became invincible in the divine palace. He feels that he can surpass his ancestor, Pangu. Surpass Pangu? The sages revealed looks of disdain. Heavenly Venerate Wufa said, kill him lest he becomes a disaster in the future. Zhang Guxing hurriedly said, although this child is arrogant, there's no reason to kill. He only wants to test the power of a sage. There's no need to kill him directly. Besides, he will also be a great combatant of the heavenly Tao after he grows up. Su Dudao said in a strange tone, we have to punish him if we don't kill him. Otherwise, where will our dignity as sages go? Today there's Xia Jizuan, and in the future, there's Chun Jizuan, Kong Jizuan, and Tang Jizuan. Isn't this absurd? That's right. He has to be punished for challenging the sage's authority. Let him reincarnate and cultivate again? Too ruthless. It's not easy to nurture a prodigy. The heavenly Tao still lacks prodigies? The key is whether we should attack. Won't we be bullying the weak? The sages began to discuss Xia Jizuan. Speechless, Hanju said, don't lose the big picture for a small matter. Let's see what he does next before making a decision. In his opinion, this was a small matter. There was no need to become the focus of discussion among the sages. The sages smiled awkwardly and continued discussing the previous matter. At the same time, outside the hall, a white-robed man stood in the void. He had a handsome face and an imposing appearance. His every move emitted the aura of an expert. Xia Jizuan, the number one prodigy of the divine palace. He believed that he was also the number one prodigy of the heavenly Tao. He had dominated the immortal world and challenged experts everywhere ever since he had become a zenith heaven cultivator. He had never been defeated and his cultivation level had always been increasing. 100,000 years ago, he had even gone to the chaos to wander. He had yet to encounter any opponents at the same realm. He suddenly wanted to challenge a sage. However, in the vast chaos, it was extremely difficult to encounter a sage. He could only return to the heavenly Tao and at least know that the sages were outside the 33rd heaven. Why are you ignoring me? Xia Jizuan frowned. He also knew that his cultivation was a little low, but he really couldn't restrain his desire to challenge a sage. He was in a dilemma. Disciples were cultivating in the various sage Tao fields outside the 33rd heaven. They were all experts in the immortal world. Wouldn't he be embarrassing himself and make all living beings laugh at him if he left like this? Wouldn't he offend the sages if he barged into the sage Tao field? He was no match for a group of sages no matter how powerful he was. Xia Jizuan felt some regret. He could only force himself to continue waiting. Several hours later, the sages discussed how to consolidate the loyalty of the geniuses to the heavenly Tao. Heavenly Venerate Xiandu looked at Hanju and said, the heavenly Tao has been restarted for 1,000,000 years. The first calamity should be coming. Qin Ling, who should have stirred up the calamity, is not in the heavenly Tao. Unlike before the heavenly Tao restarted, the current calamity was mainly to let all living beings vent. Although it was peaceful now, many cultivators used the rules of peace to bully the weak. It was very difficult to achieve true peace. Hanju asked, "What form will the calamity take?" Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said, "I've thought about it repeatedly. It's not a good thing to directly start a war. Then, the rules of the calamity should die with the old heavenly Tao. I plan to focus on the human race, the divine palace, and the Buddhist sect and let Qinling reincarnate as immortal. Because he suffered when he was young, his clansmen were accidentally killed by the Buddhist disciples when they were subduing demons. With such a background, he joined the divine palace by chance and became a prodigy. In order to take revenge, Qinling wants to overthrow the Buddhist sect. During this period, the other sage sects and races can join. They can either support Qinling or the Buddhist sect. The Buddhist sect also wants to maintain the rules of peace. After a huge battle, the son of the Buddhist sect's immeasurable calamity died. He made a great wish and aroused the pity of all living beings. He firmly determined the heavenly Tao to be peaceful. Qinling comprehended the Tao and his Tao heart was clear. He suddenly realized that he had made a serious mistake and converted to the Buddhist sect to promote the Buddhist philosophy of peace in the future. This script was not bad. Hanju was satisfied. It was equivalent to giving Qinling fame. The Buddhist sect might be despised in the early stages, but it would be cleansed again and even obtain the participation of a large number of disciples after the calamity ended. Qinling was Han Yu's most precious grand disciple. Hanju naturally couldn't let him suffer. Hanju said, "Qinling's body was left in the hidden sect and his soul was reincarnated. When taking revenge, he couldn't defeat the mighty figure of the Buddhist sect and felt despair. Later, Li Shenao informed him of his background in his previous life, so he went to the 100-peak Immortal River and knelt down to seek strength. I then returned his body and let him escape the suffering of the mortal world. At the same time, he recovered his strength and ended the calamity." Heavenly Venerate Xian Du praised, "Good idea." The other sages of the older generation agreed. Zhou Xilai had no objections. It looked like the Buddhist sect was at a disadvantage, but it would benefit the most as long as the calamity went smoothly. Put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. The main philosophy of the Buddhist sect was to ensure peace for all living beings. The new sages had strange expressions. Was this the truth of the calamity? The sages had already decided on the entire process, including the outcome. The new sage recalled the legendary calamities and couldn't help but be terrified. Everything was planned ahead. Heavenly Venerate Wufa smiled. "Perfect. Isn't there a rash junior outside the door? Why don't we let him fight Qinling and both sides will be injured? The two top geniuses of the world will die together in order to fight for the sage position. It will become a legend that will last for generations. Isn't it more meaningful to reincarnate with such a legendary background?" Zhou Xilai smiled. "I agree." Zhang Guxing hesitated. This was courting death. However, he would not be completely dead. He could still be revived after the calamity ended. However, he was afraid of being played by the other sages. Zhang Guxing looked at Hanju with a pleading gaze. Hanju said, "I think it's feasible. In the next life, Xiajizuan will be Qinling's best brother in the divine palace. The two of them will fight against the Buddhist sect together and finally return to the divine palace." What he meant was that he wanted to protect Xiajizuan. Sages, don't play tricks. Zhang Guxing heaved a sigh of relief and looked at him gratefully. The other sages praised Hanju for his benevolence. Jin Shin sighed secretly. Authority was so disgusting. Xiajizuan also involved Pan-Xian. After all, he was a descendant of Pangu. Unfortunately, Pan-Xian was not in the heavenly Tao right now. However, with Hanju's agreement, there was no problem. The calamity could already be prepared. The matter of the calamity was settled. Hanju disappeared. The moment he left, the sages relaxed and began to laugh. They were not as serious as before. Li Taigu said meaningfully, "Zhang Guxing, you're still too lax with the divine palace. Even if Xia Zhizuan can escape today, can Senior Han save the second Xia Zhizuan? Zhang Guxing sighed. We should indeed discipline him strictly. He stood up and prepared to teach Xia Zhizuan a lesson. He had lost all his face today. After returning to the Taoist temple, Han Ju sent a dream to Zhou Fan and told him about the calamity. He then asked him to tell Qin Ling to hurry up and return. Qin Ling would suffer in the calamity, but after the calamity ended, he would obtain a huge amount of heavenly Tao providence that could increase his cultivation. At the same time, his name would be passed down in the heavenly Tao for 10,000 years. He would receive countless benefits if he constantly absorbed faith. Is this a sage? Interesting. Han Ju muttered to himself as he opened his eyes. It had to be said that the feeling of deciding the fate of all living beings was wonderful. No wonder the sages were obsessed. Han Ju was not a good person, but he was not a bad person either. In his opinion, such a calamity was good. It was better than accumulating conflicts, causing chaos to break out sooner or later. He had to sacrifice something if he wanted the entire heavenly Tao to maintain a good development. Han Ju began to observe the heavenly Tao and took in the various forms of life. The number of ghosts in the immortal world and the myriad worlds was indeed increasing. Although it couldn't affect the heavenly Tao for the time being, the speed was indeed not optimistic. No wonder heavenly Venerate Xian Du wanted to prepare for the calamity. The world was vast and dark clouds surged as if a dragon was churning it. In the mountains there was a vast valley. The huge peaks in all directions were like fingers with their palms facing the sky. In the valley, Tao Sovereign, Zhao Shenyuan, and Jiang Yi stood side by side as they looked at a huge cauldron in the distance. Green smoke curled up as the elder in the raincoat stood on the back of the water buffalo and looked down into the cauldron. The elder in the raincoat placed his left hand behind his waist and stroked his beard with his right hand. He frowned. Zhao Shenyuan muttered, "The situation doesn't seem optimistic." Jiang Yi said with a worried expression, "What if we fail? If we knew earlier, we should have left after obtaining the supreme treasure. We shouldn't have listened to this old Taoist. Now, we're trapped in this world by the great Tao divine spirit. We'll all die once we can't refine the primordial pill." Tao Sovereign frowned and looked at the elder in the raincoat with resentment. The elder in the raincoat heard their conversation and said angrily, "You three brats! Stop gossiping behind my back. When have I ever lied to you? It's just that the primordial pill is damaged. After all, countless years have passed. This is normal." Zhao Shenyuan rolled his eyes. He wanted to retort, but Tao Sovereign stopped him. "Don't disturb him, lest something really happens." Tao Sovereign pulled Zhao Shenyuan and Jiang Yi into the forest to meditate. After the three of them left, the old man frowned again. "What's going on? It doesn't make sense. Why can't the primordial pill take form? Could it be?" The elder in the raincoat thought of a possibility and trembled. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If the primordial fiend celestial had already been born and was not discovered, how terrifying would that be? A terrifying existence with immeasurable potential had been secretly growing. Wouldn't the entire chaos be slaughtered when he appeared?" The elder in the raincoat shifted his gaze back to the cauldron. A purple pill floated above the rolling flames and spun on its own. Its surface was covered in cracks. "No, if this continues, that fellow will definitely kill us if we can't refine the pill." The old man's eyes turned ruthless. He suddenly turned to look at Tao Sovereign and the other two. "The three of you who wants to take the pill, even if you can't become a primordial fiend celestial, you can still temporarily obtain the primordial fiend celestial's power and help us kill our way out. This opportunity is impossible to ask for. I'll let you take it." The old man in the raincoat used a voice transmission to explain, afraid that the great Tao divine spirit outside the world would hear him. Tao Sovereign and the other two's expressions changed. They did not curse. Instead, they sent a voice transmission to scold the elder. Those vulgar words entered the elder's ears, causing him to be furious. He couldn't show it on his face. "The reason why I'm not consuming it is that I want to maintain my rationality and use my spatial and time mystical power to avoid the pursuit of the great Tao divine spirit. Do you still want to live? That's right. I'll show you my cards. This pill can't be repaired. Everyone will die once it's discovered. Facing such a scoundrel, Zhao Xianyuan almost wanted to attack. Dao's sovereign took a deep breath and was about to take a step forward, but Zhang Yi left first, leaving only one sentence for the two of them. Let me go. I just want to recall the invincible me from the past. Unfortunately, Sect Master can't see my glory. I really want him to tell me another story. Dao Sovereign frowned and could only sigh. Zhao Xianyuan gritted his teeth and wanted to stop him, but he had no choice. Zhang Yi came to the cauldron and jumped up, standing on it. The elder did not say anything else. He waved his sleeve and sent the primordial pill to his mouth. Zhang Yi opened his mouth and swallowed it. Whoosh! Zhang Yi's body suddenly burned with true sun flame. A pair of fire wings spread out from his back and wrapped around the old man and the cauldron. Immediately after, the elder in the raincoat jumped out and frantically patted the true sun flame on his body. Little beast! The elder cursed silently, but he did not dare to say it, afraid that he would be discovered by the great Tao divine spirit. However, the great Tao divine spirit was not so easily fooled. What are you doing? A thunderous shout shook the entire world. Zhang Yi suddenly transformed into a huge three-legged golden crow and roared into the sky, as if he was shouting. He dared to challenge the great Tao divine spirit. What aura is this? How dare you? How dare you take the primordial pill without permission? The great Tao divine spirit was first surprised, then became furious. The rolling thunderclouds suddenly exploded. A terrifying, huge hand descended and grabbed at Zhang Yi. With the anger of the gods, the world changed color. Inside the Taoist temple, Han Ju had just entered seclusion for 10,000 years when he opened his eyes. He was already 1.2 million years old. Recently, he had been feeling inexplicably uneasy, causing him to be unable to cultivate in peace. Therefore, his seclusion ended after 10,000 years. He observed the 100-peak Immortal River. No one was about to leave like the Fusang tree. Han Ju suddenly saw Xing Hongxian frown, as if she was feeling uncomfortable. He immediately came to her Taoist temple and asked, "What's wrong?" He checked Xing Hongxuan's body and found nothing unusual. The fetus was fine, only trembling slightly. Xing Hongxian opened her eyes and said with lingering fear, "Husband, I started dreaming for some reason. I dreamed that our son kept crying, and that something around him seemed to want to hurt him." Han Ju frowned and started to deduce. Soon he locked onto Zhang Yi. He could sense a very dangerous aura from Zhang Yi, making him see him as his natural enemy. He immediately checked his emails and discovered Zhang Yi's situation. Your good friend Zhang Yi has obtained the power of the primordial fiend celestial. He has lost his mind and his cultivation has increased greatly. The power of the primordial fiend celestial? Han Ju frowned even more. How did Zhang Yi become a primordial fiend celestial? He checked Zhang Yi's profile picture and saw that he did not transform into a primordial fiend celestial. He had no choice but to use the derivation function. He deducted 500 billion years of his lifespan and entered the illusion. Not long after, he opened his eyes. Primordial pill. There's actually such a divine item in the world. Han Ju frowned and continued to ask in his mind, how is this primordial pill born? 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? The value of a Tao creator. Continue. Primordial pill. Before the chaos, the primordial fiend celestial's Tao fruit transformed. Because the chaos replaced the primordial chaos, the primordial fiend celestial died. The Tao fruit carried a chance of survival and transformed into the primordial pill. Because of the current existence of the primordial fiend celestial in the chaos, the primordial pill lost its effect. Only the remnant power of the main body remains. The primordial fiend celestial before the chaos. Han Ju's expression darkened. Crap. Zhang Yi's actions would definitely attract the attention of those terrifying existences. He would be doomed if he was labeled as a primordial fiend celestial. Han Ju hesitated to save Zhang Yi. He suddenly thought of something. Zhang Yi had already lost his mind. Am I Zhang Yi's match now? 500 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Not for the time being. Zhang Yi has already been possessed by the primordial fiend celestial. He will directly die after the short-term possession effect ends. He would die. What were these three unlucky fellows doing? Who was that old Taoist riding a cow? Han Ju continued to use the derivation function. I want to know who the old Taoist who made Zhang Yi take the primordial pill is? 300 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. A line of words appeared in front of Han Ju. Lao Dan. Early stage Great Tao Supreme Realm. Laozi's Dharma Idol Immeasurable Emperor. Sword Tao Sword Spirit. Laozi's Dharma Idol? Han Ju frowned. What did he want? Trying to scheme against him? With Lao Dan's cultivation, it was impossible for him to not deduce the relationship between Tao Sovereign and the other two. It was impossible for him to not know Han Ju with heavenly venerate Shen Du around. In an instant, killing intent burst out of Han Ju's eyes. The most important thing now was to save Zhang Yi. It was impossible to go personally. It was too dangerous. Han Ju could only think of a way to save Zhang Yi as far as possible. He looked into the distance. The battle was isolated by a mysterious restriction. His gaze could not completely penetrate it. He could only sense the auras of Tao Sovereign and the other two, especially Zhang Yi. How violent! Even Han Ju was shocked. There was a mighty figure outside the restriction. He was probably also an existence with the great Tao. His aura was powerful, and Han Ju couldn't see through him. The terrifying true sun flame suddenly broke through the restriction and drowned the supreme existences. Flames burned space, and layers of space shattered until the primordial void appeared. Han Ju finally saw Zhang Yi. He had already transformed into a flaming man. He had a human figure and a golden crow head. He had a pair of fire wings on his back and his height was immeasurable. Even supreme existences seemed tiny in front of him. Zhang Yi roared angrily. The endless true sun flame swept in all directions. Even Han Ju, who was in the heavenly Tao, felt his eyes burn. How scorching was this? Han Ju was secretly shocked. How strong was the primordial fiend celestial before the chaos? Why did he die since he was so strong? For a time, Han Ju was confused and even a little sad. Facing the crazy Zhang Yi, the supreme existences could not stop him at all. Zhang Yi rushed in a direction fearlessly. The true sun flame burned everything along the way. The stars and space turned into nothingness. Lao Dan brought Tao Sovereign and Zhao Shenyuan away and entered the spatial turbulence. Zhao Shenyuan asked anxiously, "Where's Zhang Yi? Did you ignore him?" Lao Dan cursed, "How? We were lucky not to be burned to death just now. Damn it, I didn't expect the effect of the primordial pill to be so domineering." He was filled with fear. How terrifying was the true primordial fiend celestial. Most importantly, he already knew that the primordial fiend celestial had already been born. This battle had caused such a huge commotion. Could that mysterious primordial fiend celestial be watching the battle? The thought of being targeted by the primordial fiend celestial made Lao Dan shiver in fear. Tao's sovereign gritted his teeth and asked, "What will happen to him after that? Will he die?" Once the medicinal effect passed, Zhang Yi's outcome, Tao Sovereign did not dare to imagine. Lao Dan was silent. Tao Sovereign said angrily, "Let us go back. I'll just die with him." Zhao Shenyuan also expressed his standing. "Old thing, you harmed us brothers. You will die a horrible death. Hurry up and let us back." Lao Dan looked at them in disbelief. "Are you crazy? You'll only die for nothing if you go back. The three of us will live and die together," Tao Sovereign said firmly, causing Lao Dan to fall silent. Zhao Shenyuan urged, "Don't pretend to be dead." The two of them were wrapped in Lao Dan's dermic powers and could not move. Otherwise, they would have long flown out. Lao Dan gritted her teeth. I'm really unlucky to have the three of you. Forget it. I'll risk my life to save that kid. He began to form hand seals. His surging dermic powers stirred his raincoat, and a door of light appeared in front of him. Immediately after, a figure slowly walked out. This person looked identical to Lao Dan, but he wore a Taoist robe. His temperament was extraordinary and his expression was indifferent, as if he had no emotions. Lao Dan looked embarrassed and said shamelessly, "Help me save someone. It's behind. You should be able to feel it." The other party was his true body. Lousy. Lousy asked expressionlessly, "Is it because of you?" Lao Dan coughed and nodded awkwardly. Lousy vanished without another word. Lao Dan heaved a sigh of relief. Zhao Shenyuan asked curiously, "Who was that just now?" "Your brother." Lao Dan snorted. "We are the same person, like the main body and a clone." "You're the clone. How is that possible?" "Of course, he's the clone. Don't worry. Your brother's life will be saved with him around. The main body is not as strong as the clone. Can you brag better? Brat? Do you want to anger me to death?" Zhao Shenyuan fell silent. The atmosphere instantly fell silent. Dao Sovereign and Zhao Shenyuan were both worried about Zhang Yi. Lao Dan was also very embarrassed to see them so dejected. On the other side, Han Ju suddenly saw a powerful aura approaching the battlefield, directly isolating his gaze and preventing him from spying on the battlefield. What was that? Han Ju immediately checked the emails. There was indeed something. Your good friend Zhang Yi was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. Your good friend Zhang Yi's soul has been squeezed dry and is about to die. Your good friend Zhang Yi was saved by a mysterious mighty figure. His remnant soul was protected. He was saved? Who was this mysterious mighty figure? Han Ju immediately deduced. 900 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? So hi. Continue. A line of words appeared in front of him. Laozi, perfected great Tao supreme realm, transcendent Tao expert, Pangu essence soul, personal disciple of the Tao ancestor, creator of the sword Tao, ancestor of the 100 schools, immeasurable emperor, ancestor of the human school, founder of the great Tao. How impressive! Han Ju was shocked. He had guessed that Laozi might be very strong, but he didn't expect him to be so strong. This was even stronger than the previous Holy Mother of Order. No wonder Heavenly Venerate Shendu was confident in resisting the entire deity realm of the ruins of End. He had such a powerful backing. Han Ju was originally very dissatisfied with Laozi and thought that he was plotting against him. Now that Laozi had saved Zhang Yi, this dissatisfaction vanished like smoke. Will Zhang Yi be thought of as the primordial fiend celestial after this battle? Han Ju frowned and fell into worry. Laozi definitely knew that Zhang Yi was not the primordial fiend celestial, but could he protect him? Soon the battlefield ended. He looked over and didn't see Laozi or the supreme existences anymore. Han Ju's uneasiness dissipated. The power of the primordial fiend celestial had already vanished. At this moment, Xing Hongxian said, "Husband, my son is quiet again." Just now, Han Ju stood beside her and stared in one direction with a serious expression. She didn't dare to disturb him. Han Ju came back to his senses and said, "Yes, it's over. Don't tell anyone about this. Just pretend that nothing happened." Xing Hongxian nodded. She did not ask why. She wasn't stupid. Her son had been nurtured for so many years and had yet to be born. He was definitely extraordinary and might attract many disasters. Han Ju comforted her again and then returned to the Taoist temple. He opened the emails and checked. He did not see any updates on Zhang Yi and the other two, so he could only give up. Forget it. Continue cultivating. Another 10,000 years passed. 10,000 years was a long time for mortals, an unattainable promise to stay together to people in love, and a day to those who attained the Tao. Han Ju opened his eyes. During this period of time, he didn't receive Laozi's dream. He didn't know what Laozi's attitude was towards Zhang Yi. He started checking his emails. Your son Han Tuo was attacked by a mysterious ghost, X103932. Your good friend Tian was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. Your good friend Zhang Yi has reconstructed his body and cultivated the divine yang indestructible body. Your disciple Dao Sovereign has entered the primordial world's illusion. Your disciple Zhao Shenyuan has entered the primordial world's illusion. Your grand disciple Chu Shuren has more than 100 million believers. His providence has increased. Your good friend Fusang Tree has comprehended the space origin. Its cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Divine Lord Peacock was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. Zhang Yi had indeed benefited from a disaster. Hanju liked Laozi more. He was different from the other great Tao sages. He seemed to really have no desires. They might come to Hanju because of this if it was any other great Tao sage. Even if they didn't want benefits, they had to build a good relationship. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that Laozi could shake off the great Tao sages in the deity realm of the ruins of End and focus on seeking the Tao, constantly surpassing the peak. Hanju continued reading. The other disciples had their own opportunities in the past 10,000 years and were all doing well. Divine Lord Peacock's heavy injuries attracted Hanju's attention. He still acknowledged this fellow. If not for him pestering the cursed fiend celestial for hundreds of thousands of years, it wouldn't have died so easily. Hanju thought for a moment and decided to care about Divine Lord Peacock. He began to send a dream to him, appearing as the Dark Forbidden Lord. The dream was a beautiful starry sky. The galaxy was magnificent and the light was layered. Divine Lord Peacock opened his eyes and was pleasantly surprised to see Hanju. Forbidden Lord, you've finally appeared. Divine Lord Peacock said excitedly and went in front of him. The cursed fiend celestial has disappeared for some reason. I can't find him, Divine Lord Peacock said gloomily. Hanju said, the cursed fiend celestial is already dead. Dead. Divine Lord Peacock was stunned. He had been entangled with the cursed fiend celestial for so long and knew how powerful it was. This fellow might have average dermic powers, but his escape ability was still very strong. Could it be the Dark Forbidden Lord had personally taken action? Divine Lord Peacock was in awe. Hanju didn't explain further and asked, who injured you recently? Furious, Divine Lord Peacock immediately cursed. It's all because of that fellow. His name is Divine Lord Xianxia, a great Tao sage. He joined the Life faction and was extremely arrogant. He insisted that I submit to him. I'm still being suppressed by him. Divine Lord Xianxia. Hanju had never heard of him. He would use the derivation function to ask later. Forbidden Lord, since you're here, it means that you want to save me. Hurry up and attack. This fellow tortures me every day. I really can't stand it, Divine Lord Peacock said helplessly. If he did not encounter a great Tao sage, he would be in existence in the chaos. However, he was facing problems because of his potential. Great Tao sages often targeted him, wanting to subdue him. His situation was the most difficult among the freedom sages. As long as he had the backing of a great Tao sage, Divine Lord Peacock could attain the great Tao at any time. However, this fellow was stubborn and refused to bow his head. Hanju asked, did you learn anything about life from Divine Lord Xianxia? Divine Lord Peacock thought for a moment and said, he mentioned the devil ancestor before. He said that there are two geniuses under him who are from the heavenly Tao. They both have talent that isn't inferior to mine and will join life sooner or later. If I don't surrender, he will snatch my Tao fruit and give it to those two geniuses to help them obtain stronger potential. What nonsense! No one's talent can surpass mine. Not even a chaotic fiend celestial. Divine Lord Peacock was full of conceit. Hanju remained silent. Although Divine Lord Peacock was powerful, to be honest, Hanju didn't think that he was really the most talented. However, Divine Lord Xianxia actually targeted Han Tuo and Tian. This was not good. Hanju said, Show me this Divine Lord Xianxu's appearance. I'll help you resolve this problem. Divine Lord Peacock was waiting for him to say this. He raised his hand and waved, and a figure appeared beside him. Hanju noted it down silently and removed the dream. He opened his eyes and asked in his mind, "Can I insta-kill Divine Lord Xianxu? 150 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? This value?" Hanju suddenly didn't want to ask anymore. Forget it. Remain steady. Continue. Yes. Hanju was bored. He had wasted 150 billion years of his lifespan. With this value, he would definitely be insta-killed. What am I worried about? No. I should be worried. Being cautious was the right thing to do. This was one of the reasons why he could live until today. How could he despise his own caution? Hanju's eyes became firm and flashed with killing intent. The dark forbidden zone had never been used since its creation. It was time to show off. Hanju directly sent a dream to Divine Lord Xianxu. It was still the image of the dark forbidden lord. Divine Lord Xianxu wore a dark purple robe and a curtained pearl crown. At first glance, he looked like an emperor. Divine Lord Xianxu stared at him and frowned. "Who are you?" He was actually pulled into a dream. Before he entered the dream, he was still refining pills and was not distracted. Hanju said, "Let Divine Lord Peacock go. Perhaps I can give you a way out." Divine Lord Xianxu immediately laughed wildly when he heard that. "I didn't expect Divine Lord Peacock to have someone backing him. However, he's already my pet." Stop dreaming. He wanted to jump out of the dream, but he realized that he could not. It seemed that the other party was stronger than him. However, it was useless. It was only a dream. Could this guy kill him in his dreams? Hanju stared at him and said, "Do you think you can be fearless after becoming life?" Divine Lord Xianxu smiled. "That's right. It's fine if you want to join life. Life is stronger than you can imagine. The chaos will definitely be dominated by life in the future. Life will create darkness and create the final meaning of existence." This guy was crazy. Hanju couldn't be bothered to chat with him anymore and directly used the dark forbidden zone. In an instant, the entire dreamscape twisted violently. Darkness drowned them. Divine Lord Xianxu's laughter stopped. He was shocked to find that his main body had appeared in the dream. To be precise, the dream had become reality. Hanju took out the heaven-opening axe and appeared in front of him. Divine Lord Xianxu subconsciously waved his sleeve, and his robe emitted divine light to resist the heaven-opening axe. Boom! With a swing of the axe, his robe shattered and Divine Lord Xianxu was cut into two. The violent dermic powers destroyed his body and soul. This great Tao sage couldn't block Hanju's full-powered attack at all. Hanju waved his axe again. Inside the Taoist temple, Hanju opened his eyes and sighed slightly. Being invincible is really lonely. Another insta-kill. There's no experience to speak of, Hanju muttered to himself. At his realm, a second was actually very long. It was enough for him to swing the heaven-opening axe billions of times. Hanju sent a dream to Divine Lord Peacock after killing Divine Lord Xianxu. So fast. Divine Lord Peacock was stunned. How long had it been since the last dream? Could it be that the dark forbidden lord had been following him and secretly protecting him? Impossible. Or Divine Lord Peacock looked at the dark forbidden lord with reverence. Hanju said, "Find a place to cultivate after you leave. I'll inform you at any time if I need you in the future." With that, Hanju directly removed the dream. Divine Lord Peacock opened his eyes. He was imprisoned in a furnace. The space inside was extremely vast, like a world of flames. He looked up at the sky. 5-colored divine light shot out from his back and pierced through the sky, causing white light to shoot down from the entrance. Divine Lord Peacock jumped out and appeared in a hall. The hall was silent. Other than him, no other living beings could be seen. Divine Lord Peacock observed his surroundings warily but did not detect Divine Lord Xianxu's aura. Divine Lord Xianxu shouldn't have fled. If he did, the power of the Dharma treasure would still be there. Only if he died would the restrictions of this cauldron weaken. Thus, Divine Lord Peacock could escape on his own. Humph, you think only you have a backing? Death is obviously the outcome. Divine Lord Peacock scanned the hall disdainfully. Then, he put away the cauldron that had suppressed him and left. Divine Lord Xianxu also had a world under him. There was no lack of sages. Divine Lord Peacock was filled with anger and needed to vent, so he slaughtered this world. Several hours later, Divine Lord Peacock appeared in the dark forbidden zone. He snorted. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for being born in the wrong place. He transformed into a 5-colored divine light and vanished into the darkness. Buzhou Divine Mountain. Han Yu was meditating under the old tree when he suddenly opened his eyes and saw Qin Ling floating in front of him. Qin Ling wore divine armor and held a divine weapon. He flew with divine might and was more imposing than the immortals Han Yu had seen. Their eyes met and they smiled. Qin Ling landed and knelt in front of him and said firmly, "Unfilial Grand Disciple Qin Ling has returned to visit Grandmaster." He kowtowed. The woman in green in the distance was alarmed and opened her eyes to see this scene. She was secretly shocked. Qin Ling was not simple at a glance. Other than Han Ju, she had never seen anyone with a stronger bearing than Qin Ling. Even Han Yu seemed weak in front of him. Qin Ling noticed the woman in green and asked, "She is?" Han Yu smiled. "Cultivators on the mountain. Don't worry about her. Tell me why you're back. How have you been for the past hundreds of thousands of years?" "Sure." Qin Ling agreed readily. He was also very excited to see Han Yu again. The woman in green was secretly shocked. Hundreds of thousands of years. If even his grand disciple was like this, how long had this senior lived? Qin Ling began to talk from the moment he went to the chaos. Soon, the woman in green listened carefully. Several days later, Qin Ling had just finished speaking when Han Yu sighed. He didn't expect Qin Ling to live such an exciting life all these years. The woman in green looked at Qin Ling with admiration. If it were her, she would have given up long ago. She suddenly felt that the hatred she carried was nothing. After so many years, his master had probably already reincarnated. He might have already reincarnated as a prodigy. Qin Ling looked at the woman in green and hesitated. Han Yu immediately told her to go down the mountain. The woman in green curled her lips and immediately went down the mountain. Then, Qin Ling explained the reason for his return. Hearing that he was about to become the son of the immeasurable calamity and had to experience a lifetime of suffering, Han Yu couldn't help but frown. Qin Ling said calmly, "Grandmaster Zhou Fan told me that with the approval of the divine might heavenly sage, nothing will go wrong. The sages won't dare to scheme against me." At the mention of Han Ju, the worry on Han Yu's face immediately disappeared. "In that case, I won't stop you." Han Yu smiled. Qin Ling laughed. Han Yu sighed. "I didn't expect you to have already grown so powerful. You can hold your own and are even stronger than me. It really makes me happy." Qin Ling scratched his head and chuckled. "How can that be? In my heart, Grandmaster is the most important and powerful person. No matter how strong I become, you will always be my elder and the closest person to me. You're the only one who knows how to talk. Hee hee." Qin Ling left several months later. Han Yu stood at the edge of the cliff as he watched him leave. One on. At this moment, he truly felt that Qin Ling had grown up. Han Yu felt inexplicably empty. He knew that it would be very difficult for Qin Ling to accompany him in the future. The time they spent together would only become shorter and longer. Han Yu couldn't help but think of Han Ju. The hidden sect had nurtured countless geniuses, and many had even made a name for themselves in the chaos. Would the ancestor be as dejected as him? Impossible! Han Yu couldn't help but laugh, feeling that he was being silly. How could he compare to his ancestor? In the next 100 years, Qin Ling's reputation as a prodigy was frequently mentioned in the immortal world. First, many sages said that his talent was the strongest. Then, Qin Ling challenged everyone everywhere to prove his strength. No one could hurt Qin Ling. They were all forcefully suppressed by him. At the same time, the divine palace began to create momentum for Xia Zhizuan. In the next 5,000 years, Qin Ling and Xia Zhizuan's reputation reached its peak. They became peerless geniuses that everyone in the immortal world knew. Until one day, these two unparalleled geniuses of the immortal world actually agreed to fight at the peak of Kunlun Mountain. Shaking the immortal world, countless cultivators went to watch the battle because a sage said that the winner of the two would become an existence that surpassed the sages and become the strongest prodigy in the history of the heavenly Tao. The day of the final battle arrived. Billions of cultivators surrounded Kunlun Mountain and watched from afar. This battle was world-shattering. All the cultivators watching the battle were convinced, as expected, of a peerless genius. However, the outcome caused an uproar. The two peerless geniuses were on par. In the end, they perished together and self-destructed, fighting to the death. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du took action and protected the two souls. Because they had caused huge destruction to the immortal world and accidentally injured countless spectators. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du let them reincarnate and awaken in the mortal world. Two unparalleled geniuses appeared in the same era and died together. This battle became a legend that lasted for thousands of years. Not only in the immortal world but also in the myriad worlds and even in the chaotic heavenly road. Qin Ling and Xia Zhizuan would become legendary names like Pangu, the Three Pure Ones, the Tao Ancestor, the Divine Might Heavenly Sage, and so on. Perhaps they had not reached the sage realm, but their talent was left behind by countless cultivators in the future. Their future would be limitless if they didn't die young. It was precisely because of this that many cultivators even believed that their deaths were caused by sages, afraid that two more Pangu would appear. Netherworld. In the Yama Hall, Yang Tiandong looked at Qin Ling, who was tied up by the soul chains in the hall, and sighed. Not bad, not bad. Although he's dead, he still fought for the hidden sect. Qin Ling's expression was originally indifferent. Hearing this, he couldn't help but be moved. He asked cautiously, "The King of Hell has a relationship with the hidden sect?" "I do have a relationship with the hidden sect, and we are more than close," Yang Tiandong said casually with a casual expression. Qin Ling's curiosity was piqued. Which disciple of the hidden sect is familiar with the King of Hell? He respected the hidden sect very much. Although he was doing well and stirring up trouble in the immortal world, he knew that he was not ranked at all in the hidden sect. How many sages had the hidden sect nurtured? The number of geniuses was countless. Millions of disciples were cultivating in the 100-peak immortal river. The world would definitely be shocked once they were released. Yang Tiandong cleared his throat and was about to posture when a voice entered his ears. His expression changed slightly as he looked at Qin Ling with a complicated expression. The person facing the calamity? Interesting. I didn't expect the heavenly Tao immeasurable calamity to come so quickly. Yang Tiandong suddenly felt pity for Qin Ling. The unparalleled prodigy who had shocked the immortal world was actually a pawn. Why didn't the hidden sect protect him? Yang Tiandong thought of Han Ju and suddenly realized that Qin Ling, who was very powerful in his eyes, might not catch Han Ju's eye at all. He immediately felt bored and lost the mood to posture. He waved his hand and said, "Go and reincarnate. I'll talk to you in the next life." Although Qin Ling was puzzled, he did not say anything. He would reincarnate first. The black and white deities left with his soul. Yang Tiandong fell into endless memories. What would have happened to him now if he had obeyed his master's orders back then? Unfortunately, his potential was not good. Su Qi was also disobedient and even caused a calamity, causing the heavenly Tao to restart. Wasn't he still a sage now? In the end, he was unlucky and did not have great providence. Yang Tiandong sighed. He looked at his King of Hell Hall and felt depressed and melancholic. Actually, this was good too. There was no need to worry about life and death. He stayed here all day and watched as the tides rose and fell. This was also a status and power that he had never dared to imagine attaining. Yang Tiandong smiled and became happy again. In a mysterious space that only had white light, dozens of black shadows gathered. Their true appearance could not be seen. They were all facing an extremely huge black shadow. Divine Lord Xian, you died very quickly. He couldn't resist at all. Before he died, he sent me this face. The huge black shadow said in a low voice. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 red lights burst out from his eyes and interwove, condensing into the image of the Dark Forbidden Lord. The Dark Forbidden Lord looked very similar to the surrounding black shadows, but his body was surrounded by black flames. Most importantly, he held an axe. Who is this person? Was he harmed by fate? Wait, isn't this axe the heaven-opening axe? Previously, Heavenly Tao's Pan Xian pestered me and said that life had stolen his heaven-opening axe. Could it be? How is that possible? How can such a supreme treasure be stolen? I'm afraid he's acting. But Pan Xian is only a freedom sage. How can he easily kill a great Tao sage? Dozens of black shadows began to argue. Shi Dudao, Ancestor Shitian, and Li Daokong were also among them. Shi Dudao was secretly puzzled. Why did the Dark Forbidden Lord want to kill life? Wasn't life created by him? He suddenly felt that he could not see through it anymore. The huge black shadow said, "Do you think he's the Dark Forbidden Lord?" Dark Forbidden Lord. All the black shadows were stunned. Most of them did not know much about the Dark Forbidden Lord. They had only heard of him. It was said that the deity realm of the ruins of En swept through the heavenly Tao. The reason why it failed time after another was not only because the heavenly Tao had given birth to a chaotic fiend celestial, but also because of the Dark Forbidden Lord. A black shadow said, "Isn't the Dark Forbidden Lord only good at curses?" The huge black shadow said in a low voice, "After thinking about it, it can only be the Dark Forbidden Lord. He cursed me before, even though he couldn't hurt me at all. Proves his motive. The Dark Forbidden Lord saved Divine Lord Peacock probably to nurture him. We don't know how many mighty figures he has under him. Next, we want you to spread the news that the Dark Forbidden Lord is killing life and is preparing to overturn the chaos. The Devil Ancestor will definitely appear. The chaotic fiend celestials and the eternal deities will each form a race. The chaos is already in chaos, so let's make it more chaotic. Chaos is a great battle. The chaos will only shatter in the battle. At that time, darkness will descend." Dozens of black shadows agreed. Shi Dudao guessed. When darkness descended, he remembered that before he encountered life, the Dark Forbidden Lord had told him that when the darkness descended, it would be the day the Dark Forbidden Lord appeared. From the looks of it, the so-called life was only a pawn of the Dark Forbidden Lord. The current conflict was probably because the Dark Forbidden Lord wanted life to act faster. He had indeed been a little lazy recently. Han Ju opened his eyes and frowned. He had been in seclusion for 10,000 years ever since he saved Divine Lord Peacock. He was getting closer and closer to breaking through. He took out the Book of Misfortune. It had long been upgraded and was now a great Tao supreme treasure. It had been too long since he had cursed. He wasn't used to it. He immediately started cursing the first life Black Sovereign. He would curse for 5 days and end it before his lifespan decreased. Awesome! Han Ju put away the Book of Misfortune and started to observe the heavenly Tao. The reason why he had only entered seclusion for 10,000 years was to see Qin Ling. To be precise, it was the first calamity after the heavenly Tao restarted. Qin Ling had already reincarnated. His background was the same as the sage's plan. His village was attacked by demons and Buddhas. When he subdued the demons, he accidentally killed Qin Ling's parents. Qin Ling began to seek revenge and visit the Immortals. At the age of 37, he finally met an expert from the Divine Palace and joined it. Qin Ling was still cultivating in the Divine Palace. Xia Jizuan had already reincarnated and was still a disciple of the Divine Palace. He did not hide his background, so after his reincarnation, he was still respected by the disciples. However, He couldn't remember everything about his previous life and could only know from his fellow disciples that he was very powerful in his previous life. They were both in the Divine Palace, and Xia Zhizuan was the center of attention, while Qin Ling was only an ordinary disciple. The two of them looked like they would never interact. Han Ju looked away after a while. He believed that the sages would not dare to act recklessly. If anyone really dared, he would show the dignity of the divine might heavenly sage. It had been a long time since Han Ju used force on the sages. He guessed that the new sages didn't know his strength very well. Then he began to check his emails. Your good friend Etion was attacked by chaotic devil insects X990028743. Your son Han Tuo was attacked by chaotic devil insects X902836722. Your good friend Jiang Yi has comprehended the chaotic sun origin. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Shi Dudao was attacked. Your good friend Ancestor Shitian was attacked. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked. Your good friend Huang Zuintian has become life. Your good friend Evil Heavenly Emperor has obtained a chaotic supreme treasure. His providence has increased greatly. Why did Huang Zuintian become life? Han Ju showed a frown. Huang Zuintian was loyal. He couldn't ignore him. After some thinking, Han Ju decided to visit Huang Zuintian in his dreams. The dream was a forest near the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. Huang Zuintian opened his eyes and saw that it was Han Ju. He immediately stood up and bowed. Master, Huang Zuintian said respectfully. Han Ju noticed that he had become as sinister as Ancestor Shitian. The transformation of his temperament was visible to the naked eye, and he didn't have the holy bearing of a sage. Han Ju asked, why did you cut off the providence of the heavenly Tao recently? He did not ask about life directly, as if he did not know the truth. Huang Zuintian replied helplessly, I was useless. I was attacked and forced to become life. Speaking of this, he wished that there was a hole in the ground for him to hide in. Defeated by a few lives? 1. What realm? Primordial chaos, zenith, heaven, golden, immortal. Han Ju was speechless. Huang Zuintian was ashamed and trembling. He was busy fighting for power. It had been too long since he had fought with someone at the same realm. If he was not careful during the battle, he would be sealed by the other party. Thinking back, he felt so weak. Han Ju sighed. It's not your fault. You're indeed not talented in combat. Huang Zuintian was extremely embarrassed. He wanted to say that he was also talented. Back then, he was also an invincible existence in the mortal world until he met Han Ju. He was too ashamed to say anything. He could only bury his face and remain silent. In that case, you can hide in the life faction just like how you hid in the Jie school. Can you do that? Han Ju asked. Huang Zuintian suddenly looked up and said, that's what I think. I'll make up for it. Han Ju said, protect yourself. If there's a chance, I'll think of a way to save you. Don't. I'll be really useless if I need your help. Let me hide in the life faction. If you want to know anything in the future, I can help you obtain information. Perhaps I can give you a surprise. Huang Zuintian did not say this. After all, the chaos was different from the heavenly Tao. Compared to the heavenly Tao, the chaos was less calculative. It was more about survival of the fittest. There's still a chance things may go wrong. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if Huang Zuintian was killed by a brute? Han Ju said, all right, that's all. The dream ended. Han Ju opened his eyes helplessly. It had to be said that life was indeed a little powerful. Li Daokong, Shi Dudao, Ancestor Shitian, and Huang Zuintian were all captured. Just with the heavenly Tao alone, in the entire chaos, how much power had the first life Black Sovereign accumulated? Why aren't there any powerful great Tao supremacies going up to find trouble with the first life Black Sovereign? They're all wandering around me. Han Ju felt bitter. Perhaps the first life Black Sovereign was more dangerous than him, but this fellow had a way to escape. After all, this fellow grasped the great Tao Providence divine authority. Even Pangu couldn't completely kill him. Han Ju continued reading the emails. It was all opportunities and beatings. They couldn't attract his attention anymore. Hanju's gaze landed on the 100-peak Immortal River. He discovered that the black hell chicken had already become a pseudosage, but it did not look for him. He counted with his fingers and shook his head with a smile. It was because the chaotic heavenly dog, Ada Xiao and the other personal disciples had not reached the pseudosage realm. The black hell chicken was waiting for them. They wanted to find Hanju together because they guessed that once they found him, they would have to leave the 100-peak Immortal River. More than 1,000,000 years had passed. These guys were close and could not bear to leave each other behind. Not bad. Under Hanju, the disciples formed different circles. Fortunately, there were no conflicts for the time being. It was mainly because the Heavenly Tao and the Hidden Sect were both developing and could still grow, so there were no conflicts. Once the Hidden Sect could no longer expand and they could no longer become stronger, they could only fight for power in the existing factions. Hanju was never afraid of internal strife among his disciples. He could always throw them into the primordial heavenly prison. At this moment, Hanju felt an extremely terrifying aura. Chaotic fiend celestial, red fate. Hanju immediately used the simulation trial to detect her existence. Red fate. Late-stage Great Tao primordial chaos realm, chaotic fiend celestial. She has a favorable impression of you because you killed the despair Tao spirit. Current favorability. 3 stars. This favorability appeared when the fiend celestials gathered. Hanju didn't care at that time. Woman, you deliberately approached me. You must have a motive. Wasn't she here now? Hanju directly started the simulation trial. 3 breaths later, he opened his eyes and frowned. He entered the simulation trial again. A breath later, he opened his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. Killing intent suddenly burst out from Hanju's eyes. Should he just kill this fellow? To avoid causing trouble for me? No, the other party did not have any hatred towards him. How could he kill her? Hanju never killed his friends. Moreover, killing Red Fate would definitely attract the chaotic fiend celestial's attention. It would be harmful but not beneficial. Fine then. Hanju created a clone and went to see her. Red Fate was waiting in the dark forbidden zone. Seeing Hanju appear, she smiled like a flower, enough to topple all living beings. However, in his eyes her smile was so cunning. Hanju asked, "Why are you here, fellow Taoist Red Fate?" Red Fate covered his mouth and laughed. "Didn't you invite me?" Fellow Taoist Han appeared very quickly. "I thought I still had to wait for a while. The Heavenly Tao is really a good place. Even we great Tao sages can't enter without permission." Hanju smiled. "Then there has to be a reason why you came to visit me, right?" What did she mean? "You still want to barge in?" Hanju almost pulled out his axe. "The reason is that I want to be close to fellow Taoist Han. After living for so many years, only fellow Taoist Han suits my taste. You're also a chaotic fiend celestial, so I naturally want to be close to you." Red Fate smiled and pretended to be coy. Hanju was not confused. They were all old foxes who had been around for billions of years. Even if what she said was true, she probably wanted to cozy up to him. However, Hanju was afraid of trouble. Recently, a special space-time dimension has appeared in the chaotic spring. It might contain a great opportunity. Fellow Taoist Han, are you willing to follow me and increase our relationship? Perhaps after this trip, you and I will become Tao companions. Hanju said, "I already have a Tao companion, and there's more than one. I've had countless fun in the past and have seen through the mortal world. That's why I'm cultivating so diligently today. I don't need a Tao companion anymore. Thank you for your favor, fellow Taoist Red Fate." Red Fate smiled. "It's fine. I don't care. Fellow Taoist Han, don't be in a hurry to refuse. What if you suddenly change your mind in the future?" Hanju chuckled. "We'll talk about it in the future. Then, are you going?" "Forget it. It's too far from the Heavenly Tao. I'm afraid of death." "You're afraid that I'll harm you? How is that possible? Even if fellow Taoist Red Fate doesn't harm me, what if I encounter enemies?" What if I encounter a great Tao Supreme on the way and he doesn't like the two of us? Your thoughts are really strange. How can a great Tao Supreme be so easy to encounter? Furthermore, why would they attack without caring about karma? Red Fate shook her head and laughed, feeling that he was more and more interesting. Hanju was helpless. Since she had already said so, how could he not understand? Must they fall out? Hanju and Red Fate exchanged a few pleasantries. Seeing that he was determined not to go out, she could only give up. Red Fate smiled and said, "In that case, I'll visit you in the future. If you want to find me, you can come to me at any time." With that, she cupped her hands and left. Hanju secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Indeed, dealing with women was the most tiring. Hanju's clone returned to the heavenly Tao and quickly entered his main body, disappearing. Hanju couldn't be bothered to deduce Red Fate's true intentions. He just didn't want to go out. He closed his eyes and continued cultivating. Next, he had to break through to the late-stage Great Tao primordial chaos realm. It had been nearly 600,000 years since his last breakthrough. Hanju felt that time passed very quickly. It was much faster than the previous 600,000 years. Perhaps this was life. The older he got, the faster time passed. Outside the 33rd Heaven Universal Hall, Heavenly Venerate Xiandu, Heavenly Venerate Wufa, Pan-Xian, Qiu Shilai, Sect Master Tianju, and Fang Liang gathered here. Pan-Xian recounted what had happened in the chaos recently, causing the other sages to frown. The Dark Forbidden Lord had appeared. This name was like thunder to them. It was said that the reason why the Heavenly Tao restarted back then was that the Dark Forbidden Lord had forced Sage Fated Secrets into a corner. It could be said that the Dark Forbidden Lord manipulated everything behind the previous immeasurable calamity. They suspected that the Dark Forbidden Lord wanted to support the Heavenly Court. But in the end, the evil Heavenly Emperor was chased out of the Heavenly Tao. Looking at the outcome, there was no winner. The entire Heavenly Tao was damaged by the Dark Forbidden Lord, causing the deity realm of the Ruins of End to attack it later. The Heavenly Tao would have long been finished if not for Hanju. They had also suspected that Hanju was related to the Dark Forbidden Lord, but on careful thought, there was no logic. Hanju also claimed to have been cursed by the Dark Forbidden Lord. Heavenly Venerate Wufa sighed. The Dark Forbidden Lord is really powerful. He can even subdue Divine Lord Peacock. This fellow is famous for being arrogant. He doesn't care about any great Tao sage. Sect Master Tianju frowned. We don't know how much power the Dark Forbidden Lord has accumulated, but there have always been remnants of the Darkness sect in the Immortal world and the Myriad worlds. Jing Tiangong even brought a group of trusted aides to the chaos. This is only the Heavenly Tao. In the entire chaos, its power probably far exceeds our expectations. Qiu Shilai was also worried. Yes, the Dark Forbidden Lord targeted the Heavenly Tao in the past. He might make a comeback in the future. To be honest, I will be cursed every once in a while. Although I'm not injured, it makes me uneasy. The Dark Forbidden Lord was a saber hanging above the Heavenly Tao. In the previous calamity, the calamity that should have lasted for millions of years was forced to speed up by the Dark Forbidden Lord. In the end, a Tao destruction mystical power even appeared, becoming the most tragic calamity in history. Heavenly Venerate Xiandu said, "Other than being careful of the Dark Forbidden Lord, there's another thing. Huang Zuintian was captured like Li Daokong and Shi Dudao. His Heavenly Tao providence was severed. Let's choose the new sage from the Jie school." Sect Master Tianju's expression was ugly as he nodded slightly. He still thought highly of Huang Zuintian, but he had no choice. The current Heavenly Tao was not suitable to fight with life. Pan-Xian cursed. Damn it, they're too arrogant. If not for the fact that we have to consider the Heavenly Tao, I really want to destroy them. The Heavenly Tao needed to develop in the chaos. Once an all-out war broke out, many Heavenly Tao living beings wandering outside would definitely be affected. Even if the Heavenly Tao did not lose, it would stop developing for a long time in the future and even decline. Should we tell Grandmaster about this? Fang Liang asked. Heavenly Venerate Xiandu said, There's no need. Huang Zuentian is not a disciple of the hidden sect. As for the dark forbidden lord, we can't even find him. Telling fellow Taoist Han will only increase his worries and affect his cultivation. The heavenly Tao doesn't rely on current unity, but fellow Taoist Han's strength. You should know this. The sages nodded. Without Han Ju, how could they be united? Without Han Ju, even if they were united, how many calamities could they survive? Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said, the immeasurable calamity is about to begin. Everyone, if you have the time, keep an eye on the immortal world to prevent some new sages from not knowing the rules. Heavenly Venerate Wufa smiled. It's good if someone doesn't know the rules. Let's kill the chicken to warn the monkeys. Sect Master Tianju, Pan Xian, Fang Liang, and Qiu Shilai also smiled. As more and more heavenly Tao sages appeared, the hierarchy had also been formed. Although they were at the same realm, the status of the old-school sages was higher than the new sages. The sages continued to discuss the situation of the chaos. Under the blue sky, the mountains surrounded a huge lake. The surface of the lake was filled with mist, like a paradise. By the lake, the old man in the raincoat, Lao Dan, leaned against the water buffalo lying on the grass. The fishing rod was very long and sank into the mist. Tao Sovereign, Zhao Shenyuan, and Zhang Yi sat not far away. Zhao Shenyuan suddenly opened his eyes and asked, Old man, how much longer are we going to stay here? We've already passed the primordial world illusion and completed the trial perfectly. Why can't we leave? Lao Dan snorted. What's the hurry? Your cultivation levels are too weak. You won't be able to protect the little golden crow if you leave now. Zhang Yi was dissatisfied. So be it. Why do you have to say little? I'm older than you. Lao Dan chuckled. Tao Sovereign asked, Senior, where's this world? The spirit chi is not bad. Almost half of our 100-peak immortal river. He did not say this. Lao Dan said proudly, This is the boundless world. It forms a world of its own, but there are no living beings here. My Tao field contains boundless spirit chi, Khanate chi, and even chaotic chi. You three brats are really lucky. Zhao Shenyuan rolled his eyes. Tao Sovereign looked at Zhang Yi and asked, How's your cultivation recently? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Zhang Yi smiled. No, the divine yang indestructible body is indeed powerful. It won't be long before I can recover the primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal Tao fruit. Tao Sovereign nodded, his eyes filled with relief. Zhang Yi was clearly older than them, but among the three of them he was like the third brother. Tao Sovereign and Zhao Shenyuan would give in to him. By the way, you still have to enter the primordial world's illusion and experience the divine investiture war 5,000 years later. Your opponents might be sages or even the Tao ancestor. Be prepared. Lao Dan's voice floated over, causing Tao Sovereign and the other two to be moved. Tao ancestor. They did not panic. Instead, they were excited. Lao Dan noticed their expressions and sighed. It had to be said that these three brats were indeed bold. Once nurtured well, they would definitely be geniuses who stirred up the chaos in the future. Lao Dan couldn't help but think of Han Ju. He had never seen him, but he had heard of the divine might heavenly sage in the chaos. In addition to Tao Sovereign and the other two, how could he not know Han Ju? This child was talented and had so many talented but loyal disciples. What kind of person was he? Lao Dan suddenly became interested in Han Ju. Lao Dan has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. This notification appeared in front of Han Ju, who was cultivating. He didn't care and continued cultivating. He might still be curious if Lao Zi's main body had a favorable impression of him. Time passed. Year after year passed. Han Ju entered seclusion for 120,000 years in one go and finally welcomed the opportunity to break through. He opened his eyes and adjusted his state of mind. He was finally about to break through. If he didn't break through now, Han Ju would think that he was mediocre. Should he use his lifespan before breaking through? It would be refreshed. Anyway, Hanju had lost half of his lifespan when he used the mystical destiny book, but he still had more than 15 nonillion years of lifespan. Who should he use it on? According to the hatred points, it was definitely the first life Black Sovereign. However, Hanju still wanted to use the first life Black Sovereign to attract the firepower of the chaos, giving the heavenly Tao and him time to develop. Forget it, I'll curse. He did not want to keep poaching from the heavenly Tao. Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing the first life Black Sovereign. 5 days later, his lifespan began to decrease. As he cursed, he hesitated. How much lifespan should he use this time? Perhaps septillion years of lifespan? It was barely anything. Would he be cursed to death? He could try. As Hanju thought silently, the black light of the Book of Misfortune shone in the Taoist temple, looking extremely sinister and terrifying. In a dark palace, the first life Black Sovereign was circulating his energy to resist the curse. He still maintained his black shadow image and concealed his true body. Humph. Again? I want to see if you can hurt me this time. First life Black Sovereign snorted coldly as he began to use the karma mystical power he had learned previously to especially resist the curse. He waved his hands slowly and with some profound pattern. He gradually stirred up dazzling afterimages. At this moment, his expression changed. The curse power suddenly strengthened. It was much stronger than before, and it was still strengthening. First life Black Sovereign was shocked to discover that his mystical power was useless. Damn it! That dog lied to me. This mystical power can't block it at all. First life Black Sovereign panicked. He had concluded that once the curse lasted for more than 5 days, it meant that the Dark Forbidden had taken the initiative to kill. Could it be because he had recently deliberately defamed the Dark Forbidden Lord? The first life Black Sovereign was uneasy. After living for countless years, this was the first time he had encountered such a terrifying opponent. He didn't even know who the other party was. First life Black Sovereign could only try his best to block and pray in his heart. Inside the Taoist temple, Hanju stared at his lifespan and maintained his full strength. He had already lost a quadrillion years of his lifespan, 2 quadrillion years of lifespan, 5 quadrillion years of lifespan. Because of your curse, the Tao heart of your enemy, the first life Black Sovereign, cracked. Continue. 7 quadrillion years, 9 quadrillion years, 10 quadrillion years. Because of your curse, the Tao heart of your enemy, the first life Black Sovereign, was damaged. His cultivation was damaged and his soul is in chaos. Forget it. This fellow was done for. Hanju put down the Book of Misfortune. He was hesitating if he should visit the first life Black Sovereign in his dreams. It depended on his attitude. Hanju immediately used the Dark Nightmare and met the first life Black Sovereign in the image of the Dark Forbidden Lord. The dream was a void where only the two of them existed. The first life Black Sovereign opened his eyes. Both sides were in the form of black shadows, but the Dark Forbidden Lord was surrounded by black flames and looked even stranger. It's really you, first life Black Sovereign said with a complicated tone. The image of the enemy that divine Lord Xian you had sent him before his death was the image of the Dark Forbidden Lord. Hanju stared at him coldly and didn't say anything. Both sides fell silent. Regarding the Dark Forbidden Lord, the first life Black Sovereign naturally hated him and was very angry. However, logic told him not to act recklessly. He couldn't resist the curse of the Dark Forbidden Lord at all. After a long while, first life Black Sovereign asked in a low voice, "What do you want, fellow Taoist?" Hanju asked in a hoarse voice, "First life Black Sovereign, what do you want?" First life Black Sovereign was shocked. He had always been hiding his identity. How did the other party know his Tao title? Could it also be an ancient existence? The first life Black Sovereign panicked. Figures flashed through his mind. They were all existences older than the heavenly Tao. Hanju suddenly removed the dream. He opened his eyes and smiled thoughtfully. He had already felt the chaos in the first life Black Sovereign's heart. Enough. The more he said, the more mistakes he would make. Next, it depended on what the first life Black Sovereign would do. Hanju suddenly felt melancholic again. He still had too few enemies. It was very difficult to find someone to vent to. Hanju sighed and could only prepare to break through. On the peak of Buzhou Divine Mountain, Hanyu and the woman in green stood at the edge of the cliff looking down the mountain. The sea of clouds covered the scenery below. The woman in green asked curiously, "Senior, what are you thinking?" Hanyu said softly, "After so many years, is the hatred in your heart still there?" The woman in green frowned and replied, "I'm ashamed to say this, but it's indeed much fainter." After staying by Han Yu's side for hundreds of thousands of years, she had clearly not experienced much. Instead, she had become even more relieved. She had already thought through many things that she could not figure out, and many things that she cared about had already become unimportant. She didn't know if her change was correct. Did she see through the mortal world, or was she afraid of it? Did she put down all her obsessions to protect herself? "You've been on this mountain for so long and are isolated from the world. What do you think of the world now?" Han Yu asked. His eyes were melancholic, and it was unknown what he was thinking. The green-robed woman said, "A day in heaven is a year on earth. This is not a lie. From the perspective of a lifetime, the suffering of a person indeed overshadows everything. However, from the perspective of 100 lifetimes and 10,000 lifetimes, one will die in the end. What is the pain of a lifetime? For mortals to float in the cycle of reincarnation is great suffering in itself. It is greater than any suffering in the world. Senior, why do you think humans exist? Why do those mortals without cultivation potential exist? Is this world a prison? But if cultivators make a mistake, they have to enter the cycle of reincarnation to suffer." Hanyu glanced at her and said, "Actually, I'm not sure either. But I know one thing. Destiny exists. What is fate? It is the fate that is determined from birth." The reason why he was worried was that he saw Qin Ling suffering. After more than 100,000 years, Qin Ling had already become stronger. However, the grudges on his body increased and his obsession deepened. From the looks of it, Qin Ling had suffered too much in this life. It was so bitter that Han Yu couldn't stand it anymore. However, Han Yu knew that this was only a calamity. After the calamity, Qin Ling could transcend and obtain a greater future. The conflict caused by the difference made Han Yu very confused. All living beings were only a game of chess for sages? Then whose pawn were the sages? Who was manipulating everything from the unknown? Was he smiling or crying? Or perhaps he was indifferent? The green-robed woman said, "However, with 3,000 great Tao, isn't there still a chance of survival? Other than descending into the mortal world to suffer, aren't there still mortals in the world who defy the heavens and become deities or sages? That chance of survival might be a hint of pity." Han Yu sighed. The woman in green did not understand. Who was he referring to? Han Yu turned around and walked towards the old tree. He smiled and said, "Continue cultivating. No matter what, you are happy and carefree now. Seize the time well and fight for that trace of life for yourself." The woman in green hurriedly followed and smiled. "Cultivation doesn't matter to me. Being by your side all day long is my greatest satisfaction. I don't need you to serve me. What have you done for me all these years? That's because you don't need it, but my intentions are true." Heh! Han Yu sat under the old tree and closed his eyes to cultivate. As for the woman in green, he couldn't be bothered. Qin Ling's encounter stimulated Han Yu. He knew very well that if not for his ancestor, he would probably be a pawn in the mortal world. How could he be so free on Buzhou Divine Mountain that no one dared to disturb him? He couldn't let his ancestor down. He also had to work hard to jump out of the chessboard and become a player. 5,000 years later, Han Ju finally broke through. Late-stage Great Tao Primordial Chaos Realm. His dermic powers began to increase. The long-awaited comfort made him happy. As he consolidated his cultivation, he checked his attributes list. Name: Han Ju. Lifespan: 1,345,281/90, 329. 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999. Race: primordial fiend celestial, immeasurable emperor. Cultivation: late stage great Tao primordial chaos realm, perfect sage. Technique: primordial chaos reincarnation great Tao, heavenly cycle body tempering. Great Tao of life and death, great Tao of karma, great Tao of extreme origin. This breakthrough meant that his lifespan had tripled compared to before he used the mystical destiny book. Not bad. Not bad. Hanju was very satisfied. His lifespan should increase by leaps and bounds when he reached the great Tao Supreme Realm. Hanju looked forward to that day. It took nearly 700,000 years to reach the late stage, and it would probably take 1,000,000 years to reach the perfected stage. There was still a long way to go. It took Hanju 500 years to consolidate his cultivation. He began to comprehend the mystical powers. He first raised his sword Tao mystical powers to the extreme before cultivating the grand unity aspect. It took another 300 years. He had newly learned 300 fiend celestial Dharma idols, accumulating 1,149. His strength had increased greatly. At Hanju's realm, his dharmic powers were endless. Therefore, the more fiend celestial Dharma idols there were, the more Hanju's strength increased. It seemed like he had only broken through a minor realm, but his strength had changed drastically. It had to be said that the stellar primordial body was indeed powerful. It could control so many Dharma idols at once. Not only that, but every time he mastered a fiend celestial Dharma idol, the fiend celestial chi would automatically condense. When Hanju reached a certain extreme realm, the primordial world in the depths of his soul might become another chaos world. There was a chaotic origin stone in the primordial world that could constantly increase the chaotic chi. However, the primordial world itself was producing the nebulous primordial chi. At first, the two sides were small and did not affect each other. Now, the nebulous primordial chi occupied most of the primordial world, and it was still gradually corroding the chaotic chi. Apart from producing chaotic chi, the chaotic origin stone could also transform into all things. It had the great creation of all living beings. If the primordial world wanted to become a world of its own, it would need the chaotic origin stone sooner or later. Hanju now felt that the chaotic origin stone might affect the nebulous primordial chi, so he wanted to take it out after he found a place for the third Tao field. Creating a world in his body sounded wonderful and impressive, but in fact, it had created a weakness for him. Would the enemy attack him through this world? Hanju didn't want to have a weakness. Then, he began the simulation trial. The target was still the foolish sword sage. 1,000 foolish sword sages. Hanju's goal was to be absolutely invincible in the same realm. To easily insta-kill many enemies no matter how there were. He hoped that before he broke through to the great Tao Supreme Realm, he could already challenge 10,000 foolish sword sages or even more. An hour later, Hanju continued the second simulation trial. It repeated the cycle. He wanted to train his combat ability in battle. In the mysterious plain, there was an ocean below the sky. A majestic figure appeared at the end of the sea. Divine light billions of feet behind him was dazzling. It was the Holy Mother of Order. The divine robed Taoist descended from the sky and landed in front of the Holy Mother of Order. He cupped his hands and bowed. "May I know why the Holy Mother called me here?" The divine robed Taoist asked with a smile. He didn't seem to be affected by the primordial heavenly prison and was as arrogant as ever. The Holy Mother of Order said, "It's about the primordial fiend celestial. Not long ago, a living being consumed the primordial pill and obtained the power of the primordial fiend celestial. It shook the great Tao Providence divine authority of the chaos. The divine authority was automatically on guard, so it gave birth to 10,000 divine authority generals. The divine authority generals have no intention of becoming independent. They will travel the chaos to find the primordial fiend celestial. At that time, don't conflict with them." Divine authority generals? The divine robed Taoist frowned. "How's their cultivation?" The Holy Mother of Order said, "It's equivalent to 10,000 great Tao sages. This power can definitely dominate the chaos. This is the power of the great Tao Providence divine authority. Why is there peace in the chaos? If you stop it, you will be judged to be harming the chaos. Do you understand?" The divine robe Taoist's eyelids twitched. 10,000 great Tao sages. Too ridiculous. There might not even be 1,000 great Tao sages in the chaos. This was the accumulation of countless years. This was enough to show how terrifying the power of the great Tao divine authority was. It was enough to cleanse the chaos. The divine robe Taoist said, "Thank you for your reminder, Holy Mother. I'll remember it." The Holy Mother of Order asked, "Have you let go of your hatred for the heavenly Tao?" The divine robe Taoist smiled. "There's no hatred. I'm just doing this for benefits. Since I can't defeat him, I naturally have to let it go. Not only that, but I've also befriended him. In the future, we can rely on each other. It can be considered a blessing in disguise." The Holy Mother of Order said, "That's right. Well done. In the chaos, especially the great Tao sages, how can there be so many life and death grudges? Putting down the grudges and comprehending the Tao is what the great Tao sages should do. The chaos looks stable, but it can collapse at any time. The so-called chaos is only a manifestation of the power of the great Tao Providence divine authority to occupy the primordial void. Perhaps other divine authorities will appear in the future to replace the chaos and create a new name, just like the darkness pursued by life." The divine robe Taoist said disdainfully, "Life is stupid. They can't rely on strength if they want to overturn the chaos. They don't even know what the great Tao Providence divine authority is." "Yes, that's all," the Holy Mother of Order responded. The divine robe Taoist bowed and left, quickly disappearing. Not long after, the space above the sea fluctuated violently and a figure appeared. It was Laozi. Laozi's expression was indifferent. He looked at the Holy Mother of Order and said, "Holy Mother, can you deduce why the primordial pill failed?" The Holy Mother of Order said, "Don't you believe in indifference and non-emotion? Why are you asking about this? That is only a cultivation attitude. The failure of the primordial pill might signal a calamity. It will affect all cultivators." Laozi replied calmly without any fluctuation in his tone. The Holy Mother of Order said, "I don't know why it failed, but a supreme existence said that the primordial fiend celestial who stirred up the great Tao immeasurable calamity has yet to be born." Laozi was deep in thought. The Holy Mother of Order continued, "Many ancient existences want to become primordial fiend celestials. The primordial pill might be one of their methods." Laozi said, "Thank you for your guidance, Holy Mother." With that, he turned around and prepared to leave. "Laozi, do you think the Tao ancestor also wants to become a primordial fiend celestial?" The Holy Mother of Order's voice floated over again. In an instant, the clouds in the sky stopped moving. With his back facing the Holy Mother of Order, Laozi asked, "The Holy Mother does not enter karma or fate. Why do you care about the Tao ancestor's fate?" The Holy Mother of Order said, "The primordial fiend celestial is the calamity of the chaos. If the Tao ancestor really becomes a primordial fiend celestial, I hope you won't be obsessed with old feelings." Laozi left after saying, "If teacher really becomes a primordial fiend celestial, my sword will definitely point at him." The world fell into silence. Inside the 100-peak Immortal River, Hanju ended the simulation trial. After hundreds of battles, he could finally easily kill 1,000 foolish sword sages. He even tried to challenge 2,000. Although it was difficult, he was not helpless. Even without using the primordial divine rage, every fiend celestial Dharma idol had a powerful one-on-one combat ability. At the very least, fighting a foolish sword sage alone was not a problem. In a good mood, Hanju began to preach the Tao to the millions of disciples in the 100-peak Immortal River. This lecture lasted for 100 years. Then Hanju didn't resume cultivation immediately. Instead, he sent out a trace of his soul thought and headed to the immortal world. The immeasurable calamity was about to begin. He wanted to take a look. His soul thought transformed into his main body and his cultivation level was controlled at the zenith heaven golden immortal realm. This cultivation was only on the surface. Even a pseudo-sage couldn't hurt his soul thought. Hanju planned to go to the divine palace to take a look. The protagonist of the calamity, Qinling, was staying there. Speaking of which, Hanju still remembered the divine palace. Before the previous calamity, the divine palace was a place where geniuses gathered in the immortal world. It still existed today. Of course, this was all thanks to him. Otherwise, how could Zhang Guxing have risen up? Hanju flew forward. He suddenly thought of Han Tuo's mother. Her soul had been sealed for so many years. Should he let her out and reincarnate? It was not that he could not. The current Hanju no longer needed to worry too much. In the heavenly Tao, no one could hurt the people he wanted to protect. Next time, I guess. Hanju would release her the next time he traveled the immortal world. Apart from looking at the divine palace, Hanju also planned to go to the netherworld to see his eldest disciple and Han Tuo's daughter, Han Xinyuan. Han Tuo had a son and a daughter. His son established the Han family and was Han Yu's ancestor. His daughter, Han Xinyuan, had been busy cultivating and later joined the netherworld. Under Yang Tiandong's care, she was already a female ghost deity and had a very high status. Along the way, Hanju didn't fly too fast and took a look at the current situation of the immortal world. It had been hundreds of thousands of years since he last traveled the immortal world. It was naturally different now. Hanju noticed that there were already more than 3,000 Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals in the immortal world. This did not include the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals in the chaos. There were also hundreds of pseudo-sages. Not bad. Several months later, Hanju finally arrived at the Divine Palace. The Divine Palace was located in the sky. The palace was placed above the clouds. There were layers after layers of magnificent palaces as far as the eye could see. Hanju secretly used the power of the concealment fiend celestial and disappeared without a trace. He found Qinling's aura and quickly came to his courtyard. After more than 100,000 years, Qinling was already an immortal emperor, but his status in the Divine Palace was not high. Because his potential was average, his residence was not considered high. Could only be said to be average. Qinling was sitting on the steps and looking at the cauldron in front of him with a depressed expression. Why is this Emperor Essence pill so difficult to refine? Qinling muttered to himself, feeling a little discouraged. Hanju suddenly appeared and smiled. It means that you don't have the talent to refine pills. Shocked, Qinling suddenly stood up and asked angrily, "Who are you?" Hanju walked around the cauldron and came to his side. He smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. I'm also a disciple of the Divine Palace. I've only heard of your deeds and came to take a look." Qinling snorted and mocked himself. "You want to see me? A mediocre prodigy who relies on pills?" His potential was actually not bad, but he was definitely at the bottom in the Divine Palace. Many disciples his age had already stepped into the deity realm. His enemy was also a prodigy in the Buddhist sect. He had already reached the Zenith Heaven realm 10,000 years ago. The difference between the two became greater and greater. Qinling felt despair every time he thought about this. Could he really take revenge? Hanju smiled. "Your potential is mediocre, but you're persistent. The mighty figures in the world are all tenacious and persistent." Qinling was in a good mood and no longer pulled a long face. He let Hanju walk to the stone table at the side and chat. After the two of them sat down, Qinling asked curiously, "Brother, what's your name?" Although the Divine Palace has countless disciples, there aren't many as handsome as you. Rather, there's no one. The geniuses of the Divine Palace were all handsome and beautiful. The men and the women were like immortals. However, they all looked like mortals compared to the disciple in front of him. Hanju smiled and said, "My name is Liu Bei. I'm just good-looking." Liu Bei? Qinling thought to himself. He had never heard of him. In other words, the other party was not a top prodigy. Thinking of this, Qinling relaxed. They could be friends as long as the difference in potential was not great. He would never think that Hanju was not a disciple of the Divine Palace. The Divine Palace was a top-notch Providence sect in the world. They had sages at the top, who would dare to infiltrate and cause trouble. The two of them began to chat. They chatted about everything from ancient legends to the mortal world. The more Qin Ling chatted, the happier he became. Very few people suited his taste. Most of the Divine Palace disciples only exchanged their cultivation insights or compared cultivation levels. Very few people were like Liu Bei, who did not talk about cultivation and only talked about boring things. Several hours later, Hanju smiled and asked, "Do you want me to help you see why your pills failed? Brother Liu also knows alchemy? A little. Please." Qin Ling immediately stood up in anticipation. Hanju didn't know alchemy, but with his cultivation realm, he secretly cast a spell, and the pill was quickly born. It was that simple. However, he deliberately cast a spell with an unfathomable gesture, causing Qin Ling to exclaim in admiration. 5 minutes later, the Emperor Essence pill flew out of the cauldron and landed in Qin Ling's hand. Qin Ling's hands trembled as he muttered, "What dense immortal Emperor Essence Qi! How powerful!" Hanju said smugly, "How about it? I'm worthy of you calling me Big Brother." Yes, Big Brother Liu. Brother, please teach me. This technique is not easy to teach. It's a technique passed down in the family and can't be taught to others. Hanju helped Qin Ling refine 99 Emperor Essence pills, almost making him kneel down. He couldn't understand this alchemy technique. This was because the herbs he had prepared could only be refined 100 times. According to the 10% success rate, Liu Bei's alchemy technique was almost 100% successful. The only time he failed was when Hanju stopped in time. In the courtyard, Qin Ling began to massage Hanju's back and shoulders, trying his best to please him. "Brother, what do you want to eat and drink? Just tell me. You're my big brother from now on. Take 60% of these pills. You can't give me all of them. Are you really giving them to me? So you don't need it. All right." Qin Ling was overjoyed after accepting all the Emperor Essence pills. He had never been so happy in the past 100,000 years. His gaze softened as he looked at Hanju. He was his benefactor. "Brother, you've helped me so much. What do you need me to do?" Qin Ling asked. He would really feel uneasy if he did not repay him. Hanju smiled and said, "I want the most precious treasure in the world. Can you help me find it?" Qin Ling asked in surprise, "What is that?" "You will understand in the future." Qin Ling was deep in thought. Little did he know that Hanju was just patronizing him. Qin Ling thought that it was a Dharma treasure. Most of the treasures in the immortal world were Dharma treasures. Hanju left several days later. Qin Ling began to consume the Emperor Essence pills in seclusion. In the next few decades, Hanju traveled the immortal world and saw its current prosperity. The cultivation culture filled every corner of the world. Even mortal villages knew at least one cultivation method. If not for the chaotic heavenly road and the fact that all living beings did not explore the chaos, the immortal world would have long been saturated. It would be a disaster when resources and territory became limited and the number of cultivators continued to increase. Netherworld. Hanju came to Han Xinyuan's residence. Han Xinyuan had inherited his and Han Tuo's good looks. Wearing a white robe, she was the only one in the room as she silently and lonely meditated. Hanju calculated and discovered that Han Xinyuan had very little karma, even less than Hanyu. She had been alone for 1,000,000 years. It was even more so after entering the netherworld. Although she held great power, she had been cultivating alone most of the time. Hanju didn't disturb her. Instead, he quietly covered her with the great Tao of extreme origin and let her quickly enter a state of Tao comprehension. This was the first time the two of them met. Although they were related by blood, Han Xinyuan didn't know of his existence at all. Han Tuo and Yang Tiandong didn't say anything, either. After all, Hanju's status was too high. They didn't want to burden Han Xinyuan and cause great karma. which would also reduce trouble for Hanju. 10 years later, Hanju left quietly. Han Xinyuan opened her beautiful eyes and frowned. What kind of power is this? Did I really comprehend it? Han Xinyuan muttered to herself. Then, she closed her eyes again and tried to sense it carefully. Hanju's Dao heart was calm again after the 100 years of travel ended. He came to the second Dao field. The weakest fiend celestial in the second Dao field was a pseudosage. Among them, the flesh fiend celestial and the void fiend celestial had just become primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortals. Hanju's fiend celestial army had been constantly becoming stronger in the long years, just like him. Liao and Dao Comprehension Sword opened their eyes. They hurriedly stood up and bowed upon seeing him appear. Hanju sat down and started to preach the Dao. His voice resounded throughout the second Dao field. 100 years later, the lecture ended. Hanju was about to leave. "Sister, go out for a while," Liao suddenly said. Dao Comprehension Sword was stunned for a moment before leaving obediently. Liao pulled him back. Hanju remained silent and sat beside her. 20 years later, Hanju returned to the main Dao field and prepared to continue cultivating. Detected that the Great Dao Providence Divine Authority has been triggered. The Divine Authority Generals will monitor the entire chaos. You have the following choices. 1. Exit seclusion immediately and destroy the Great Dao Providence Divine Authority. You will obtain a Great Dao Fragment, a Creation Spirit Stone, a Heavenly Dao Spirit Stone, a Supreme Treasure, a Mystical Power Inheritance, and a new function of the system. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and ignore this matter for the time being. You will obtain a Great Dao Fragment, a Creation Spirit Stone, and a chance to upgrade the Dao field. Great Dao Providence Divine Authority? Life was coming? A word appeared in his mind when Hanju saw the first option. Scam. The second option caused his eyes to light up. Upgrade the Dao field. Could still level up? Hanju directly chose the second option. Nothing was more important than safety. You chose to cultivate in a low-profile manner and obtained a Great Dao Fragment, a Creation Spirit Stone, and a chance to upgrade the Dao field. The Dao field has begun to upgrade. Hanju took out the Creation Spirit Stone and fused it with one of the Fiend Celestial Qi. Then, he placed his attention on the Great Dao Providence Divine Authority. I want to know how the Divine Authority Generals will monitor the chaos? Hanju asked in his mind. It had been a long time since the system had triggered such a choice. This meant that this matter was not simple and even involved his life. 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. The Great Dao Providence Divine Authority will create 10,000 Divine Authority Generals. They will check every corner of the chaos and search for dangerous elements that might threaten the chaos and eliminate them. Hanju frowned. This was not good. Do my son and I have a way to avoid the inspection of the Great Dao Providence Divine Authority? Hanju continued to ask in his mind. 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No. Hanju frowned. Even the Dao field can't avoid it? The Dao field can resist, but it cannot avoid detection. It will be treated as a danger factor and will be attacked by 10,000 Divine Authority Generals. That was good. It meant that the Divine Authority Generals would target the Dao field, but they might not be able to break in. However, the consequences would be unimaginable if this matter blew up. Hanju asked, how strong are the Divine Authority Generals? 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. A Divine Authority General is equivalent to a Great Dao Sage. 10,000 Great Dao Sages? Hanju's eyes widened and he stood up. How could he block this calamity? Hanju frowned. This Great Dao Providence Divine Authority was equivalent to the immunity system of the human body. It had to be said that this power was too domineering. No force in the chaos could resist it. It would definitely be a slaughter. Any existence who faced such a force would either die or obediently wait for their inspection to end. He definitely couldn't stop it with the current strength of the heavenly Tao. The Tao field was also in the heavenly Tao and might endanger it. The heavenly Tao had finally developed until now, but Hanju still didn't want to implicate it and all living beings. I want to know if the 10,000 divine authority generals will act together or separately? Together. No lifespan was deducted, but the answer was the worst. When will the 10,000 divine authority generals reach the heavenly Tao? 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. 5 million years. Hanju's brows suddenly relaxed. The situation was not that bad. After all, the chaos was extremely vast. How could they sweep through the entire chaos in a short period of time? But then again, won't they be able to hide everywhere if 10,000 divine authority generals act together? They aren't strict enough? Or do they have special methods? Hanju thought silently. He did not use the derivation function. He had already checked. He couldn't escape this disaster at all. Why waste his lifespan? Hanju adjusted his state of mind and started cultivating. He wanted to attain the Great Tao Supreme Realm before the Great Tao Providence Divine Authority attacked. Otherwise, he would not feel safe. It was not so easy for Hanju to fight 2,000 foolish sword sages alone, let alone 10,000 divine authority generals. Huang Zuentian was meditating and cultivating in a pool of water in the mysterious space. Like Li Daokong and Shi Dudao, he had already become a calamity life controller, but he needed some time to move freely. A figure appeared by the pool. Huang Zuentian, have you thought about it? The mysterious figure asked with a hoarse voice. Huang Zuentian opened his eyes and asked, "Do I have a choice?" The mysterious figure said, "Indeed, but you'll suffer less if you think it through. You've been captured until now and no one has come to save you. Why are you so loyal to the heavenly Tao?" Huang Zuentian was silent. The mysterious figure continued, "The chaos has existed for too long. The current chaos is still deathly silent. It has wasted space and everything we have now. Everything is because of those great Tao sages and great Tao divine spirits. They are afraid that all living beings will surpass them. They are afraid that they can't control the chaotic order, so they always restrict the development of the chaos. What life has to do is overturn everything and create an unprecedented new era. Can you imagine the prosperity of the heavenly Tao appearing in every corner of the chaos? That's what life pursues. Before that, all the casualties caused by the battle are worth it. You should understand." Huang Zuentian took a deep breath and asked, "Can I meet the leader?" The mysterious figure said, "Life has no leader. Every life is equal." Huang Zuentian raised his eyebrows and asked, "Someone has to give orders, right?" The mysterious figure was silent. Huang Zuentian cursed silently. "Trying to trick me?" It was impossible for a fully formed force to be completely equal internally. "You have to show your value if you want to see master," the mysterious figure said. Huang Zuentian said, "You should understand me since you captured me. I started from the bottom and climbed the ladder in the Jia school to the position of sect master. I even attained the Tao. This experience is not something that other sages can compare to. I don't have a powerful background, and I have grown up relying on my own ability. Although life is powerful now, I feel that you lack management and true plans. You're right. There's indeed no need for me to continue to contribute if the heavenly Tao doesn't save me. It would be best if life made me stronger. Since I've joined life, I don't want to be cannon fodder. Of course, I have to show my value if I want to obtain power and status. You're responsible for receiving me. I'll definitely remember your kindness if I soar in the future." His tone was sincere, and the mysterious figure was moved. "All right, I'll go ask first. Continue cultivating." "Thank you, fellow Taoist." The mysterious figure vanished. Huang Zuentian continued cultivating. He did not lose his composure to prevent anyone from spying on him. Heavenly Court, Numinous Palace. The evil heavenly emperor sat on the emperor's throne and flipped through the jade slip on the table. The jade slip opened and he scanned it. A large amount of information surged into his mind. These jade slips contained restrictions and contained a huge amount of information that mortals could not imagine. Black Heaven General suddenly entered the hall and cupped his fists. Your Majesty, the 2 candidates have arrived. Do you want to see them? The evil Heavenly Emperor replied. Let them in. Only one of the 3 divine generals of the Heavenly Court was left ever since Han Tuo and Etion left. The evil Heavenly Emperor had already screened many heavenly generals, but he was still not satisfied. Soon, 2 figures walked into the hall and knelt in front of him. The 2 of them were tall and mighty. Their eyes were filled with cold killing intent. It was obvious that they had just come from the battlefield. The evil Heavenly Emperor sized them up. He was slightly satisfied, but he still felt some regret. I'll let you try first. I'll give you 1,000,000 heavenly troops to take down this world in 10,000 years. The evil Heavenly Emperor threw out a jade slip, and one of the divine generals hurriedly caught it. Black Heaven General, bring them down. The evil Heavenly Emperor waved his hand. The Black Heaven General immediately accepted the order. After the 3 of them left, the evil Heavenly Emperor looked at the empty numinous palace and was lost in thought. He suddenly missed the scene of Etion arguing in the hall. The numinous palace was too quiet without him. He was always worried when giving missions without Han Tuo. No. He still had to choose the prodigy of Providence. The evil Heavenly Emperor's eyes flickered as his thoughts drifted to the heavenly Tao. Time passed quickly. 50,000 years passed quickly. The Tao field was finally successfully upgraded. The various Qi in the main Tao field and the second Tao field began to increase majestically. The Tao field has been upgraded. The array formation has been upgraded to the Creator Lord level. The space inside the Tao field has been expanded. Tao field Immortal Qi has increased by 10 times. Kane Qi has increased by 10 times. The Tao field can block all prying eyes. Hanju opened his eyes and looked at the information in front of him. Creator Lord level? There was a realm above the Tao Creator? Hanju frowned. He couldn't help but ask in his mind, is there a Creator Lord in the current chaos? 9 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Not for the time being. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. In that case, the ceiling of the chaos was the Tao Creator realm. In other words, from today onwards no existence could barge into his Tao field. Hanju was overwhelmed with joy. An unprecedented sense of security surged into his heart. No. Steady. I want to know if there is anyone in the current chaos who can break through the Tao field? 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No. Can the Tao field be broken through? A quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. You can be controlled by the enemy and made to destroy the Tao field yourself. Hanju. But it was indeed possible on second thought. Perhaps those mysterious and powerful existences could take advantage of his carelessness to control his consciousness. It was not impossible. Hanju secretly noted this down. He couldn't let his guard down even if there was an absolutely defensive Tao field. Although the Tao field had been upgraded again, it only expanded the internal space and couldn't cover the entire heavenly Tao. Otherwise, Hanju could directly protect the heavenly Tao. What a pity. No matter what, Hanju was very happy. 5 million years later, he could still hide here even if he couldn't defeat 10,000 divine authority generals. It would be fine even if he exposed his primordial fiend celestial identity. At most, I'll wait until I reach the Tao Creator realm and kill all the enemies. Hanju felt that he was already invincible. But he couldn't be arrogant. Hanju immediately started the simulation trial and challenged the 10,000 foolish sword sages. He was tortured. Hanju's eyes became clear and he became restrained after he ended the simulation trial. Thank you, foolish sword sage. The millions of disciples in the 100-peak Immortal River were very excited and overjoyed after the Tao field was successfully upgraded. I didn't expect the spirit Qi in our Tao field to increase. I feel that mortals can become immortals in a day. Too exaggerated, but it's about the same. Sect Master is really powerful. The spirit chi in the Sage Dao field is probably not as dense as ours. Nonsense. Aren't we in the Sage Dao field? I've been to the chaos, but I've never seen a place that can compare to the 100-peak Immortal River in spirit chi. On the Cultivate diligently become Immortal Mountain, the Black Hell Chicken, the three-headed WYRM King, and the other personal disciples were also discussing. They knew the truth better. This meant that Hanju had another breakthrough. The Black Hell Chicken side. How high is Master's cultivation level? He can still break through constantly. Previously, he could kill a great Dao sage. We can't catch up even if we cultivate with all our might. The chaotic heavenly dog nodded desperately. Ada laughed and said, "Isn't that a good thing? Our cultivation levels are still top-notch in the immortal world even if we can't compare to Master." The other personal disciples laughed and chatted. Soon Chang'an couldn't help but think of the personal disciples who had gone out to train. He suddenly found it funny. You guys have worked hard to explore the world. We might even have surpassed you when you return. Every time they heard Zhoufan, Zhang Yi, and the others bragging in the Myriad Worlds projection, they were very envious. But they knew this. These guys only chose to talk about good things. They definitely had more bad experiences. Han 8 urged, "Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and cultivate. If not for waiting for you, Master Chicken and I might have already become sages." The others rolled their eyes at him. He really knew how to brag. However, they quickly quietened down and focused on cultivating. They should work harder. On the other side, Hanju began to check his emails. He hadn't read them for a long time and didn't know how his friends were doing. Your good friend Etian has learned a great Dao mystical power. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Huang Zuintian was attacked and was severely injured. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your good friend Shi Dudao was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your son Han Tuo was attacked by a mysterious demon, X987432. Your grand disciple Chu Shuren created 3,000 Buddhist Dao techniques. His providence has increased. Your disciple Dao Sovereign was attacked by the Magus race X820432. Your disciple Zhao Shenyuan. There had been fewer opportunities and more battles recently. This showed that the recent situation in the chaos had begun to become chaotic. It was normal for things to be chaotic occasionally. They could remain calm. Hanju was very comfortable now. Nothing could threaten him matter how chaotic things became. He continued reading. Few emails were worth stopping and looking at. An email attracted him just as he was about to reach the end. Your good friend Huang Zuintian has absorbed the providence of the Calamity Life Controller and obtained a trace of the Great Tao Providence Divine Authority. The Great Tao Providence Divine Authority could be absorbed? Hanju showed a frown. No, it should be related to primordial origin in Huang Zuintian's body. Primordial origin had almost become a primordial fiend celestial. Could be said to be unfathomable. From the current situation, the Great Tao Providence Divine Authority was the supreme rule of the chaos and also its foundation. The Great Tao Providence Divine Authority would be triggered when the chaos was in danger. Didn't that mean that the chaos would be destroyed once the Great Tao Providence Divine Authority was destroyed? Hanju asked silently, "Will the Tao field be affected if the chaos is destroyed?" No. The Tao field exists independently. His lifespan was not even deducted. Could be seen that the system was very confident. Hanju was relieved now. No wonder when he deduced the future, the existence that was seemingly himself wanted to destroy the chaos and create the primordial chaos. Perhaps one day, he would want to create the supreme primordial universe when the chaos made him tired of it. It was not impossible. Hanju had never been an absolutely kind and righteous person, let alone now. It was only because he was too weak. Hanju continued cultivating after reading the emails. This was how time passed. He had always been cultivating. 50,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Hanju opened his eyes and prepared to go to the 33rd heaven. Heavenly Venerate Xiandu was summoning him again. He was about to stand up when a message popped up. Xianxia has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 2 stars. What the hell? Han Ju's heart tightened. He checked his interpersonal relationships and quickly found Xianxia's profile picture. Xianxia, early-stage heavenly Tao sage, immeasurable emperor, disciple of the Jie school. He is dissatisfied with you because sect master Tianju flattered you too much. Current hatred points, 2 stars. You scared me. Han Ju was unhappy that he was actually frightened by a heavenly Tao sage. He immediately moved into the Universal Hall. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du immediately sent a voice transmission to the other sages upon seeing him appear. South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, Sect Master Tianju, Emperor Shao, Heavenly Venerate Wufa, Qiu Shilai, Fang Liang, Jin Shen, Pan Xian, Su Du Dao, Su Qi, Li Taigu, Primordial Chaos Buddha, Zhang Guxing, Long Hao, Ji Xianxian, Divine Might Buddha and Xianxia all arrived. Han Ju saw that Xianxia's expression was arrogant. He was a true prodigy. Xianxia bowed to him and introduced himself. On the surface, he still gave Han Ju enough face. Han Ju looked at the heavenly Tao sages. Unknowingly, the sages of the heavenly Tao were already so powerful. It was normal for a new sage to be dissatisfied with him. Han Ju couldn't be bothered to bicker with Xianxia. Couldn't be helped. Sages were no different from ants in his eyes. Throwing Xianxia into the primordial heavenly prison was even a waste of his time. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du looked at Li Taigu and said, "You can speak first." Li Taigu nodded. When all the sages' gazes landed on him, he said, "Something happened in the chaos." Han Ju almost rolled his eyes. Heavenly Venerate Wufa lost his temper and cursed, "What are you waiting for? Just say it." He also looked dissatisfied. Li Taigu smiled and continued, "The 3 pure ones of the past have reunited. Originally, the heavenly sect master escaped from the ancient desolate and was hunted down by life. Later, Laozi took action. After that, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning announced that the 3 pure ones would gather again and open up the 3 pure sacred world to create a sacred world for the cultivators of the Tao sect to avoid the great Tao immeasurable calamity. All cultivators of the Tao sect can enter. Some time ago, life attacked the 3 pure sacred world and returned in failure. Laozi killed 5 lives with 1 strike, shocking the chaos. The 3 pure ones are the first generation sages of the heavenly Tao. Pangu's essence soul transformed into the 3 pure ones. They are also the personal disciples of the Tao ancestor. Where are the Tao sect cultivators in the chaos from? Naturally from our heavenly Tao. The 3 pure sacred world wants to poach the heavenly Tao. The more Li Taigu spoke, the more excited he became. He didn't have the composure of a sage, much less a sage of the human school. The human school was established by Laozi. The sages were moved. The new sages also frowned. In the past, they might have joined the 3 pure sacred world, but it was different now. They were already sages and the masters of the heavenly Tao. In their opinion, the actions of the 3 pure sacred world were offensive. Heavenly Venerate Wufa looked at Heavenly Venerate Xian Du and said, "Isn't that your teacher? Don't you know about this?" Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said, "I indeed don't know. I've actually been in contact with teacher after the heavenly Tao severed karma with the deity realm of the ruins of End. My information came from teacher's Dharma idol, but I've never been able to guess teacher's thoughts. I hereby declare that my heart will exist forever with the heavenly Tao. I will definitely draw a clear line with teacher if he wants to harm the heavenly Tao." Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said solemnly as he scanned all the sages. This sentence was also a warning to them. Ever since the great Tao sages in the deity realm of the ruins of End expressed goodwill to the heavenly Tao had been close to their world. Perhaps someone was very close to the deity realm of the ruins of End. Xianxia snorted. The era is different. Why should the current heavenly Tao fear the 3 pure sacred world? In terms of sages, our numbers surpass them. We're also far superior in terms of the number of living beings. There is no world as complete and prosperous as the heavenly Tao in the entire chaos. Su Du Dao, Li Taigu, Zhang Guxing, and the other new sages nodded. They were undying and indestructible in the heavenly Tao after becoming heavenly Tao sages. It was very easy for them to become arrogant. In their opinion, they couldn't be killed even if they could not defeat a great Tao sage. Why should they be afraid? Primordial Chaos Buddha smiled. How can we be bewitched by the outside world with such a powerful heavenly Tao? Looking at the new sages, they shook their heads and laughed. But they did not say anything. This was also a good thing. The more they knew, the more afraid they would be. They might even rebel. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said, "That's right. We can accept any move if the three pure sacred world wants to target the heavenly Tao. We won't reject anyone. The current heavenly Tao is no longer the weak heavenly Tao from back then." For a time, the atmosphere in the Universal Hall eased. "We can't just wait. We have to think of a way to deal with it. We should make a decision now that the chaotic lifeforms want to join the heavenly Tao," Pan Xian said. The current heavenly Tao had always sent cultivators out and did not recruit other living beings. It was mainly because the heavenly Tao was extremely exclusive. Without the providence and karma of the heavenly Tao, one could not enter without permission. If one forcefully entered, they would be squeezed by the providence, such as being unable to cultivate in the heavenly Tao. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said in a low voice, "There are good and bad things about this matter. We indeed have to make a decision. It depends on what we want the heavenly Tao to become. Should we stay in peace or become the center of the chaos?" Fang Liang said, "Of course, the center of the chaos. We won't be caught by the enemy as long as we continue to grow." "That's right. How can we let this go?" "I also support openness. Let them in. It's a good opportunity to open up more mortal worlds." "I agree." The other sages spoke one after another. None of them retorted. It was mainly because the heavenly Tao had only risen for 1,000,000 years. The sages did not encounter any major obstacles. They were all in high spirits and were still sharp. Hanju had no objections. Thus, the matter was settled. In the end, the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate was chosen to be in charge of this matter. He would make a great wish and create a holy land that especially gave the providence of the heavenly Tao to the chaotic lifeforms. They had to stay in that holy land for a period of time if they wanted to fuse with the heavenly Tao. Yes, it sounded like a household registration program. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He was very excited. He had long seen the situation of the heavenly Tao. He had never submitted to Hanju and thought that the benefits wouldn't fall on him. He looked at Hanju gratefully, thinking that it was his intention. Hanju was baffled but still nodded slightly at him. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate was even more excited, but he restrained himself very well. The other sages caught their actions. The new sages let their imagination run wild and the old sages were enlightened. The seemingly harmonious Universal Hall was secretly filled with excitement. Hanju didn't think too much and there was no need to. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du spoke of the second matter. "I heard that a living being consumed the primordial pill and triggered the supreme rule of the chaos. The supreme rule will transform into 10,000 divine authority generals to monitor the entire chaos. I wonder when it will arrive at the heavenly Tao. This news has already spread in the chaos. What do you think?" Emperor Shao asked. "How? To enter the heavenly Tao?" Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said, "Of course." The sages were in an uproar and began to communicate. Most sages did not want sages or existences beyond sages to enter the heavenly Tao to prevent anything bad from happening. After discussing for an hour, the sages reached a consensus that they could not let the divine authority generals enter the heavenly Tao. Hanju laughed secretly. "There are 10,000 great Tao sages. Can you stop them?" Hanju didn't say it directly, afraid that he would scare the sages. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du's information was clearly flawed. But that was normal. Very few living beings knew matters that involved the great Tao Providence divine authority. There were still more than 4,000,000 years to go. Hanju could tell the heavenly Tao sages when the time came. There was no need to panic. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du looked at him and said, "The 12 ancestral magi have visited the heavenly Tao. I'm afraid they have ill intentions. At that time, fellow Taoist Han has to appear. After all, Di Jiang and Zhu Juin are great Tao sages. The other ancestral magi are also freedom sages. 12 ancestral magi? Hanju thought for a moment and then said, all right, these people's cultivation levels were not as high as his, let alone their combat ability. The new sages couldn't help but look forward to the arrival of the 12 ancestral magi. They mainly wanted to see how powerful Hanju was. In the past, the battle ended too quickly when the divine robe Taoist attacked, including the sages. They only knew that Hanju was very strong. As for how strong, they didn't have any deep sensation. Just like that, the discussion ended. Hanju stood up and left. Pan Xan suddenly appeared in front of him and said, fellow Taoist Han, can you come to Pango Hall? Hanju nodded. Pan Xan probably had something on. The two of them left. Although the other sages were curious, they did not ask. In the Pangu Hall, Hanju and Pan Xan sat opposite each other. Pan Xan said worriedly, I didn't want to alarm you, but I'm really indignant. My heaven-opening axe was stolen. Heaven-opening axe? Hanju showed a frown. Pan Xan's heaven-opening axe was very powerful. It had left a deep impression on Hanju back then. It was not a good thing for such a supreme treasure to fall into life's hands. Do you know who stole it? Hanju asked. Pan Xan gritted his teeth and said, it should be Ancestor Shitian. Among the lives that have appeared near the chaotic heavenly road recently, Ancestor Shitian is the most frequent. Furthermore, he's very strong and has the ability to directly absorb my heaven-opening axe. Ancestor Shitian? Hanju frowned even more. He felt that Ancestor Shitian was not such a person. Who stole Pan Xan's heaven-opening axe? 150 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Because your heaven-opening axe has been upgraded to an ultimate Tao treasure, his heaven-opening axe has automatically dissipated. Ultimate Tao treasures are unique, caused by great karma. Hanju's expression became strange when he saw this line of words. So the thief is me? Pan Xan hesitated. If you're troubled, then forget it. Hanju said, the heavenly Tao owes the ancestor huge karma. Have you seen it with your own eyes? Or has he admitted it? No, I'm just guessing. Hanju sighed and took out the Killing Tao token. He said, this is the Killing Tao token, a slaughter supreme treasure. You can kill enemies by sacrificing your lifespan and providence. Your words carry weight. The only flaw is that you can't kill living beings without invoking karma. I'll give it to you. I hope you can continue to protect the heavenly Tao. Hanju didn't plan to tell the truth about the heaven-opening axe. There might be future trouble if he didn't understand. The heaven-opening axe was his secret Dharma treasure. Thank you, Master. I will definitely protect the heavenly Tao even if I have to die. Pan Xan took the Killing Tao token and said excitedly. He began to kowtow. The Freedom Slaughter Supreme Treasure was a supreme treasure that was difficult to find even in the chaos. To him, a freedom sage, it was definitely enough. Hanju patted his shoulder and said earnestly, life is too mysterious. Without the confidence to overturn them, it's very difficult for the heavenly Tao to do anything to them. You have to understand this. The current heavenly Tao looks powerful, but you should know what the heavenly Tao before the calamity was like. Pan Xan nodded heavily. I understand. I won't pester life anymore. Hanju said, of course. If anyone dares to harm the heavenly Tao, kill them if you're confident. All right. Pan Xan was very excited. He touched the Killing Tao token lovingly after Hanju left. He could sense the power contained in the token. The killing intent was very strong. Perhaps it was not as domineering as the heaven-opening axe, but it was not that far off. Hanju returned to the Taoist temple in the 100-peak Immortal River and teleported to the second Tao field. He released the nurtured killing intent Fiend Celestial and let Murongqi receive him. Murongqi was very happy. He finally had a new companion. As the Fiend Celestials became stronger, He was already looking forward to the scene of the Fiend Celestial army rampaging through the chaos. Dao Comprehension Sword looked at Han Ju and asked after the two of them left, "Master, when are you planning to let us enter the Myriad Worlds projection again? We promise not to leak the secret. We just want to communicate with the outside world." Han Ju hesitated for a moment but still nodded. He believed that Murongqi, Han Ming, and the others would not tell anyone. Besides, his personal disciples would become chaotic fiend celestials in the future. There was no need to hide it too deeply. It was mainly because Han Ju's Dao field was already invincible. He would not be afraid even if the Fiend Celestial army was exposed. With a thought, Han Ju pulled the personal disciples of the second Dao field into the Myriad Worlds projection. As for the chaotic Fiend Celestials he created, he didn't let them in for the time being. He sent a voice transmission to every personal disciple in the second Dao field, strictly forbidding them from telling anyone anything about the Fiend Celestial army. They would be severely punished once they were discovered. After doing all of this, he returned to the main Dao field to cultivate. In the Myriad Worlds projection, Dao Comprehension Sword, Murongqi, Liao, Great Loose Heaven, Han Ming, Yangdu, Guanbubi, and the Crimson Fox appeared. The Crimson Fox, Great Loose Heaven, Han Ming, Yangdu, and Guanbubi were very curious about the Myriad Worlds projection. Fortunately, Murongqi introduced it to them. The Myriad Worlds projection was not big. It was equivalent to a dark palace, and it only provided them with information. "The missing people have returned," the Black Hell Chickens suddenly shouted, startling the other personal disciples in the Myriad Worlds projection. Everyone gathered around and asked where they had gone. Murongqi and the others only said that it was arranged by Master. It was confidential and could not be disclosed. Upon hearing that it involved Han Ju, the personal disciples didn't dare to ask anymore. Zhao Xinyuan walked over and said smugly, "Brothers, do you know that the three of us just broke through recently?" Murongqi asked curiously, "What realm?" "Mid-stage primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm." "So terrifying?" Murongqi exclaimed, but he wanted to laugh in his mind. "I'm already at the late-stage primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm." He wasn't the only one. The Crimson Fox and the heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial had also reached the late-stage primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm. Zhou Fan suddenly appeared and smiled. "You dare to pretend in the mid-stage? I'm already at the perfected realm." Zhang Yi snorted. "What are you pretending for? Without the Great Dao Tower, whether you can attain the Dao is another matter." Zhou Fan said proudly, "Then, why don't you have a Great Dao Tower?" "Hee hee. There's nothing good about the Great Dao Tower. It can only defend, smash people, and help with cultivation." More and more personal disciples entered the Myriad Worlds projection. Things became lively for a time. Fang Liang also appeared. The moment he saw Fang Liang, Murongqi immediately went up. The two of them had an extremely good relationship in the past, and it was the same now. They felt extremely close after not seeing each other for many years. They couldn't sense each other's aura in the Myriad Worlds projection, so they didn't know their cultivation. The brothers walked to the side and chatted. Guanbubi said proudly, "You guys should hurry up and cultivate. Don't be left behind by us." Everyone looked at him. Murongqi glared at him and sent a voice transmission. "Do you want to anger Grandmaster? This space was created by him. Your every move is in his eyes." Guanbubi was stunned. The Black Hell Chicken came over and asked, "Are you cultivating quickly by following Master?" Guanbubi muttered, "It's all right. It's equivalent to having several Great Dao Towers." He did not understand what the Great Dao Tower was, but he couldn't stand Zhou Fan's posturing. His words infuriated Zhou Fan, but he was more surprised. For a time, the personal disciples were stirred by the conversation in the Myriad Worlds projection. In the dark forbidden zone, a huge palm quickly moved forward. The palm faced up, and white bones could be seen at the end. The 12 ancestral magi stood on the palm with hundreds of grand magi. The ancestral magi were Hutu, Dijiang, Gomang, Zhirong, Rushu, Gonggong, Xianming, Chongliang, Zhujuin, Tianwu, Yanzi and Shibishi. They were formed from Pangu's blood essence. Empress Hutu looked at Di Jiang and asked, "Brother, are you sure Father's will is in the heavenly Tao?" Di Jiang said, "That should be right." Zhurong smiled. "We can revive Father once we find his will. At that time, our Magus race will dominate the chaos. Just thinking about it makes me excited." The other ancestral magi laughed, their faces filled with anticipation for a beautiful future. Hutu said worriedly, "The current heavenly Tao is different from before. Don't act recklessly when you reach there. Although I have a relationship with Hanju, that's not enough for us to act recklessly." Chang Liang snorted. "What are you afraid of? Zhu Juin has already become a great Tao sage. Hanju won't fall out with us directly even if he's not his match." Hanju had shocked them in the previous heavenly court battle, so they didn't dare to brag. Di Jiang smiled. "Don't worry, I know what to do. Besides, the heavenly Tao was created by Father. We don't plan to be enemies with the heavenly Tao." Hearing this, the worry on Hutu's face eased. At this moment, a powerful aura attacked from ahead and blocked the huge palm. The 12 ancestral magi immediately became vigilant and prepared to fight. The blood essence of Pangu, the 12 ancestral magi, should have been Pangu's orthodox lineage. However, after your father created the world, the heavenly Tao no longer belonged to you. You have become the sage's pawns. How ridiculous! A disdainful laugh sounded as a terrifying huge face appeared in the darkness ahead, smiling sinisterly. Its pupils were hundreds of times larger than a huge palm, as if a giant was staring down at a tiny ant. Di Jiang shouted in a low voice, "Who do you think you are? Do you want to block the way?" The disdainful laughter sounded again. "You have been suppressed by the heavenly Tao in the ancient desolate for countless years. Hutu has never been able to escape the cycle of reincarnation and has been suppressed by the heavenly Tao sages. Now that she has finally established herself, do you still want to turn around and curry favor with the heavenly Tao? Don't you think it's ridiculous? Cut the crap. Do you want to die?" The hot-tempered Zhurong roared, his roar resounding throughout the dark forbidden zone. Di Jiang directly transformed into his ancestral Magus true body. He was like a chaotic fiend celestial with a sinister and terrifying posture. One could sense the terrifying power contained in him just by looking at his muscles. The mysterious face smiled and said, "Your enemy is not me. Didn't you go to the heavenly Tao to revive Pangu? Let's not talk about whether you can find it. Even if you find it and revive Pangu, what should you do with the relationship between the living beings of the heavenly Tao and Pangu? The heavenly Tao will belong to Pangu? Can the heavenly Tao's divine might heavenly sage tolerate it? Can Pangu tolerate leaving the heavenly Tao?" His words were filled with mockery, mocking the ancestral magi for being simple-minded. Di Jiang asked, "Have you seen our father?" The mysterious face said, "Pangu has died for so long, so I've naturally never seen him. Aren't you the same? Father's power is invincible." "Oh, you mean that if Pangu revives, the divine might heavenly sage will not be his match?" Di Jiang did not say anything else. It wouldn't be good if these words spread to the heavenly Tao. The mysterious face smiled sinisterly and said, "Di Jiang, oh Di Jiang, the era is different. Pangu is no longer an invincible existence. Not to mention those ancient existences who survived the primordial chaos, even the Tao ancestor has already surpassed Pangu. To you, that will be a calamity. The most important thing for you now is to strengthen yourselves and not blindly pursue the power of your ancestors." Di Jiang frowned. These words made his heart waver. Indeed, Pangu would definitely welcome the revenge of the chaotic fiend celestials if he did not revive at his peak. These chaotic fiend celestials had cultivated for countless years longer than him. They were both chaotic fiend celestials. Even if there was a difference in potential, it was not to the extent of great disparity. The mysterious face vanished, leaving behind a sentence. "Join life at any time after you think it through. Life is an equal existence. It's all for the sake of overthrowing the chaos. If the Magus race is willing to help me, you will obtain a status like the heavenly Tao human race when the dark era descends. Everyone, You will be the new great Tao divine spirits. The ancestral magi looked at each other. So it was life. They naturally knew about life. Previously, they had even fought with life in the heavenly court. Great sage Void Soul's dark instincts made them all surrounded and beaten up by the 13 lives. They would probably be dead if not for Hanju quickly ending it. In that case, life was still their enemy. Gonggong said in a low voice, "Brother, don't believe him. Who does he think he is? He insulted us and then threw us aside? Ridiculous." The other ancestral magi nodded in indignation. Di Jiang snorted. "I naturally don't believe him. Let's continue on our way to the heavenly Tao." The huge palm continued forward at a faster speed than before. Netherworld Yama Hall. Yang Tiandong supported his chin with one hand and yawned in boredom. A deafening boom came from outside the hall, shaking the Yama Hall. But Yang Tiandong did not panic at all. Soon, several ghost soldiers were kicked in and smashed into the wall behind Yang Tiandong. Immediately after, two figures with terrifying auras rushed in. "Ha ha ha, brother. This netherworld is nothing much. It can't stop us brothers at all. Brother Jizuan, stop dawdling. Hurry up and capture the life and death book." It was Xia Jizuan and Qinling's cultivation level had begun to increase exponentially ever since he had obtained the 99 Emperor Essence pills, attracting quite a bit of attention in the Divine Palace. Later, he met Xia Jizuan by chance. The two of them became friends after a fight. Although Qinling was not Xia Jizuan's match, his stubbornness moved the latter. Then, the two of them became sworn brothers. This time, they had already broken through 18 Yama halls, but they still could not find the life and death book. Therefore, they attacked Yang Tiandong's palace. Yang Tiandong was the great king of hell in the netherworld. He was above the 18 kings of hell. Only souls that contained great karma or extraordinary providence could enter his hall to be judged. Xia Jizuan stared at Yang Tiandong arrogantly and smiled. "Hey, king of hell, hurry up and hand over the life and death book. The heavenly Tao is peaceful and we don't want to kill. The ghost soldiers along the way were only injured, but we don't have that much patience. Old man?" Yang Tiandong laughed angrily. He casually threw the life and death book in front of the two of them and said angrily, "What are you doing? Hurry up and get lost after you're done." Xia Jizuan and Qinling were stunned. This king of hell was arrogant, but his actions were very honest. Xia Jizuan was about to scold back when Qinling stopped him and said, "Hurry up. There are many mighty figures hidden in the netherworld. It won't end well if this matter blows up." Hearing this, Xia Jizuan glared at Yang Tiandong. Then, he opened the life and death book and started to quickly check. Yang Tiandong supported his chin with both hands and stared at him with a sigh. The last time Qinling came felt like yesterday. Time passed really quickly. Qinling felt his gaze and felt uncomfortable. He couldn't help but ask, "Why are you staring at me like that?" Yang Tiandong chuckled. "Nothing. I'm thinking about when we'll meet again." "Humph, I won't come again. Don't worry." "Not necessarily. Some things are destined." "You mean I'll die?" I can't say. Qinling frowned. He felt inexplicably flustered by Yang Tiandong's words. At this moment, Xia Jizuan tore off a page from the life and death book and threw it back. He cursed, "Let's hurry up and leave. This old king of hell must be lonely. He wants you to come down and accompany him. Ignore him. A ghost god like him seems to be immortal and carefree, but he has lost the meaning of life." He quickly left with Qinling. Yang Tiandong's smile froze. Why was this dog so hurtful? Yang Tiandong began to deduce Xia Jizuan's identity and secretly noted it down. "Brat, just you wait. You will die in my hands sooner or later. Don't even think about reincarnating and training in the future. I'll let you be a pig or a dog." Sinking into the cycle of reincarnation. Yang Tiandong cursed in his heart. He was extremely depressed. Inside the Taoist temple, Hanju opened his eyes. He had been in seclusion for another 10,000 years. He wanted to continue cultivating, but Heavenly Venerate Xiandu informed him decades ago that the 12 ancestral magi had arrived. Sect Master Tianju established a Dao field in the dark forbidden zone outside the heavenly Dao. It was called the Welcoming Sacred Palace. It was not far from the chaotic heavenly road and was especially used to receive mighty guests from the chaos. The cultivation of the 12 ancestral magi was too strong and they had revived in the chaos. Other than Empress Hutu, no one could enter the heavenly Dao. Empress Hutu could only walk outside the netherworld and the 33rd heaven. She couldn't enter the immortal world or the myriad worlds. The Magus race had been waiting in the welcoming sacred palace for decades. They were very impatient. At this moment, Hanju came to the door of the sacred welcoming palace and stepped into the hall. The Magus race and sect master Tianju were both meditating and cultivating in the hall. At first, they didn't sense Hanju's aura, until a grand Magus who wasn't cultivating caught a glimpse of him. "He's here," the Grand Magus said softly, startling the ancestral magi. Hanju, who was covered in treasures, had an oppressive aura. Anyone would feel inferior in front of him. "How is that possible? I actually didn't sense his arrival." Di Jiang was shocked and vigilant. If Hanju could approach him without anyone noticing, didn't that mean that they would be insta-killed if he wanted to kill them? He would be severely injured even if he didn't die. Di Jiang would never forget the scene of Hanju fighting the despair Dao spirit. He was even more domineering than the ancestral magi. Sect Master Tianju stood up and cupped his hands. Then, he waved his sleeve and a mat appeared beside him. Hanju sat down beside Sect Master Tianju and gestured for the ancestral magi to sit down. "Empress Hutu, long time no see." Hanju began to be polite to her. He started with the familiar people and broke the silence. Empress Hutu smiled. "Indeed, it's been a long time. How many years has it been? Fellow Taoist Han is truly different from before. Your talent is probably one of the best among the chaotic fiend celestials." The other ancestral magi didn't say anything, but they still forced a smile at Hanju. It had to be said that although Hanju's appearance was not loud, it stunned the 12 ancestral magi. Hanju chatted with Empress Hutu for a while before asking about the Magus race's intentions. Empress Hutu looked at Di Jiang. He said seriously, "We want to send a portion of the Grand Magi into the heavenly Dao to search for Father's will. We will leave once we find it. I know the rules, so we ancestral magi will wait here and not interfere with the heavenly Dao." Di Jiang felt very uncomfortable saying this. They were once members of the heavenly Dao. They should be returning home, but now they felt like guests. The heavenly Dao was created by their father Pangu. Hanju asked, "Pangu's will? What is that?" "All his descendants." Di Jiang shook his head. "We won't touch father's descendants. As for his will, we're not sure for the time being. We still have to search." Hanju remained silent. He asked in his mind, "Is what Di Jiang said true? 200 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue?" "Continue." "It's true." "What is Pangu's will?" 1 trillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue?" "Continue." Pangu's will. A trace of intelligence left behind by Pangu when he created the world. It is sealed in the heavenly Dao. Only someone with the cultivation of the great Dao Supreme Realm can barely see through it. There was such a move? Could the heavenly Dao spirit be Pangu's will? Thinking about it carefully, it made sense. For so many descendants of Pangu to appear in the heavenly Dao, there must be a method left behind by Pangu. No matter what, the cultivation level of the Magus race was too low. It was impossible for them to sense Pangu's will. The ancestral magi's hearts sank upon seeing that Hanju didn't say anything. They thought that he was going to refuse. Sect Master Tianju revealed an intriguing expression. He was already very unhappy with the ancestral magi's attitude. Thus, he felt good upon seeing Hanju suppress them. "Weren't you very arrogant earlier? Why don't you dare to say anything now?" The atmosphere became subtle. Hanju looked up and saw that the ancestral magi were very nervous. He couldn't help but smile and say, "Of course. I was just thinking about what Pangu's will might be and wanted to reduce the trouble for you." However, I still don't understand after thinking about it. But it won't make sense if I directly reject you. You can arrange for the Grand Magi to go to the immortal world. The ancestral Magi were pleasantly surprised and thanked him. For a time, news of favorability increasing appeared in front of him. Hanju ignored the notifications and looked at Sect Master Tianju. You should receive these fellow Taoists next. Sect Master Tianju nodded. Hanju immediately stood up and left. Empress Hutu looked at his back and hesitated. The Grand Magi looked at Hanju in reverence. This was the first time they saw the 12 ancestral Magi so nervous. No wonder the heavenly Tao could quickly become stronger. Any world could quickly rise with such a supreme expert guarding it. After Hanju left the sacred palace, he returned to the 100-peak Immortal River and continued cultivating. He believed that the ancestral Magi would not act recklessly. If they dared, Hanju would make them regret it. The current him was already qualified to be arrogant. However, he kept his arrogance in his heart and never expressed it in his words. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, another 50,000 years passed. Hanju opened his eyes. He looked over and discovered that the Magus race had already left. Clearly, the Grand Magi did not find Pangu's will. Hanju didn't care about the ancestral Magi's mood when they left. It was fine as long as it didn't affect the heavenly Tao. He started checking his emails. Your disciple Tao Sovereign has entered the 3 pure sacred world. Your disciple Zhao Shenyuan. Your grand disciple Chu Shuren was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. His soul was imprisoned. Your son Han Tuo has fallen to the demonic path. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your disciple Zhoufan was attacked by your good friend Li Daokong. Your good friend Evil Heavenly Emperor was attacked by your good friend Shi Dudao. Your good friend Ancestor Shitian was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your good friend Di Jiang was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. So many attacks. Tao Sovereign and the other 2 followed Lao Dan. Hanju knew this and didn't find it strange. However, why were Ancestor Shitian, Li Daokong, and Shi Dudao fighting with the Heavenly Court and the Great Tao Tower? Hanju had previously learned from Shi Dudao as the Dark Forbidden Lord. Now he and Li Daokong listened to Ancestor Shitian's orders. The 3 of them brought a large number of life servants and attacked everywhere to strengthen the life faction. Life's attacks looked savage, but they were actually targeting the helpless experts. The evil Heavenly Emperor seemed to have a wide network, but the chaos was almost infinite. The Heavenly Court was powerful, but their wars were only small battles in the chaos. Their only reliable ally was the Great Tao Tower. Thus, they were immediately implicated and beaten up together. Hanju thought for a moment and decided to visit Ancestor Shitian in his dreams. Ancestor Shitian had fallen into such a state because of his identity as the Dark Forbidden Lord. Hanju didn't dare to be sure if Ancestor Shitian really thought that he was the Dark Forbidden Lord. He still had a good impression of him. Before the calamity, in the entire Heavenly Tao, only Ancestor Shitian was worthy of Hanju's identity as an expert. The Dark Nightmare was successfully used. Hanju used his true body to meet Ancestor Shitian. The dream was the great ultimate hall from back then. Ancestor Shitian opened his eyes and looked at the huge bright hall in a daze. The great ultimate hall was very lively every time it opened. The Tao Seekers sat in the hall and looked at him with admiration. Thousands of listeners disappeared, leaving only one person. Hanju. Ancestor Shitian looked at him. Both of them had calm expressions. Hanju cupped his hands and bowed. The Tao of Karma that the ancestor taught more than 1,000,000 years ago has benefited me greatly. Ancestor Shitian shook his head slightly and smiled. You're still so cautious. No matter what your cultivation level is, you haven't cultivated the Tao of Karma at all. How can you benefit from it? Hanju was only being polite. He suddenly didn't know how to reply after hearing Ancestor Shitian's words. Are you here for the Heavenly Court and the Great Tao Tower? Ancestor Shitian asked. His tone was casual, as if he was chatting with an old friend. Hanju said, That's right. Life abducted the Heavenly Tao sages one after another, and now He attacked the Heavenly Emperor and my disciple. I can't sit by and watch. Ancestor Shitian narrowed his eyes and asked, So, you're here to warn me? Hanju shook his head. How can I dare to warn you? I'm just puzzled. Ancestor, why did you enter life? Ancestor Shitian said, Because there's no place for me in the chaos. Hanju asked, Then why can life tolerate you? This question had many meanings. Hanju was very puzzled. Wasn't life also threatening the chaos? Why didn't the chaotic deities interfere? Would the chaotic deities let Ancestor Shitian go once life took him in? Could it be that the chaotic deities were behind life? However, he had calculated before that the first life Black Sovereign had no backing. Ancestor Shitian stared at Hanju with a deep gaze, as if he could see through him. Hanju understood calmly. Now that even the chaotic deities could not attack his Tao field, he was really not too afraid. However, it was naturally a good thing to reduce some trouble. Ancestor Shitian said faintly, Perhaps this is a trap. Life is in it and doesn't know. I took advantage of the situation and lived. At least, there was an additional chance of survival. Hanju heard a hint of sorrow. It was a pity. If not for the system and the Tao field, he would have to face such a tragic scene. Hanju hesitated for a moment and said, If you don't mind, I'm willing to protect you as long as you're willing to come. Ha ha ha. Ancestor Shitian suddenly laughed. His laughter was filled with disdain. Hanju showed a frown. After Ancestor Shitian finished laughing, he shook his head and said, I didn't expect this. I didn't expect this. I've presided over the heavenly Tao for billions of years and preached the Tao to countless Tao seekers. Now, I'm being pitted by a junior who once asked me for guidance. How tragic and unfortunate is this? However, it's worth it to have one person dare to take me in. I didn't preach the Tao for nothing. He suddenly stared at him and his eyes became sharp. Hanju, if you want to save the Heavenly Emperor and Zhoufan, then come. Defeat me openly and I'll let them go. Ancestor Shitian's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 5 stars. As he declared war, his favorability increased. Hanju was confused. Ancestor Shitian said meaningfully, Come. If you come, it won't only be for the Heavenly Emperor, but also for your disciple and yourself. You look powerful now, but you can't see everything clearly. Hanju frowned. Was he hinting at the chaotic deities? Would he be considered to have cut ties with him if he went to fight Ancestor Shitian? By the way, let me remind you, previously I only left a clone in the Heavenly Tao. I've been suppressing my cultivation. You have to use your full strength if you want to fight me. Ancestor Shitian smiled as the dream shattered. Hanju opened his eyes. The ancestor could actually forcefully break through his dark nightmare. He checked Ancestor Shitian's portrait and discovered that his cultivation level was still at the mid-stage Great Tao Primordial Chaos Realm. Could this be a disguise? Hanju asked in his mind. If Ancestor Shitian uses his full strength, can I insta-kill him? 300 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? It was comparable to the foolish sword sage. Not bad. Continue. Yes. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. No. Not stable enough. If Ancestor Shitian uses his full strength, can he insta-kill me? No. Hanju completely relaxed. The core of the two questions was about Ancestor Shitian's true strength, so his lifespan was not deducted the second time. He hesitated. Should he go? If I go and stop Ancestor Shitian, will I be attacked by the chaotic deities and the Great Tao Supreme? Hanju asked in his mind. It would have been fine if it was in the past. Now, he was a little angry at Ancestor Shitian's unclear words. A quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No. Hanju was completely relieved. At the same time, he despised the first life Black Sovereign. This fellow was hiding in the dark. He didn't dare to show himself even when his subordinates were killed. Hanju looked at the chaos and quickly found the battlefield where the Heavenly Court, the Great Tao Tower, and life were fighting. The universe where the Great Tao Tower was located was in chaos. The immortals of the Heavenly Court and the cultivators of the Great Tao Tower were fighting countless life servants. The life servants came from various races, but they all had a common characteristic: a strange black aura surrounded them. There were even black patterns on their bodies, as if they were ferocious beasts that had fallen into the darkness. The number of life servants was not less than the number of living beings in the Heavenly Court and the Great Tao Tower. In fact, there were even more. Li Daokong was fighting Zhou Fan. The two were on par. Shi Dudao fought the evil Heavenly Emperor, but he was suppressed. As for Ancestor Shitian, he was above the entire battlefield. He sat in the void and kept casting spells with both hands. His vast dermic powers transformed into huge chains that trapped a terrifying black shadow. The inauspicious Divine Emperor. Hanju was curious. What was the relationship between the evil Heavenly Emperor and the inauspicious Divine Emperor? Why did he always help him? Could it be the evil Heavenly Emperor's father? However, the inauspicious evil was not a living being. How could it have children? The inauspicious Divine Emperor was clearly not Ancestor Shitian's match. Ancestor Shitian did not kill him either, as if he was waiting for someone. Hanju knew that Ancestor Shitian was waiting for him. Clearly, if Ancestor Shitian was serious, this battle would have ended long ago. It wouldn't have lasted so long. Ancestor Shitian was forcing him to appear. Clangli Daokong slashed at the Great Tao Tower, causing a violent sound wave that shook the void. Zhou Fan held the Great Tao Tower and cursed, "Li Daokong, you're fucking ruthless. Can you act well?" Li Daokong shook his sword and tilted his head to look at him with a smile. "Didn't you brag about your Great Tao Tower? I want to see if your Great Tao Tower can block my sword Tao." On the other side, Shi Dudao was even more furious. The evil Heavenly Emperor did not use a supreme treasure and entirely relied on his great dermic powers to suppress him, making him very aggrieved. The evil Heavenly Emperor ignored Shi Dudao's anger and focused on Ancestor Shitian. "Ancestor, what are you waiting for?" The evil Heavenly Emperor thought to himself. He could sense that Ancestor Shitian was only acting, so he did not dare to rashly kill Shi Dudao. His greatest trump card, the inauspicious Divine Emperor, was not Ancestor Shitian's match. He had no chance of winning. He was puzzled, but he couldn't ask directly. The soldier's morale would take a blow once he did. Roar! The inauspicious Divine Emperor roared again. He suddenly dispersed, and Ancestor Shitian's dermic powers chain missed. Immediately after, a black shadow appeared behind Ancestor Shitian. It was the inauspicious Divine Emperor. The inauspicious Divine Emperor transformed into darkness and drowned Ancestor Shitian. The darkness shattered like a glass ball. Ancestor Shitian appeared and raised his right hand, causing a golden river to appear. Ancestor Shitian muttered a strange sound, causing the golden river to emit a strong light and suck all the surrounding dark fragments into the river. After Ancestor Shitian sealed the inauspicious Divine Emperor in the golden river in his palm, he continued to cast spells with his left hand. Seals struck the golden river in his right hand, looking dazzling. The evil Heavenly Emperor widened his eyes. Impossible! The inauspicious Divine Emperor was in existence compared to a great Tao sage. Why was he helpless in front of Ancestor Shitian? Wasn't Ancestor Shitian also a great Tao sage? The evil Heavenly Emperor suddenly felt that Ancestor Shitian was so unfamiliar. The previous ancestor had hidden his cultivation in the Heavenly Tao. The evil Heavenly Emperor couldn't figure it out, but he understood that the situation was becoming worse. The inauspicious Divine Emperor was sealed. No one was restraining Ancestor Shitian. Would he stop waiting and start a massacre? At this moment, the evil Heavenly Emperor suddenly thought of Hanju. Should he ask him for help? The strongest existence he could think of now was Hanju. Even the great Tao concealment fiend celestial couldn't compare. At this moment, Ancestor Shitian suddenly turned to look into the darkness. The evil Heavenly Emperor, who had been staring at him, couldn't help but look over. There was nothing in the darkness. The evil heavenly emperor couldn't sense any reinforcements. Li Daokong used the 10,000 life sword. Countless injuries, equipment, and meteors transformed into sword shadows that faced Zhou Fan. Zhou Fan? Do you want to beg for mercy? Li Daokong asked teasingly. Zhou Fan flew into a rage out of humiliation and cursed. What? You still want to kill me? Li Daokong smiled. How is that possible? We are old friends, after all. However, you see the situation. He was in a good mood. Not only did he bully Zhou Fan, but more importantly, he saw Shi Dudao being beaten. Shi Dudao was beaten, while he had the upper hand. Compared to the two, he was even more powerful. How could he not be happy? Outside the heavenly Dao, Hanju appeared on the chaotic heavenly road. He looked at the dark forbidden zone and slowly raised his right hand. Ancestor, you want to fight? Unfortunately, I'm not going easy on you. I should distance myself from you to prevent me from insta-killing you. The shadows of fiend celestials appeared above Hanju's head and entered his body. Dharma idol fusion technique. After fusing about 50 Dharma idols, Hanju stretched out his index finger and condensed the primordial divine rage. Then, he shot out the heaven-earth mystic yellow world-piercing sword finger. Boom! A terrifying sword chi tore through the darkness, drawing an endless white line that stretched into the depths of the chaos. Hanju turned around. Pan Xian and Sect Master Tianju appeared in front of him. Pan Xian asked nervously, "Are there enemies?" Sect Master Tianju was also extremely nervous. To be able to force Hanju to attack personally, the other party was definitely very strong. He was at least a great Dao sage. Hanju smiled. There are no powerful enemies. Someone just challenged me in the Great Dao Tower. Great Dao Tower? Pan Xian and Sect Master Tianju were stunned. They looked at each other and saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. The Great Dao Tower was very far from the heavenly Dao. Even a freedom sage could not arrive in a short period of time. Hanju attacked from so far away. They couldn't imagine how high his cultivation was. Hanju disappeared and returned to the Taoist temple. He sat on the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus and continued cultivating. Great Dao Tower Domain. The high and mighty ancestor Shitian suddenly said, "Stop!" In an instant, all the life servants stopped fighting and looked up at him. Li Daokong and Shi Dudao also stopped. The immortals and cultivators of the Great Dao Tower hurriedly retreated and caught their breaths. All the living beings looked up at Ancestor Shitian like ants looking at the sky. The evil heavenly emperor frowned and felt inexplicably uneasy. What was Ancestor Shitian trying to do? At this moment, all the living beings felt an extremely terrifying pressure descend, causing their souls to tremble, including the evil heavenly emperor, Shi Dudao, Li Daokong, and Zhou Fan. A sense of fear and insignificance when facing absolute power enveloped them. They subconsciously turned around, before their gazes could reach him. A sword chi illuminated the void and collided with Ancestor Shitian with an unstoppable force. Shocking! It shook space and time. Ancestor Shitian immediately blocked with both palms and used all his dermic powers. Seals collided with the dermic powers in his palm at an extremely fast speed, instantly forming a huge golden compass that blocked Hanju's sword chi. In less than a trillionth of a second, the golden compass that was as huge as a bright sun was shattered by the sword chi. Ancestor Shitian's eyes widened as his white hair was blown back. Sword light flashed in the eyes of all living beings. Even their sage sense was isolated. After the sword light dissipated, the evil heavenly emperor was the first to look up. The sword chi dissipated and a huge hole appeared in the darkness. The dark purple alternate spacetime was like a cosmic beast opening its bloody mouth. It was terrifying. Ancestor Shitian floated in the air. His hair was disheveled and his back was hunched. His head was lowered, but his slightly floating back proved that he was still alive. Soon all the living beings regained their senses. They looked up and gasped when they saw Ancestor Shitian's state. Especially the life servants, they were terrified. Zhou Fan and the evil heavenly emperor looked at each other. They guessed the truth. Han Ju made his move. Ancestor Shitian's weak voice sounded, "Retreat." He stood up and walked into the darkness. Li Daokong smiled at Zhou Fan and said, "If we fight again, be careful that I won't snatch your great Dao Tower. Stop pretending in the future." Humph. Zhou Fan was very unhappy, but he had nothing to say. Shi Dudao looked at the evil heavenly emperor deeply, leading countless servants to chase after Ancestor Shitian. The evil heavenly emperor and Zhou Fan did not order a pursuit. No one noticed that the corners of Ancestor Shitian's mouth curled up slightly. He sighed and said in a voice that only he could hear, "The younger generation has surpassed us." Inside the Taoist temple, Han Ju was a little surprised. Although he had held back, he didn't expect Ancestor Shitian to still be able to protect his body. It seemed that the ancestor had a supreme treasure. However, it was fine. Han Ju had only fused with 50 Dharma idols. Even 10 Ancestor Shitian would be destroyed in body and soul if he fused with the power of more than 1,000 Dharma idols. Ancestor Shitian's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 6 stars. A notification suddenly appeared in front of him, making Han Ju speechless. No matter what, the crisis of the Heavenly Court and the Great Dao Tower was resolved. Han Ju thought of how Chu Shuren had also encountered something and his soul was imprisoned. He sent him a dream. In the dream, he was under the Fusang tree. Perhaps because he was affected by the evil Heavenly Emperor, Han Ju always had some feelings when he visited. Chu Shuren opened his eyes and hurriedly knelt down when he saw it was him. Han Ju asked, "Is there trouble?" Chu Shuren was stunned. He hesitated for a moment and nodded slightly. "Why don't you use the invocation technique?" "I don't want to trouble Grandmaster about my grand disciples' matter. I will naturally look for you if an existence with high seniority crosses the line. However, the other party is only a freedom sage. I think it'd be bullying if I asked for your help." Chu Shuren spoke very seriously. Han Ju wanted to laugh. He said, "Then, aren't you afraid of death?" Chu Shuren said, "No. I still want to subdue him and make him the Buddha world's Buddha." Han Ju asked, "What makes you so arrogant?" "I'm not arrogant. I want to use great kindness to reform him," Chu Shuren said firmly. It had to be said that after establishing the Buddhist world, he became more and more like Buddha. When he said such righteous words, he was dazzling and made people want to trust him. Han Ju said, "Don't go overboard." Chu Shuren said, "Don't worry, Grandmaster. When the hidden sect unifies the chaos, my Buddhist world will bring peace to the hidden sect." "What nonsense are you saying? When will the hidden sect unite the chaos?" "I'm wrong. The heavenly Tao will unite the chaos." "The heavenly Tao will not unite the chaos. It only wants to protect itself, understand?" Han Ju said seriously. He felt that Chu Shuren was thinking wrongly. Chu Shuren hurriedly apologized. Yes, protect yourself." He sighed. Grandmaster was still the most shameless. The development of the heavenly Tao was not about self-preservation. It was clearly ambitious. However, this was the true goal. He was lying through his teeth. Han Ju chatted with Chu Shuren for a while more before removing the dream. Inside the Taoist temple, Han Ju felt despair at the prosperity of the 100-peak Immortal River and suddenly felt so unfamiliar. It looked lively, but he felt lonely. His disciples had all grown up and no longer relied on him. In the past, Han Ju was afraid that the disciples would cause trouble for him. Now that he had finally become stronger, the disciples were afraid of causing trouble for him. Even if their bodies were destroyed, they gritted their teeth and endured. "You're not sensible. Your master finally became stronger and has a high cultivation level, but you actually didn't give me a chance to show off." Han Ju sighed, then restrained his emotions and continued cultivating. He was indeed powerful, but he was not invincible. 10,000 divine authority generals were his greatest enemy now. Perhaps the Tao field could block them, but that would be a huge matter. the entire chaos would definitely pay attention to his Tao field and his disciples outside would not be safe. Outside the 33rd heaven, in the universal hall, the sages gathered. The sages gathered around Pan-Xian. He was flattering Hanju. To attack from the heavenly Tao and kill the enemies of the great Tao Tower from afar? Can you really do it? Xianxia couldn't help but ask. He had also been to the great Tao Tower. He was still a pseudo-sage at that time and had spent more than 20,000 years on the trip. It was obvious how far the heavenly Tao was from the great Tao Tower. The heavenly Tao was already vast enough. It contained billions of universes and countless space-time. Every mortal world could evolve into a great universe and produce countless galaxies. The thought that a sage could cover the heavenly Tao. This was what was called omnipotent in the eyes of all living beings. However, the chaos was endless. Even sages could only spy on a small portion. Hanju's performance was unbelievable. Pan-Xian glared at Xianxia and said, "Of course, fellow Taoist Han is a great Tao sage. You are only primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortals with the freedom sage realm above you. How can you imagine how powerful a great Tao sage is? Furthermore, fellow Taoist Han is almost invincible among the great Tao sages." Ko. Li Taigu nodded excitedly. "That's right. I even feel that Senior Han is already the strongest existence, just like the Tao ancestor in the past. Therefore, the heavenly Tao did not encounter any more enemies. Many chaotic worlds are even fawning over the heavenly Tao. Isn't this because of Senior Han's powerful strength?" Zhang Guxing stroked his beard and sighed in his heart. The timid youth from back then had actually grown up to become a supreme existence that the entire chaos respected. He found it unbelievable when he thought about it. This was even more exaggerated than any legend. The sages discussed with greater enthusiasm. At this moment, Heavenly Venerate Xiandu appeared. The sages sat back down. Heavenly Venerate Xiandu scanned the surroundings and said, "I just learned that the Heavenly Court and the Great Tao Tower were attacked by the Life Faction led by Ancestor Shitian, Shi Du Dao, and Li Dao Kong. Fortunately, the Heavenly Tao Divine Might Heavenly Sage took action and almost killed Ancestor Shitian with a single strike. The Life Faction was defeated. This battle caused the Heavenly Tao to shake the chaos. The Life Factions near the Heavenly Tao retreated and are no longer probing for information about the Heavenly Tao. The sages were in an uproar. Pan-Xian was smug. "You still don't believe me?" Heavenly Venerate Xiandu smiled and said, "This battle has once again made the Heavenly Tao famous. This is not the first time fellow Taoist Han has severely injured the Life Faction. The name of the Divine Might Heavenly Sage will definitely spread even wider in the future. The Heavenly Tao will also benefit from this. I brought all of you here this time to spread some legends about the Divine Might Heavenly Sage. This time my goal is the chaos. In any case, the grudge between the Heavenly Tao and the Life Faction is already irreconcilable. There's no need to be wary. We can turn the Divine Might Heavenly Sage into a guardian of the chaotic order. The Life Faction will definitely lose at the Divine Might Heavenly Sage's feet." The old sages nodded, while the new sages felt strange. So those legends were deliberately spread by sages? Xianxia felt that the faces of the sages were so ugly, but he felt very good when he participated. This feeling of dominating all living beings was too wonderful. Heavenly Venerate Xiandu began to talk about the various battle achievements of the Divine Might Heavenly Sage. It was very exciting, as if it was all true. Fong Liang and Su Qi had strange expressions. If they didn't know Han Ju's personality, they would have thought that it was true. After a long time, the sages noted it down after Heavenly Venerate Xiandu finished speaking. "I called you here today because of something else. The Divine Robe Taoist told me that he wants to give the Heavenly Tao an opportunity. It's a chaotic sea of fire. This sea of fire is extraordinary and contains the Qi of creation. It can be used to forge supreme treasures. The Heavenly Tao will attract countless chaotic cultivators to create Dharma treasures if we can control this sea." Heavenly Venerate Xiandu said slowly. Su Dudao clapped his hands and said, "This is a good thing, but can we believe the Divine Robe Taoist?" Doesn't he want such an opportunity for himself? Heavenly Venerate Xiandu said, the great Tao divine spirits can't directly control creation, or it will be considered crossing the line. However, it will definitely benefit him if he controls the heavenly Tao. It's equivalent to indirectly belonging to him. The sages fell into deep thought. Heavenly Venerate Wufa said, you can agree. Although the heavenly Tao is willing to accept chaotic living beings, we will only accept those who are in trouble. If you want to attract geniuses or mighty figures, you have to have something that truly tempts them. It can't just be the right to stay in the heavenly Tao. The other sages nodded, but they were still worried about the divine robe Taoist. After all, he was once an enemy. Leave this matter to me. I have a better chance of escaping than you, even if the divine robe Taoist has a plan. Pan Xian said. He really knew how to take advantage of the situation. The sages cursed silently, but they did not dare to snatch this opportunity. It was indeed too dangerous. The heavenly Tao sages' immortality was only in the heavenly Tao. Most of the time, they would not leave the heavenly Tao. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said, that's settled. Seeing Heavenly Venerate Wufa speak, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du felt at ease. They were all family. Why should they suspect each other? Of course, he did not dare to say this, because he didn't know what method Han Ju used to make the enemy willing to be his slave. This method was definitely not simple. Once he was exposed, he would definitely offend Han Ju. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du had always been careful around Han Ju. The two of them seemed to have a good relationship, but Heavenly Venerate Xian Du never dared to relax.